talking.
Good morning. Welcome back to Topstep TV. Yes, very special day we got here going on. We're going to be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader. We're going to be your everything today. So this is opening call, and I'd like to say hello to our good friends, JD and Hoag. Good morning, JD.
What is up, Eddie? It's Jim Dalton Day. I'm excited as I can be. Maybe not as excited as Hoag, but this is still one of my Rex Manning days for sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And good morning, Hoag. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the opening call, man. It is Thursday, GDP day. As always, we're going to be focusing on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. And we are going to be looking for trades this morning here, probably just after the GDP number comes out. And yes, am I excited about Jim Dalton coming here today? Absolutely. First time in probably, 10 years since he was on Squawk Radio, right, Eddie?
Wow. Way back in the day. Yes. Yeah, I'm excited too. Getting Jim Dalton on, a master, definitely a legend, and we'll get that going. But hey, speaking of that, I'm going to give everybody a 5-minute warning here. We've got GDP in about 5 minutes, initial job claims. So we got some meat on the bone here coming up here. Also, a little later on today, we will be we'll be seeing pending home sales, natural gas storage. So we've got a lot of numbers that do mean some stuff. But anyway, I'm going to pass this back to our dynamic duo here, JD and Hoag. And let's see if we got some opportunity here coming into the GDP. Gentlemen?
Let's do it. We'd like to be in a trade. Well, we got that GDP. It's going to be a market mover, so we might, I think it's safer to hold on till after that. But while we're waiting for that release to come out, Hoag, let's rip through some chart analysis so we are prepped as soon as that number comes out.
Taking a look at a tilt here. Tilt pretty much 50-50, sitting on the fence right now. Everybody's sort of hand on the trigger. We'll see what happens here. Just a few minutes here. Big number coming out.
All right. Well, just a couple of minutes here before the number comes out. Let's run through the ES as quickly as we can. If we're not through with it, we'll take a look and see what's going on with when the GDP number comes out. See if we can find a good trade to get into here. But hey, it's Thursday. Yesterday was FOMC day, and everybody seems to have survived. Thank goodness. Big scary FOMC day. There's a lot more data coming out today. Tomorrow, PCE number is going to be a big one. When I look at this daily chart, I see emotional buying meeting emotional selling on Monday, and the market has really found an area of balance, an area where two-sided trade can occur, and a wait for new information. I was really kind of surprised at the action yesterday in the FOMC, but why should I be? The FOMC came out as expected. Everybody knew they weren't going to do anything, but still there's that gyration that happens in the markets. A couple of minutes here. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart briefly, and then we'll take an eye and see what we can see on the FOMC number. So look at yesterday's regular trading hour range. It's inside the previous range. Well, FOMC was probably the biggest release on the day, and we couldn't extend outside the previous day's regular trading hour range. A bit of a surprise there. Just taking a look, the range from yesterday in the S&Ps was a 49 handle range from top to bottom in regular trading hours. The previous day, which I think a lot of folks were probably thinking was going to be a day where people were just going to kind of even up and get out of positions and hedge for FOMC day, had an 82 handle range. So a much bigger range, smaller range on the FOMC. So that kind of rings true when everybody's expecting something and it comes out. Yes, it was thin. There was volatility, some pretty decent opportunities, but it wasn't really that big a deal in the bigger picture of things. So what are we looking at this morning here? Do we have any overnight inventory? Let's take a look here and see if we can find where the market opened last night. Right about there. Where is it now? Hey,
1 minute.
where is it now? It's there. So overnight trend to the upside. Overnight inventory, probably long. Probably long. So look for, say, a possible uh, inventory adjustment, perhaps. Let me get rid of these. And that could take us back to basically where the market opened, basically at settlement, if there's nothing huge that comes out with GDP. So let's watch the GDP, see how
30
that
seconds.
comes out, and see if we can find a decent opportunity to get into here early in the day here, prior to the open. So JD, you want to focus on the NASI, right? On the NASDAQ for this?
Here we
We
go.
were talking about looking
Yeah,
at IB
for sure.
low. IB low for a possible entry.
We got
We
yesterday's
just
initial
had a
balance high right here.
mhm.
Just bounced off of it again.
All right,
Numbers
numbers
out.
hitting the wire here. Hot biscuits. Initial jobless claims 207,000. They were looking at 225. GDP here, price index 2.2. They were looking at 2.5. GDP quarter over quarter. They were looking at 2.6, coming out at 2.3. And the continued jobless claims 1,858,000. They were looking at 1,900,000. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eddie. Now
Thank you,
remember
Eddie,
that's
so far.
a preliminary GDP number. That's the second
Mhm.
estimate of the fourth quarter GDP. That the final doesn't come out until next month. Maybe it's the first. It's January. So that's the first estimate at GDP from quarter two. There's two more GDPs coming out. March will be the final for the first quarter GDP of the fourth quarter of GDP from last year. So that one will come out in March. So this is kind of a preliminary number, just a toe in the water. JD, I know you were looking at IB high. I said IB low earlier. You're looking at IB high for a potential long in the NASDAQ. And it did take a little bit of a dip down there. Took a look at it,
Mhm.
and we're seeing the buyers coming in already. Do you still like the buy?
I don't hate it. That's for sure. If we're gonna get in, man, I feel like we missed a dip there. Let's give it another minute. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, though. I'm going to scale back down to a 1 minute real quick.
Okay. And we are probably going to be opening with a gap above yesterday's range, that IB high of yesterday's range. Opening with a gap, what's the rule? When we open with a gap to the upside, if we can't close that gap relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term. We're looking for opportunities to the long side. And it seems as though, even though we're not open yet, it's looking like we're going to open with a gap. We're seeing some buying coming in after that GDP number and the jobless clams numbers. Now it's a matter of where.
Tilt 74% long in the NASDAQ with 74% in the money. So, Johnny, you hit it right there. We got a lot of buyers are seeing that right now.
JD, you've got the overnight VWAP coming in at 21,629, 630 area, 629. Might be
29.
an area to look for a pullback to look for that long.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Hoagland.
Gold hitting a new high here. 28.52.20. Can't hold it.
Hey, folks out there, if you're trading gold and you're not on the TopstepX platform, you should be trading the April contract in gold this morning. April is the new front month. April J, the letter J, as in JD.
James Dalton. Yeah.
James Dalton. Yes, April front month contract. If you're trading on TopstepX, platform has automatically rolled for you. You will be trading April on TopstepX.
Good call, JD.
All right, we got a little dip going. Let's talk about your chart. We already went through the ES. Let's talk through some charts on the NQ while we're scouting out this trade.
Well, let me finish up with the ES first here. Hang on
Oh, I
one
thought
second.
you. Apologies, I thought you.
No, I just kind of stopped it so we could watch the 7:30 numbers here. JD, you watched that opportunity for that trade, and I'll keep
I'm
going
on it.
through these charts. So on the 30-minute chart here, we do have the island top. Okay, the island top from last week. Monday, we gapped to an island top on Wednesday, stayed up there, gapped away from that, which creates that island top. We did close that gap in the overnight session night before last. To me, I don't feel comfortable with seeing that. I'm looking for it to happen during regular trading hours, which kind of goes with our potential long. We're a ways from closing that island gap in the Nasdaq here, but hold on just a second. The S&Ps are, if they were to open now, are opening inside range and value from yesterday. They're opening inside the range from yesterday. Nasdaq is looking like it may open with a gap, which I believe that the Nasdaq is a little bit behind the S&Ps as far as price action back to the upside. But I mean, look where we are here. We had, Monday's big rout with Nvidia and all that stuff. The market has found an area to find acceptance and or through time and balance, and consolidation is good. Consolidation is good. It's just evening inventory here for the next move, which could be to the upside, could be to the downside. But I'm just liking the fact that we're kind of settled here. We're range bound a little bit. We're two-sided trade is occurring. And it just kind of funny that it was an inside day yesterday with the FOMC. So it did come out as expected. No surprises there. Everybody freaks out a little bit, and then everybody goes back to what they were doing. Remember, traders do have short memories. Short memories. Monday seems a year ago in the mind of a trader. And if there's no bad news, we know that these markets have a tendency to grind to the upside. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. All right, so overnight inventory is long. JD, we got our little pullback to the overnight VWAP there about 6:30. I don't know if we've done anything here just yet, but let's start on the daily. I like to start farther away with a bigger picture. We
We are
still
not in the
have
market yet.
okay. We still have the island top here in the Nasdaq. It has not been closed out yet. I don't even think so in the overnight session, and we'll check that here shortly on the 30-minute chart. But again, the market is seeking balance even on FOMC day. A lot of focus now on upcoming information. We do have a lot of important earnings. We had some last night. They looked relatively decent to me. We did have some earnings this morning. And we've got some big earnings this afternoon. Again, Apple, Visa, Intel, among others. Yes, those are just the main ones. So the market is, absorbing earnings. It's absorbing information. The GDP has come out, not very impactful. PCE comes out tomorrow. Everybody knows that is one of the numbers that the Fed focuses on. We just had the FOMC yesterday. It's 6 weeks till the next. What can happen in 6 weeks, huh, folks? All right. So again, we're kind of falling into consolidation, two-sided trade, evening of inventories. Yesterday in the S&Ps, we lost about 5,700 contracts estimated, and yesterday in the Nasdaq, we lost about 6,900 contracts estimate. Well, that may have had something to do with people liquidating positions before the FOMC and looking for their next opportunity. A way of evening inventory. Imagine that, evening inventory. We're going to be talking a little bit about inventory later on with Mr. Dalton, and I'm looking so forward to that opportunity to have him with us. 30-minute chart. We just saw that the overnight inventory was long. We were kind of looking for an opportunity at the IB high from yesterday. That would be 21,606 quarter, which would also be pretty much the gap close. We're not open yet. We don't know if we're going to have a gap higher in the NASDAQ. But if we do, remember, the basic rule is if we open with a gap above the previous day's regular trading hour session range, and we can't close that gap relatively early, the idea is that price is accepting at higher levels, and maybe we should be looking for maybe some continuation in that regard. So, settlement price is all the way down here, 21.23 quarter. The market actually opened right at that level, approximately, not too far from it. So again, we're still holding overnight inventory to the long side. The thing that that irks me, the thing that makes me question longs at this time is that overnight inventory, and we're not open yet. We don't know if we have a gap. So I'm thinking of erring to the side of being patient, letting something come to us. We'll see what happens here. I don't hate the idea of looking at a long at yesterday's high. Sometimes that gap close can be supportive for continuation to the upside. We do have naked point of control up above here, 21,606.97, which was touched night before last. It was touched last night, but it has not been reached in the regular trading hour session. Again, the regular trading hour session to me says, okay, that is an official naked point of control touch. Has to happen during regular trading hours. Looking a little bit further out, the S&Ps have traded in the overnight to the close of the island top gap. The NASDAQ is a long ways away from it. The NASDAQ has some catch up to do. It was more beat up because of the whole tech thing that happened on Monday, but it seems to be recovering relatively well. So in the NASDAQ, we still have that island top. And the S&Ps, do we have that island top? That is, that can be a strong reversal pattern. And, where were we at here? We're up near highs or recent highs here on this island top. The market moved up to it, leaving the island top and moving away from it. That is a reversal pattern. So we're still dealing with that as well. So really, I think my main question is the NASDAQ going to open with a gap or isn't it? I wish I could see into the future. If I could, we'd all be swimming in money here. So I don't know. We'll see. The profile yesterday, the weekly kickoff low supported price yesterday. It peaked down below it right after the number came out. Actually at noon, it says noon. And then came back in. The number came out, looked at it 3 times after that, found buyers down there, and then closed relatively centrally in the middle of the range. And again, an inside extended trading hour range from the previous day. If I were a betting man, it would look to me like yesterday was nothing but a repair day from the previous day. It was a double distribution trend day higher on Tuesday. Well, we traded to the upper distribution, we traded to the lower distribution, and we closed in the middle. That is a repair day. On an FOMC day to come up with a repair day, I don't know that I've ever seen that. So we're watching to see if we can find some support against yesterday's high, the IB high, see if we get an opportunity at that. Take a look at crude now. All right. So the downside auction is still in play. When the president said, we are going to drill, baby, and we're going to have other people do a lot of drilling as well. What's going to happen? Well, price is going to go, and the downside auction continues. It started with long liquidation. We lost a whole bunch of open interest on the way down. Yesterday, we started adding new shorts. We added approximately 8,700 in new open interest on that way down. Now, remember, crude rolls every month and it trades 10 years out. New sellers coming in. Where do those new sellers coming in? Are they the March contract or are they in a future contract? And I can see right now that a lot of those shorts came in not only in the March contract, the April contract as well. The June contract added open interest, but the April and June March and April contracts were the ones that really kind of created that downside, downside move here in open interest. And again, adding about 8,700 in open interest. That's in the front 2 months, shorter time frame. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So there's our move yesterday to the downside, a double distribution trend day for you profile traders, if you call yourselves that. We just got to monitor for continuation. Now, there's a couple of things that are a little bit unnerving for shorts, and one of those is the exactness of traders adhering to the trend line off the recent high. We got every time it comes near there, we run into sellers, and that tends to be shorter time frame traders. Now, remember, on the first move down, we lost open interest, so a lot of that was long liquidation up against that level. Now, yesterday we took a look at it and we said, all right, we're gonna start getting short. I don't know where we're gonna get too short. The exactness of trades near that trend line is indicative of shorter time frame mechanical trading, and that is a little bit of a concern to the short side. But again, we have fundamental information that states we are going to drill, drill, drill. We are going to drive down the price of gasoline, which means driving down the price of crude oil. uh, Overnight inventory. Let's take a look. Where did the market open at 5 o'clock last night? The market opened, about right there. And where is it now? It is trading right here. So opening there, price moving lower indicates short overnight inventory. The volume is typically going to be very low during that period of time, but it says that the shorter time frame traders were probably adding into shorts or getting into short positions. We got to be careful about looking for an inventory adjustment early in the session. We don't know if the market is going to open with a gap or without a gap. It certainly seems to be opening below value, at risk of opening with a gap here at 8 o'clock. Relatively close to settlement. Overnight inventory a little bit, again, a little bit short. Nice excess low off this low here. Probably some shorter time frame shorts, just covering positions at that level. And remember, we do have a double distribution trend day as far as the profile is concerned. To close the single TPOs, we'd have to get back to the IB low 7306. 7306, interesting area for possibly an execution. So I'm going to, be looking at this market, see if it opens with a gap. It is opening below value. It's opening in the lower distribution. Didn't have a lot of time to accept by the end of the regular trading hour session down at this level. But again, if it is going to accept, anything, any sales up near those single TPOs could be an interesting opportunity for us. And let's take a look at gold, and then we'll look at the YM, the Dow, as well this morning. All
Oh,
right.
we just missed that. We just missed a long off an initial balance high in the NQ from yesterday. My
Oh.
bid was a little too deep. I was working a 4.5 bid. I think 5.5 was the low. Bounced about 25 points, but we're kind of back in the middle of the little 3-minute range that we've been trading in. So no
All right,
trades
so
yet for the house account. Just a little update.
You gonna leave that bid in there?
No, I already pulled it. I don't know if I'm gonna like it the next time down. So
Okay.
we'll see what happens when we
Understood.
get back down there.
All right.
Looking at gold, guys. Gold
good effort.
stretching out some new tops here. 73% long here
So,
in gold.
yeah, we're just looking into gold here, Eddie. So, yes, April is the new front month. That means volume and open interest are going to be blurry. We lost open interest overall, 11,000 contracts, likely rollover related. So for a couple of days now, our ability to kind of see buyers and sellers coming into the gold in the longer time frame is a little bit skewed again because of the rollover. The volume in the open interest is split between the Feb contract and the April contract, so that does blur things a little bit for us. But I can tell you for sure one thing, that the upside auction is still intact. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. All right. Buyers are back. Buyers are back. So overnight inventory, it opened about a half an hour ago, and I mean we're just seeing one time framing continuation to the upside here. We got to monitor the tempo. To me, the tempo looks pretty healthy to the upside here. And where is this all coming from? Well, if you remember, we had an island top similar to the equities. Yesterday, we closed that island top. The market is now no longer under the foot of that reversal pattern, and you're seeing buyers just come into this thing with abandon. The range yesterday was relatively small. The numbers came out. What is this little trend line here? Well, that trend line gave us a little bit of support After the FOMC meeting, the market closed. Obviously, we don't even have to put the line there. We see that we have overnight inventory exceedingly long. We also see that we have a gap, a pretty large gap, uh, which is not likely to be closed. So if we don't get any overnight inventory adjustment back to the downside, it's going to be very difficult to get into this market. And one of the things that Dalton has taught us and has taught me, you do not fight a directional market. Do not fight a directional market. And you can see since about midnight, man, this thing has just been really just running to the upside. So if you're not going to do anything, if you're going to be looking for opportunities to short this thing, make sure you find some structure to lean on to limit risk. It's not just, hey, it's a new high, I can sell it here and I'll make money. Doesn't mean you were not going to. Anything can happen. But when the market is this directional, look at all the volume overnight as well. I mean, even before the London Open, there was some pretty good volume coming into this long. A lot of buyers in this, folks. Do not step in front of a freight train. Do not sell a directional market. You have to be patient. It's one of the things, it's one of the kind of paradoxes in trading. Even Dalton says, don't fight a directional market, but he also says some of the best trades are are in the opposite direction of the most recent price action. What makes things so hard, one of the questions I'm going to be asking him today. And but be careful, folks. I mean, if you're not already in this trend, one of the hardest things for me as a trader has been, if I'm not already in a trend, it's very difficult for me to get into one. Something I know about myself, so I'm going to try and stay patient. If I miss it, I miss it. We've seen some really good trades in gold lately, so we're just going to let this play out and see if an opportunity comes to us. I know if we're looking for trades, we're going to find them. All right, now let's take a quick look into the YM, one of the markets that a lot of folks have requested that we take a look into, and here it is. So here's the daily chart. All right, Monday, the Dow was the savior, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday were kind of falling into range here. The weekly kickoff high has really kind of provided some resistance, looking at, possibly some longer time frame sellers just stacking offers up there. Going to take a lot to, I think, to take out all of those offers up there. Let's take a look here. We added about 500 in open interest yesterday in the Dow, and it is it's not as deep as the S&P or even the NASDAQ. Open interest isn't all that huge. So smaller moves in open interest are a little bit more sensitive. It has been the strongest of the indices over the past week. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. Weekly kickoff high. Look. Nope. Another look. Look. Nope. Settlement. Both days that it has tried to has fallen below, nothing but rejection up there. Look at the overnight session, right at the weekly kickoff high, 45,090. So we're still continuing to see difficulties. We're still seeing sellers coming in up at this level. And, the market has come significantly off of this. The Dow right now looks like the weaker of the markets because it has overnight inventory to the short side. Let's take a look. Market opened, there. Why is this doing this? All right, there. And it's trading there. Downward trend. Got a little bit too long, it looks like. Now looking like a little bit short. But again, we're inside the range. We're below value. Are we going to open with a gap to the downside? It seems a little strange. One of the things about the Dow is it's gone further faster to the upside. It may go further faster to the downside. But for now, you can see the extremes of the current area of balance. Last week's high, weekly kickoff high. Last week's high, 44,773. And all these numbers are a zone. There's nothing finite in futures trading. And the weekly kickoff high, 45,090. So that's what we're looking at as far as these charts. Let's go back to seeing what is going on in the NASDAQ, seeing if we can get into a trade here. Boy, JD, that IB high from yesterday was a golden little spot there, wasn't it?
That was the trade of the morning so far. Missed it by just a couple tickies too, man.
Well, it happens. It happens. We'll find something here.
We'll get
Let's
another
keep
one.
our eyes open. I know we got the buyers coming in here looking at that Dow and also the Russell sort of following through here, ES, NASDAQ. So opportunity knocks.
We will catch another one. Don't worry, folks. We're here all day. We've got crude
While you
oil
guys are
open
watching
coming.
the markets, go ahead, JD.
We got crude oil open coming in just about 5 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that. Look at the opening range trade in the crude oil. We'll be here for that also. We're going to be moving around markets a little bit.
JD.
While you guys are looking for a trade, let us know here. I'm going to run the news here for today. And we did see the U.S. stock futures ticking higher today as investors assessed a toy chest of earnings from a mega cap tech companies. We did see that. And also the policy comments from the Fed. We did see the Dow contract gaining 162 points, 0.4%. S&P up 0.5%, and the NASDAQ up 0.8%. Now, main averages on Wall Street also slipped the prior session following the Fed's widely anticipated decision to do nothing. Yes, to do nothing with these. Policymakers also signaled that they will take a wait and see attitude to any potential reduction in the future, pushing up U.S. government bond yields and denting equities. So we did see stocks were also pulled lower by the tech shares, and our good friend NVIDIA dropped 4.1%. Now, this slide came 2 days after the global sell-off sparked by those deep seekers raising questions about the major tech group's massive AI spending plans. Also, Tesla noted that it was going to slash cost, rolling out a cheaper EV model to give a lift to its shares. Tesla, which logged a decline in deliveries last year, said it's moving to launch a new low-cost EV first half of 2025 to boost sales. Fed, if you were just crawling from under your rock today, the Fed did hold rates steady yesterday. This is while Jerome Powell said officials were in no rush to cut borrowing costs, and he did have that purple tie on as usual. Also coming in here, the recent set of U.S. solid economic data did have some uncertainties surrounding the wider outlook. Officials did choose to place monetary policy on a holding pattern. So, however, we got to watch these tariffs, taxes, and this immigration by the new Trump administration. Also going to affect the Fed. Some economists have predicted that the move could place renewed upward pressure on inflation, which remains above the Fed's 2% target. That's what we have here. Across the way, elsewhere, European Central Bank expected to slash rates here. We did see the ECB here earlier with a quarter point. Keep an eye open. And as we're talking about this crude, should be opening up here in just a few minutes.
2 minutes to the crude open. I got the 1 minute chart up. Now, nice little 1 minute consolidation here.
And we did see that crude was down 0.6%. WTI also down 0.6%.
We're hanging right at yesterday's low, 72.33. We might get a decent opening range trade if we break out of this little 1 minute range we've been trading in. House count is open.
The looked back here a little bit. The opening range has not been very fruitful for crude oil, which leads me to believe It's due. We'll see.
It's due.
Now you got to be careful here with that.
Whenever I hear somebody say it's due, it reminds me of that Simpsons episode with Krusty the Clown when he goes through his degenerate gambling phase, and he took all his money and bet against the Harlem Globetrotters.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
due.
And
They're
his
due.
accountant's yelling at him. You trying to tell me you took everything and bet against
They
the
were
Harlem
due.
Globetrotters? The Generals were due.
They were due.
He's spinning the ball right in your face. Just take it away.
Let's keep our eyes open here. Once again, I tell you, gold very strong here. Buyers here early. Crude's just about ready to kick it in here for the day. And we'll see where we're going here with our crude. But if you are trading crude heads up, that's like the most sensitive market here that we talk about.
Right at the low of yesterday. Opened right
Crude
at
is
the
now
low.
open.
Here we go.
Yeah, right. Opening right on yesterday's low. 72.33 yesterday's low in crude. Crude is now open for business. 200 lot on the 72.28 bid.
Really?
You don't see too many 200 lots in
It's
crude.
gone.
No.
Just got pulled.
Fat finger. Somebody wanted a 2-lot. Oh, shit.
No tempo here. No emotion. No drive either direction right here. Off the open, at least not yet.
Mm-hmm. Little bounce there. 10 seconds.
8-tick opening range. JD, I mean, even if it's a loss, an 8-tick opening range.
It's worth, the juice is worth the squeeze on this. All right, here we go. We
All
should be in one. I'm joining bid.
Yeah. Did you buy it? You buy it?
Not yet. All right, we're in. Long one, 72.36 crude oil. Stop.
There you go.
CYA.
Crude night now, pretty much 50-50 tilt. We got a little edge here. NASDAQ.
72.24, JD.
We're risking $100 on this trade.
Got to give it a few ticks on the other side of it in case they go get it.
I did. Do you like where I? What was your level, Hoag? What did you say?
72.24. Where'd you put it?
Oh, I'll move it down a couple. All right, 24 it is.
Yeah, they want to go get the stops of all the people that just bought the high of the opening range.
Exactly.
Let's hope we're not liquidity.
While we're watching that
could hold
trade,
this all day if it plays out, right?
keep it on a leash and walk it nicely. Bring a plastic bag just in case. Tip of the week, guys, girls. I want you to make sure that your tip of the week, Topstep tip of the week, trade with a plan, right? Manage risk effectively. When you manage your risk, a solid plan, a game plan, includes your risk management. It's going to protect your capital. Also, it increases consistency. When you're following a plan, it leads to more reliable and repeatable results. And game plan is just a smart thing to do. You're never going to see a professional, a musician running up on stage, professional sports coming out without a plan. Everybody wants to see success, and the thing is, when you're winging it, it can show a lot of indecisiveness, recklessness. You don't want to be that deer in headlights. You want to make sure if markets are coming to where you want it to be, have that choice or that action pre-made. All right, you want to know if the market's going to rally, this is what I'm going to do. Not if it rallies, we'll see what happens. So keep that in mind. You guys want to add anything to that?
Sure, thank you,
pick
Eddie.
of
I
the
think
week.
you're witnessing a trading plan playing out as we speak on this crude oil trade. It's a very mechanical trade, the opening range trade. You know exactly where you're getting in and exactly where you're getting out before you place the trade, which is what we're doing right now. So you see us, we have our stop in place. We knew exactly where we were getting in. If we were to break out of the opening range, which was a 1 minute bar in the crude oil, we got in an excellent entry price. We're not risking a whole lot, and our upside potential could be pretty nice if the opening range holds as the low of the day. Uh, Opening range, Hoag, what are the probabilities of opening range holding as the high or low for a trading session?
Well, it varies, JD. I just looked back and there has been let me just do this again. 2, 3. So 6 days ago there was an opening range trade that played out nicely, about 4 or 5 to 1. So that's 1 out of 6. 1 out of 15. 1 out of, I mean, it's
So you're
been a
saying there's a
while.
chance. You're saying
I'm
there's a
saying
chance.
there's a chance. I'm saying
Of
there's a
course.
chance. And the reason that it's streaky, number one, is, well, I mean, you really want to take the opening range trade in the direction of the bigger picture of the bigger trend, which we are not.
Yep.
And there's times when it's going to be a lot more prominent, like when there's a longer time frame trend, which we're kind of getting into on crude oil to the downside. But there's also the fact that we're not the only ones looking at this. Everybody knows about the opening range trade. So if your opening range is 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, you know you're not the only one looking at it. So the opening range was always, for me, around 1 minute. And when other people are taking that 1 minute opening range, it lowers the probability of it actually playing out without taking out the other side of the opening range because there's more people in it. Uh,
Right.
these algos, whatever you want to call them, predatory algos, they're watching order flow. They probably will see that there was a whole bunch of onesie twosie buys right at the end, right at the high of the opening range. Whether it's the 1, 3, 5, whatever your opening range is, there's going to be people that are going to be responding there. And if they
Mhm.
notice that, then they put bids in where they know all those stops are, and most of those stops are going to be one tick below the opening range, like in crude oil right now. So they
Yep.
know those stops are
Because
going to
that
be
is
there. So they'll pull their bids. They'll maybe flash offers, maybe whatever they can to make people think that it's not going to play out. The sellers will come in. They'll take out those stops where they're sitting there with bids just to scoop up that liquidity from the stops. So we have not seen it happen very often here in crude oil on the 1 minute opening range. So I believe that increases the probability of it actually happening. Now, we don't really have a profit target for this set yet, do we?
we do not. We'll be trailing the stop throughout the morning. Uh, Maybe if we reach settlement price, we'll move the stop up a bit. But for now, just keeping our initial CYA.
Right.
Uh,
Well, I'm
it's
watching
only
gold
100.
here, guys, and it looks like these sellers came in and said, "Whoa, Nelly." Um, Sort of put some sells here on my 15-minute candlesticks. How strong are those sellers here up top here? We're going to find out. So eyes on the prize here, man.
Yep. This could be a long-term hold for the day, so I'm not moving anything just yet. And we're not risking a whole lot. So
No, it's a shaving nit if we were to get stopped on this.
yep. Wish we
Hey, while we
should
got
It's
a
been
have should have put
few
annoying.
5
minutes
on,
here,
right? 8 tick opening range. We should have loaded up.
got a couple minutes here. Just trying to remind everybody, we've been mentioning the name Jim Dalton throughout this early morning opening call today at 11 a.m. Central Time. Yes, you're at the right place at the right time. Market legend Jim Dalton's going to be joining us with a very special segment. Remember, Jim is the pioneer of market profile. Yes, he is the guy. Now, reading Jim's book, Mind Over Markets, changed our good friend Hoag's life. And today at 11, we're going to talk to him about both of their experiences as professional traders, markets, and trading strategies. So get your pencils sharpened. Make sure there's ink in your pen. Grab your favorite color, Crayola. Get ready to take some notes. This is a type of professional trading expertise and education that people pay thousands for. So keep that in mind. We're going to be reminding you throughout the day. 11 a.m. Central Time. Right now, if you're looking at your clock, it is 8:09 Chicago time, 8:09 a.m. So we got a few hours. But back to you guys.
Make sure you are here for that. That's going to be a big one. Question in the chat: are the daily levels going to update? Daily levels have been updated on TopstepX. Go ahead and refresh your screen if you think you're still seeing levels from yesterday. They were updated at about 6:30 a.m. Central Time this morning. I didn't look at the daily levels webpage though.
I'm so excited about this. I couldn't sleep last night.
I believe it, John. I mean, gosh, Jim Dalton, good stuff. And yesterday, if you missed it, we had Brett Steenbarger, and what we're going to do is we're going to get that video, we're going to clip it, and we'll let you know when we've got that edited for your listening and educational enjoyment.
Doesn't look
Well,
like
hot
our
biscuit out of
daily
the oven
levels.
here. ECB President Lagarde, no decision about the terminal rate, discussing where to stop cuts is premature. Also said, I'm not sure the ECB will be clear on by March on trade risks. Just hitting the wire here for some hot biscuits. Good morning. Welcome to Topstep TV. Well, those sellers in gold, JD, I did say, whoa, Nelly, with the buyers. See how long this is going to last here right now.
There's no tempo on this long in crude, but it's staying
Not much follow
profitable.
through
It's staying above the opening range. It's still a valid
yet.
trade.
No
Let's get
reason to
some
get out
tempo.
just yet. Yeah. I'd like to see a nice fast move come. Give us a little cushion.
Well, in about maybe 20 minutes, we might see that.
We're at 2-1 profit now. But this could be a long term hold for the day. We'll see.
When the parade begins.
I honestly, I like it all the way up to 73.06.
73.06.
73
That'd be
bucks.
nice. That'd be a nice trade.
That would be up near the single TPOs from the double distribution trend day yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
where sellers came in.
That would be yesterday's
Shall
value
see.
area low also.
Yes, C-Man, she is looking for that 2%. Thank you, buddy. Charles? Charles, do you remember us having Jim Dalton on? You were with us back at Squawk Radio. How about you, Hoop?
I'm sure Hoop remembers. Pretty sure Dolby remembers.
Huh?
Oh yeah, Dolby's been around for a while
Long
too.
time.
GG. The old man will be here at 10:30 Central Time for his VIP team draft. Don't miss it.
Papa
Jack D's
Jack.
coming on.
Your dad's great, man.
Yeah, he is.
Yes, Joseph.
He's
Farm,
always a
remember?
gentleman. You know that, JD? Your dad, always a gentleman on the trading floor. Every time I've had the chance to talk to him, he's a really good guy.
I think he'll make a pretty decent VIP coach. You guys will be lucky to get on his team, I think. You'll enjoy his company.
Hoop, an active member since 2010. It says right on the Coach Hoop beer can.
He was here before I was.
Hoop. Some hot biscuits I'd much rather keep back in the oven. Hitting the wire here, talking about Russia may face the necessity to build up nuclear and missile arsenals. That coming in red here off the wire. Don't want to hear
tempo
about that.
now.
There's the
Jay's
rip.
liking this crew trade. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Now the question becomes, Hoag, where do we want to adjust? No way we're taking a loss on this trade at this point. So, where is this
Henry
long
wants to know,
invalidated now?
are we moving that stop?
JD has set the expectation. No way we're losing on.
Let me say that again here. Are we moving a stop?
I don't
Let's
see
discuss
any
our
kind of pivot with which to move the stop to just yet.
Okay.
Give it a little more time to play out.
We could feasibly hang on one second. We could feasibly move it to below settlement. Hang on one second. I would prefer, if we're going to do that, I'd like to see it below VWAP, which is 72.49 on the 3-minute chart.
To tell you what, I'm just going to move it up to 39.
Is that break even?
Disaster stop. That'll put us up $50.
Right.
Disaster stop. We'll adjust. We're coming into fast markets. We're gonna take a break in about 5 minutes, but we'll keep talking through this trade throughout fast markets also.
And it's still valid. Don't tell anybody where our CYA is. That's what you do.
Yes.
The order that shall remain unspoken.
Mum's the word. Yes, Charles, I remember Ray. He's just sent some of his information forward. See if we can get him on here.
Want me to call him?
I got his number
Get him on
too.
the horn.
Ray used to be in the pit.
Yeah.
Ray used to be right here. Right in front of me off my left shoulder.
Who is this again, Hoag?
Ray Burchett.
Oh, Ray Burchett. Okay.
Used to have him on Squawk Radio a lot. Good stuff.
Intuitive development for traders.
And Ray's talking about, we got a little bit of the megaphone building. If we hold 72.70.
Yep, I'm looking at it on a 3-minute chart also.
Next.
Yeah, it's on the 3-minute, the 5-minute, and the 15-minute. Could be a powerful pattern.
Yes, a couple more minutes. We're going to take a break here. We'll get ready for fast markets. And don't forget, today, 9 a.m. today, we're going to be drafting 50 more traders. Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters. Mindset Hunters, another new name. And of course, yes, at 10:30 a.m. Central Time, we're going to be drafting 50 more traders for Coach Jack. That's JD's papa. The Bull Brigade. I like that one. Seems very Bull Brigade. The Bull Brigade. And coming up here, speaking of Anne-Marie, Fast Markets is coming up here next year. A little bit. We're going to be hearing from Jerome, and Anne-Marie.
Don't say that
We're
word.
going to be hearing.
Careful with that word. Careful.
All
See,
right,
Market
we'll
Stalker
this.
D
I'm
says
gonna
it only
rewind
works
real
on
quick
equity.
here. I will rewind. Fast Markets is next with and Anne-Marie. We're going to hear more about making $6K in his life funded account yesterday. No, it's a good
Oh,
friend
that's not
all the
fair.
way.
You can't do that.
Jerome. I said it once, and I won't say it again. But anyway, yes, looking forward to both of them coming on here for Fast Markets. And yes, there's Jerome in the
the other JDs in the chat. A lot of JDs happening today, guys. We got Jim
Oh, my
Dalton. We got
goodness.
me. We got the guy in the chat.
Yeah, Jack Doherty, John Doherty. Yeah. Lots going on here.
January
So,
30th
all right.
is JD Day. I'm going to mark that down.
JD Day. Make it official. Make it official. All right. Well, let's take a little time out here. We've got that trade on. We're going to be holding that trade and cuddling it and stroking it very nicely because it looks
Hopefully
pretty
we don't
right
Lenny
now.
it.
Don't Lemmy it? Lemmy or Lenny?
Don't Lenny it.
Lenny.
No, don't Lenny any trade.
Don't Lenny or Squiggy it. All right. We're going to be right back for Fast Markets with Jerome and Anne-Marie. Don't you go away.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
right, we are back. Let's get love, respect, and opportunity
Oh,
in the gate here for the horse race.
Oh.
There it is. And I'm going to pass this back to Andre. Andre, good morning, my brother.
Good morning, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Look at us starting 4 minutes before the opening bell. We are cooking today. We got Anne-Marie in the house. We got number 25 on the big board, Jerome in the house, and you just saw him on opening call. Mr. Hoag on the house. Huge day today. Oh, let's go to Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, what are your thoughts coming into this Thursday after an FOMC Wednesday?
You know, I'm just enjoying this oil trade that we just
Ooh.
took. That's forefront of my mind. You know, I'm really looking at metals. I think gold is going to have a little bit of a pullback into support. I'm looking for 23.13 to potentially see some long action there, and you know,
Okay.
just excited to be with Jerome. He's my favorite brain man. So he's our brain man here. I still hold the title of our rain man here with lipstick on my teeth.
Come on,
for-
Anne-Marie.
Lipstick on my
for-
teeth.
Already?
And
Already?
so-
Rain woman.
10 minutes to Wapner.
Oh my
Definitely,
gosh.
definitely.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we're off to an amazing start today. Jerome, number 25 on the big board. $6,000 yesterday. Jerome, welcome to Top Step. Welcome to Fast Markets. It's been a minute. How are you doing, Jerome? Anne-Marie.
Good morning, good afternoon. Bonjour, everybody.
Bonjour.
Doing amazing today. Very
Bonjour.
excited. Very happy to be with you guys, with Anne-Marie. Very excited.
Great. And Hoag, this gold looks like it's on trade to 3,000. Obviously, we're long the crude. We're long, house count long, one crude from 72.36. For those that are just tuning in, what did we like about getting long from 72.36 in that crude trade?
Opening range trade, Andre.
Yeah.
Opening range trade. And it was also a 3-bar reversal, I believe,
83%
on the
long
5-minute
crude.
chart.
Haven't seen that
such
high in a
beautiful
while.
Target.
So
Yeah.
here it is. Here's
Look
the
at that.
opening range, 3-bar reversal. And here we go. We're
Look at
Yeah.
holding fast here and you know, looking pretty good. I mean,
Well,
you know, the potential on this trade
that.
is it could be pretty large if we can get back inside value and accept inside value. My first target would be basically around 73 because that's the single TPOs in the daily on the profile from yesterday. So IB low 73.06 would be a first target. Anywhere up around 73, I like it. But if we can get above that, and then there's, you know, value acceptance, and value acceptance could bring us back all the way back to 73.70.
73.70. That would be a banger of a trade.
Yeah, it sure
So when
would
you
be.
Hoag, when you say you want to see get back inside value, what do you mean by that? Right before we got about 60 seconds till the open. We want to say get back inside value.
Okay, so you know this is yesterday's profile, right? This is a 5-minute chart. So yesterday's profile was a double distribution trend day to the downside. Certain platforms treat value a little bit differently. One of the platforms I have, we're already back inside TPO value. I have TPO value low at 72.87.
Yeah.
If we spend time in there, that's going to mark value acceptance and could bring price to the other extreme of value. So it's a profile special situation play. The market opens outside of range and value, reaccepts inside of value. There's a probability that price will reach the other extreme of value, and that's what takes us up to there, that 73.70 approximate area.
Awesome.
I would be happy with this trade just to get to those single TPOs, take it off, take the profit, and then look for the next opportunity.
I like it.
Nice.
All right, excellent. All right,
New
right
high
before the
in
opening
gold
bell,
here.
we do want to express our condolences to all the victims in the airplane crash and the Black Hawk helicopter crash in DC late last night. Extremely tragic. We'll touch on that a little bit more here in the day, but as we are traders, so we need to get down to business. But again, we, as a Top Step, do express our condolences to the tragic events that happened in Washington, D.C. late last night. So with that being said, no easy way to transition. We are now open. We are seeing some buying out of the gates here in the S&P's 6090, 6091 trade. Overnight high, we were above 6100s. Again, markets are digesting FOMC yesterday. I think the markets are handling it pretty well, all things considered,
Yeah.
that we're going to be higher for longer.
Agreed.
Markets seem to be digesting that. ECB did cut rates about an hour or so ago by 25 basis
Yes.
points. So there's a lot of cross currents going on right now. It should be interesting trade day. Of course, we have Jim Dalton today in a couple hours. Hoag's going to be there. That's the godfather of Market Profile. You guys all need to stick around. We're going to have over 5,000-6,000 people watching today. We need you all to stick around. Share it with everyone, your family, your friends, neighbors, everyone. Stay tuned for that. We are
Andre,
very,
I
very
couldn't
excited
sleep
for that.
last night.
Man, look at this guy. Look at this. Because like a kid on Christmas Eve, man. Cannot wait for Jim Dalton to come in and
Yeah,
do his thing.
sure.
Hoag is super giddy, and we are too as well. So, all right, let's get right into it. Let's
Absolutely.
take a look at crude. House account is long from 72.36. Go ahead,
What
Amber.
what I did want to do is bring a point that Hoag mentioned on his chart about why the power of that 3-bar reversal was so strong at that time. So one of the things that Hoag was looking at was that initial balance area. And when we combine that sort of big set of structures that a lot of people look at, the 3-bar reversal becomes incredibly powerful. And so when you're thinking about, ooh, I want to do that 3-bar reversal, zoom out and say, is there a bigger picture here telling me that this is going to give me an excellent opportunity? So I just want to make sure that the traders listening to this concept of the 3-bar reversal, it's fantastic, but we have to make sure that we take the nuance that Hoag gave us about why that number was a good place to look for that 3-bar reversal.
I like that.
We'll be
Well
talking
said,
a
Hoag.
lot about nuances today with Jim Dalton.
I know. I'm going to have my pencil ready.
So we are in a longer term trend to the downside in crude oil.
Yeah,
Good
here
point.
we
Is
are.
this see money take money up here at $73?
What's the unrealized on it right now, Hoag?
About
Who's got a
$700.
About $700.
$700.
Yeah. I'd look at 72.70 as my stop, maybe 68.
Okay.
Which was one
I
of
like
those
it.
numbers that you just talked about, Hoag. And so
Just one hoop.
from there, I'd keep watching the 5-minute. And if we keep making higher highs and we hold higher lows,
we just stay in it.
Let's just keep squeezing that stop up and give ourselves a nice trade.
We could be
Anne-Marie,
oil
you
barons
mentioned the
by the end of the day.
68s.
Landman.
Pardon
You
me,
mentioned
Eddie?
those 68s. That's the long average price here on the tilt. We've got
Interesting.
80+% long and 80% in the money. So we've got a nice little parade going on here.
Yeah.
Parade,
running
indeed.
this top side.
I like that. Parade.
So, all right, I've got
I have a
the
question
stop has been
about
moved up to
this.
68. I've got a
What's that, Joe?
little yellow line right at our stop level. So we have
ahead,
moved
Joe.
the stop up. We're getting right towards that IB low. We close out those single TPOs, start showing more time inside of value. There could be some legs to this trade. We've been down for so long. The question is always, Anne-Marie, is inventory too short in multiple time frames? And if
Yeah.
that is the
Oil
case, then we could see a pretty decent up day. There's the
So
IB
We'll have
low.
to keep an
Just
eye on
right to it.
Delta. Yeah, maybe keep an eye on Delta today. Jerome, what were you
800
saying?
Positive in crude.
I had a question about this beautiful trade. Depending on where you plan on taking profit on that, would it be wise to try to add one, whether it's on a pullback or on a breakout of a certain level, if we are planning on holding this? Because we have only one on, right? Correct?
Yeah. My
Yeah.
initial feedback there would be we're counter trend. And when we're counter trend to a broad motion, we'd have to see a pullback that holds structure for a long. And then yes to add, but I don't know. Structure would
your
need to build at 72.68 for sure.
yes, and I liked you were talking about the 70s and how it needed to hold above that. That was our level to add.
Yeah. Yeah. True. True.
Okay. $73 even right now, last trade in the crude. NASDAQ seeing some selling, dipping beneath 21,600 up, just popped above it, 21,602 last trade. 60.85 last trade in the ES, and Dow, bulls coming out of the gate, 44,896, pretty quiet open. Got one eye on the tilt right now. Like Eddie was saying, 76% long crude right now. For all you Dow traders, hopefully you are bullish. Looks like 78% of you are right now, is 78% long on the tilt. Again, we had GDP coming out. We had ECB rate cuts. We had UPS. We had Caterpillar earnings before the bell. We got some more earnings after the bell today. It's earnings week.
Lots of goodies here today, folks.
Yeah, what else we got? We got a couple of VIP unveilings today as well. We got Jim Dalton. We're going to cram this all into the day. We'll figure it out here at TopstepTV.
Jerome, I've
What a
always
week on TopstepTV.
There he is. There's my guy, Jerome.
That was a
Leon
crazy
France.
week.
Yes, it is a crazy week. Jerome's got some goodies in
Sorry,
store for
Hog,
us.
I interrupted
Go ahead,
you.
Hug.
No, that's
You
all
were about
right.
to say?
That's all right. I just want to mention something. Historically, me adding to trades has gone not that well. I'm horrible at adding to trades. I'm more of an all in and peace out kind of guy. I would love to get better at adding.
I know,
Like,
me too.
I'm with you. I'm like
My
you, Hug.
time frame typically is longer than that, and I don't find those nice little tight little pullbacks and those
got you,
opportunities
Eddie.
to look at opportunities for
This
that.
is very
It's
interesting
just
because
how I'm
indeed
built, I
I
guess.
found
I
it
don't know.
All good, JD.
very style dependent on adding
Yeah.
on the trade, and personally it doesn't work. I don't do it well either, so I stopped doing it, and perhaps in the future I'll try to get better at it. But yeah, I completely agree. If it's not a fit in our strategy, yeah, we should not look for it. But since we had one on, that's what I wanted to mention it, because I didn't know what was your hypothetical target for crude. But gold is cooking today. Gold
is
cooking. Actually,
20.
gold this month, it's been so far, so the close is tomorrow. But the biggest month before this month was March 1st, but so far we crossed it. So March 2024, right? And before that, it's way even before. So it would be July 2020. So what would tell us? What that would tell us? We have a huge breakout, and if until tomorrow we have a closure of this level, what we expect the next month would be a sort of pullback around 2750-ish levels, and then an attempt to breaking out the upside of the previous high printed on the month of January. So gold is very nice.
I'm
Nice
thinking the
setup.
same thing. I'm thinking those same numbers.
We talked last week and the week before about how gold has been set up for a big move to the upside just by watching price action, delta, and open interest increase at higher levels. Last time I saw something this clear was back in 2022, and it was a 240-point move, $240 move.
Take that.
Wow.
All right, bulls are on parade right now. Bulls popping the ES here, cruising towards 6,100, 60.95 last trade in the ES. Take one peek at crude oil, trying to figure out what to do the $73 even level, $72.98 for a barrel. And like these, like they were talking about in gold, 28.30. I do believe all-time highs 28.50, somewhere around there. So we're not too far off from all-time highs in gold, 28.50. And then Dow, buyers in the house, trying to press up against the 45,000 even level. We're about 50 points off that, 44,950. And NASDAQ trying to push higher as well, 21,650. And cooking to the upside. Eddie, how we look on tilt? We got 71% long on the ES tilt.
Crude, 74% long, still strong.
Crude 74.
Still strong.
They've been getting
Long
paid.
74% of the money.
Eddie, while I got you here, what do we got on the calendar for today? Oh my God, we got Apple earnings. I know later after the bell. Holy moly! What else do we have until? What do we have until Apple earnings on the calendar today, Eddie?
Well, right now in about 20 minutes, we're going to be showing. We got pending home sales.
Oh yeah.
Also in about 50 minutes, natural gas storage. 10:30 today for 8-week bill auction miners, and a little later on this afternoon, Fed balance sheet. But that's what we've got so far here today, and I'm going to pass it back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Andre.
Oh, thank you, Eddie. It was 60.95 last trade. Being patient. Jerome, you made $6,000 yesterday, live funded. It was not an easy trade. Did you trade FOMC at all, or was this all pre-FOMC?
No, pre-FOMC.
Well done, sir. Did you sit on your hands?
Could you talk us through that?
Please.
What gave you the conviction of taking the trade?
Screen.
Yeah.
I'm trying to share my screen. Here we go. You seeing
25
it?
on the big board, folks. Back on the big board. Well, you're gonna click, subscribe, give us a follow. Let's get to 143,000 subscribers.
So basically,
Go ahead, Jerome.
I took a position overnight that was a clean long, and then during the morning, so this is French time, right? 9 a.m. French time. Approximately, I had a 15-point scalp gain. Tried to build a sort of not only buffer, but that was sort of my goal for the day. When I see one of my setups during the London, I try to catch between 25 to 50 points. That was 25, not 15, my bad. And so during the afternoon, again, one of my favorite 4-hour candle flips, so the 10 a.m. candle. So we had a pump, and then I entered on the week. We had like 50 points pushing, and then when it was retracing down, I assumed it would flip, and the 4-hour candle of 10 a.m. 2 days ago didn't flip. So it doesn't mean anything, but for me, it's more likely that the one of yesterday would flip. So that was the trade, and I just entered 3 contracts, hold it for 50 points, and that added 3,000 profits to my previous 3,000, and I locked out for the day. And so far until today, no trade. And have a clean plan. I'm expecting, not expecting, but that would be what I'm looking for. I would like the price after 10 a.m. to flush down until approximately 500, 520, or even 490. So between 490 to 520.
I like those numbers.
And then I would enter long and try to get the whole pushback to the upside. And if I lose, it's okay, but that's my plan for the day today. And usually after a good FOMC day, if we see a push up, again, it doesn't mean anything ACH, but it's more likely that we see a continuation to the upside. So that's my sort of bias for the day. As always, not married to it. If the 10 a.m. candle starts to print a top wick, so a push up, that would be likely that I have the same setup as yesterday. So that would perhaps lead us to a Jerome trade, a short, and we'll go for it. So that are my 2 plans for the day.
Jerome trade. Well, hopefully no one's still in short gold right now because gold just put in some new highs, 28.32. Last trade there again, 28.50, all-time highs. $18 off all-time highs in the gold. Keeping one eye on that crude trade. House account is long. About 70
Get the air horn out.
Win air horn. Nick, for a tick, if you're there, dust off the air horn. We might need it for gold sometime this week. Got a number here. In about 15 minutes, we're also doing a unveiling of a VIP team right around there. Coach Ray's team. Mindset Hunters. Mindset Hunters. Probably do that right after the number, if that's cool with you, James. We'll do Ray's team after the number.
Anne Marie, we're having trouble with that 73.06 close of those single TPOs there in crude.
Yeah, it's a counter trend trade. And so we always have to watch for that sort of behavior. But it's still making higher lows. If you take a look at the 15-minute candlesticks, they really are not retracing each other. There's right now on the last 15-minute candlestick, it bounced off of the 50% range of the entire candle. And I know I have the MNQ sitting up there, so that's not relevant. We can go to Hoag's chart or the house account chart, but it's holding that 50% range. And so far, you know, I think I think we give it a couple of candles. If it loses, if it starts stepping down into 72, 80, 72, 90, we'll need to see buyers really come in, or we'll rotate right back into 73.60-ish. This is my thought.
72.
Anyway.
Okay. I like it. Writing it down right now.
We've got anchored
On
VWAP
crude, the
off the
low of
open, the 3-minute bar coming in at 72.78.
Yeah.
Oh,
So hopefully it holds it.
looks like S&P's
the low
making
of
another
the
push higher here.
range.
Saw some massive
Sorry,
size orders coming in.
72.88.
Sorry?
72.88.
So we keep speaking same time. So sorry.
I
Andrew.
know. Sorry. Me too.
I wanted to add a layer of sort of correlation to what you mentioned, Anne-Marie. The low of the 15-minute opening range on crude oil is 72.88. So it is likely that we break it to the downside and meet buyers and then instantly pump back in. So
Yeah, because there's there's a fair bit of bullish pressure.
Yep, bullish pressures, 6,100s incoming in the ES. NASDAQ pushing higher here as well, 21,685, 687s now trade. Overnight high, 715, still cooking here in the NASDAQ. And the S&P's. S&P's above 6,100 now. Shout out to all those 1,000-lot longs that got long from yesterday. We saw about 4 1,000 lots, some as low as 60.55.
Andre, you're on to me.
Hoag's long 4,000 from an average price of 70 or so, 60, 70. It's long 4,000. Big players coming in there. Yes.
Close that island gap, 61.11 quarter. I think that's what the eyeballs are looking at.
Oh, as Hoag always says, very visual. Trading's very visual. Everyone's look at the same charts. Heavy buying in the tape, says Papa Giorgio. Yes, indeed. Heavy buying on the ES tapes. Now 61.03's trade. Wow, we are cooking to the upside here. Come on, oil. Follow suit. No drones looking for a
buyers.
Yep, 520. We got
I'm waiting for the 10 a.m. candle open anyway. So being patient again, it's the drill. You know the drill. We sit on our hands the first 15 minutes, usually the next 15 minutes again until 10 a.m. And then we wait for price action structure. The more we wait, the more we increase the success rate of the trades, right? And the more we wait, the more we root and print patience and discipline. You counter FOMO. You develop and build the ability to say no to entering a trade if the setup is C, B, A, and not A plus, for example. So yeah, it's drill. First 15 to half an hour sitting on my hands. And guess what? The market is still here for 8 hours. So or 7 hours, right? 6 hours. So we have a lot of
new highs. New highs. S&P's, new highs, NASDAQ. Boy, look at that green bar on the 5-minute. Look at that. Shot out of a cannon. 21,720. 721 now, new highs on the NASDAQ. S&P 6105.
JD was looking at that IB high in the NASDAQ all morning for a long. All morning. We opened, we closed the gap to the IB high, and it's been all buyers ever since. Good call, JD.
Sure has.
S&P's opened at the high, looked at value high from yesterday. All buyers ever since. It's good again, folks. It's safe to buy stock. You might even be able to look at your 401k again. So.
Thank you. It got scary there for a minute, Hoag. Hey, look at Nvidia. Nvidia on the comeback right yesterday. Now. Nvidia.
What happened yesterday? Nothing.
What? Nothing.
Yeah, it's true.
It was an inside day.
It was an inside day. Go figure.
Look
at more buying coming
here. It's like I think all the stars are lining up, and they are actually. Did you guys go outside and see that last night? If you
my goodness, I saw it night before last.
It must be nice.
Unbelievable.
So you can see so many planets out there in the sky. Oh my gosh. It's like 6 of them. Literally.
And they're all in
Oh, I
line.
know. Yeah, it's
And if you
pretty
wave
crazy.
at them, they wave back.
Eddie.
You might not see them way back, but
Yeah,
they might be
they
waving
both
back.
waving out there.
No, we don't get stars in the city. Gotta go to the burbs later.
Andre,
today.
you're the
Going back
biggest star in the
to-
city.
Not true, Eddie. Stop it, Eddie. Stop it, Eddie.
Okay, so there's a gamma line at 750. So we have to see how the
750.
traders in 21,750.
Sweet.
Slip to a
JD
2-minute
says,
chart to see
JD says,
better
Top Step
structure.
daily levels are updated. We'll have those pinned to the top of the chat here shortly. Make sure you have those open. Have a little real estate on your chart as we continue to put in new highs here in the S&Ps. 6109. 6109 quarter, I should say, high of the day. No stopping the buyers, the bulls in the NASDAQ either. 21,746 new high just put in. And the Dow Jones bringing up the rear, just cracked above 45,000, 45,009. Crude cooking, $73.07, $73.11 high there.
New session highs.
Session highs. So far, so good. Stop CYA has been moved up, is trailing, as Anne-Marie suggested. And we are just going to trail this sucker up. Keep locking in profits. Nice trade, fellas, from this morning. Opening range trade in oil.
Yeah.
Opening range trade in oil, Hoag. How about it? Maybe oil's where the
Yep.
sweet spot is for this opening range trade.
Well, we looked at it, and it's been like one opening range trade in the last like 25 sessions has been successful.
Nope.
And it just looked like it was a good spot. It was a small opening range. I mean, the risk on this was $100.
That's good math. We'll
A
take that
shaving
math.
nick.
Hey, Anne-Marie, please explain gamma line. Zysoft in the chat saying, could you please explain the gamma line? You said 750s.
Sure thing. Yeah, so sure thing. I was on At the Buzzer with Coach Jay, and he made it so straightforward. He said, listen, all the gamma line shows us is where volume is positioned in the options market.
Mm.
And so that's the short answer there, which I totally loved. It was so simplistic. And I went, yeah, you're right, actually. So I used Mentor Q Pro, and they put up those lines during the day. And so my thought is, I want to see how they respond. So I collapsed into a 2-minute time frame, and I saw the 750, and I said, you know what? I'm going to take a short there. And so you can see how when those gamma lines hold, there's reflexive action that
Just like
comes
that.
there that sends, yeah, exactly like that. And so what we get to see with those flows are, okay, now where are we going to come into? And I suspect that what I need to do is sort of pull this all the way down here, because it may bounce again, because
Look at
there's
that
another
sell-off.
line at
Look at that.
760. I know, it's beautiful. Now,
Anne-Marie,
I
this is a nice example.
I know, I love it that this actually happened, because
Yeah,
many
me too.
times these reflexive gamma lines don't fully give us everything we're looking for. But remember, I said a few moments ago, hey, listen, I'm going to collapse to a 2-minute chart, and I'm going to watch for structure that tells me we can't break higher. And so that's exactly what I did. Stop me out. And so that puts us up in the area. We hit almost to the 750, and immediately it comes off. And the very next candlestick, it retraces the entire body. So I know I'm moving in the right direction. And so you can say, all right, I'm taking it at the top of the gamma line, and my stop's going to be maybe 10 points wide. If it flies over the top, it could run another 25 points. So I'm getting out, and I'm going to wait for that structure to tell me that it's actually going to get traction. And so that's how I use those gamma lines. They're
That's
great.
exactly
It just tells us, hey, this is where all the option chains are positioning, and they're going to either jam that number, or they're going to have to run out of the market, which will push it much higher.
Beautiful
5
trade.
minutes remaining.
Beautiful
The
example.
number
I
coming
see
up here.
Yeah, someone in the chat said, I took that short with you, Anne-Marie. I took it with you. Here you go, Mongoose. Took it with you, Anne Marie. Good job. That was a beautiful,
Love
beautiful
it.
example
Love it.
on
Drop
this
the mic,
Thursday.
Anne-Marie.
Yeah.
Viewers, you gotta hit the lucky like button for what
Thank
Anne-Marie
you.
just
There you go.
gold.
Thank you.
Press
Jerome.
like for the Rain Man. Come
There,
on.
oh, come on, Anne Marie. Come on.
No. Ladies
You
first.
guys,
Ladies
how
first.
I love it.
trip over everything.
He's the best. FFTV
I like
says
how it's
Anne
now
Marie's
the
my
lucky
hero.
like button.
Wow.
Oh, sweet.
Uh,
What was that, Toke?
Oh,
Good.
I said I like how everybody calls it the lucky like button now.
Yes.
You like button.
It is lucky.
Lucky like. So now that
Bitcoin
we're
back to 106 as well.
That's what I was going to ask you. What, no, not Bitcoin, but I was going to ask you now that the first 15 minutes have unfolded, is what you're thinking about getting confirmed, or do you take a look at price action and go, all right, is there something I need to reevaluate with new information? How do you think
Totally.
about
Thank
that?
you for this. So what I would have loved, the perfect setup for today for me would have to had a red candle instead of these, so we can push down. So I'm gonna wait for the 10 a.m. candle to open, and if we can have a retracement until the high of the opening range, which is so far 668 in the orders. If we start to dump first at the 10 a.m. candle, I might look for long around the high of the opening range, assuming we can meet a lot of buyers. The thing is, 650 has been an area of interest, so I might look for 650. The question I always ask myself is, will the market allow me to get there, right? So when I think this, I could easily FOMO in, okay, I don't want to miss the trade, and what if it doesn't go there? I want to be in. So I make a decision. So my decision would be to either enter at the high of the opening range or wait for a pullback around 650. And whatever I decide, I will be okay with it. But if you're in between two entry levels and you don't know where to enter, and you're like, okay, I'm going to enter here and perhaps add there, etc., it's a different strategy. It's not what I want to follow, because the more you change your execution, the more doubt you bring in your decision-making process, and the more likely you are to attract fear of the unknown. And that's what I wanted to speak about today as well. But the 10 a.m. candle is going to open, so I don't want to open the topic and break it after. So we'll keep it for later, but be sure we take, let's make sure we take a couple minutes to speak about it, because I think that would help. It helped myself a lot, and I believe it would help a lot of people. And I want to answer to Jared from yesterday that was transparent in his experience and journey. And
I like him
we
so
all resonate
much.
with it, right? We all resonate. So
100%.
That's sweet. So we
Now,
have the pullback before I'm looking for it, right?
Okay.
So I'm
before
gonna wait.
the time.
I have to wait for the 10 a.m. candle.
Okay.
So now what I want to see, it's better this way, by the way, because I can see if we meet buyers here at 668 or at 650, or if we don't meet them at all. Perhaps the market is going to give me what I was waiting for. So a flush to the 520s. And then I long ACH, right? So I wait for market structure. The more we wait, again, the more data we have. The more data we have, the more confirmation and correlations we have for our playbook setups and strategies. And then the more confident we get when we enter. If you enter and you're afraid, that can be sourced from a lot of things. So if you over leverage, then you're afraid. If your entry doesn't follow a setup or a playbook, then you're afraid because it's fear of the unknown, right? You don't know where you're going and why you're in. So fear of the unknown. We are human beings. We always are afraid of the unknown. So it's very important to have a plan and stick to it. So when you get a stop loss, you're okay with it. You're not frustrated. And when you hit profit, it also follows your plan. You're not afraid of, okay, do I take partials, etc. You have a clear plan and you follow it. So it's very important.
Oh man, I pulled my stop down too far. Okay, see those topping tails forming in oil?
Yep.
Okay, so my thought would be,
Right. So
I
if we
don't
break
know.
back
Yeah.
the high of the opening range, I might enter long. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh
But
no,
because we
great.
met buyers at 6:40, the 5 a.m., the 10
Yeah,
a.m. candle,
I saw
sorry,
that too.
opened with a red candle, right? What I was
Mm-hmm.
expecting for
Mm-hmm.
my plan. Doesn't mean it would happen, but that's what I'm expecting. So we don't have top wicks yet.
Big
I
miss.
almost never take the first flip, but since the area here is very, very confluent, I might
Yeah.
take, so still thinking about it, take deep breath, control and master your FOMO. And if you enter, you're okay with it. So yeah,
Hey, we
so
got
far,
pending
the
home
op-
sales. Just hit the wire here. Sorry, Jerome. Coming in at
course.
negative 5.5%. U.S. pending home index 74.2. And next up here, EIA natural gas.
That
Back
gas.
to you.
What was
Back to
the
you, Jerome.
estimate? What was the
0.
estimate, Eddie?
Estimate on that, they were looking at it, probably was 2.2 on home sales. 0% is what I'm showing here. And
Oh
coming out
my.
negative 5.5.
Okay.
So
Big
All
miss.
right.
87% long in the gold right now. Gold. 87% long.
Yeah.
Pretty thin.
It came in, kissed 28.26 and went running, and that was a resistance zone. So
Emery, that
broken
gamma
through it.
line is 750s.
I
Gamma line
know, right?
21,750. Holy moly. We're trading 100 points
Emery.
beneath that. Yeah, that was a very, very nice call there.
What do you think of the C money take money up at $73 now?
Yeah. See, that's always me, but in my journey, I have always had to learn to size up and then stay in the trade. I have such admiration for the way Jerome will set a trade and cycle it up. Dakota does the same thing too. They'll just let it shake and bake and just let it run to where it's going. And,
Mhm.
maybe it's because I'm an ADHD autist, a neurodivergent. That's the friendly word. But,
Neurodivergent.
whatever the kid, I know. I'm like, that is so pretentious.
We
I
are the
just know
same,
I'm
Emery.
ADHD. Is that
Went
right?
right,
Woo!
I'm so not surprised. I'm so not surprised.
went right to the session VWAP to the tick. 72.83.
So
You gotta
here we
hold that,
go
right,
for
Emery?
the 10
Hold it.
a.m. flush. Will we
10 a.m.
have
Yeah,
flush, Jerome.
that
We are flushing. We are.
settlement.
Look at that. We
Settlement,
just put in
yeah.
new highs. We are about 160 points lower in the NASDAQ right now. We are cooking to the downside. S&P's falling out of bed as well. 60.81. We're down about 28 points in the S&Ps.
All right, let's
Pre-number.
see the next
Smoking to
gamma
the
line.
upside.
Gold is cooking to the upside.
Yes.
Gold just put in new highs. 28.36. New highs there. Holy moly. You got the Dow
Dow's
falling out
got
of bed
some
as
higher
well.
highs.
All right,
There we
oil's
go.
got to hold this. We just went from
So
high
now-
of the day to low of the day in the NASDAQ in about 15 minutes. That is the NASDAQ
That's
for
the
you.
market, guys. That's the market.
Yeah,
When
sure
timing
is.
the
Let's
market.
do it.
What do we say?
Welcome to
Time in the
2025.
market. It's timing the market, right?
Look at that
Yes.
move.
Is that what we say?
Well,
And
here
you know, at
comes
10
your
a.m.
move, Jerome.
520s.
Your move could be on the horizon.
Yeah.
High of the day to low of the day.
Slightly as well. Wow, I love that. I mean, if we get
Still selling.
520 and we get long, and this is the move, for once I
buyers
would
gonna give
have
it a
been
shot.
able to
500
enter
to
my plan.
510.
More selling coming in here. 560s. 564 low of the day in the NASDAQ. 60.81 last trade in the S&P. Still has some room to go to hit the low of the day. Got about 7-8 points to the downside to make new lows in the ES. Gold is just absolutely cooking to the upside. Beautiful uptrend day. Looking at the 5-minute. See how much more juice is left to the downside here in the NASDAQ.
According to the profile, we are at risk of value acceptance back to the downside in the equities right now.
Wow. Look at that bounce off settlement. Man,
I'm tempted to enter here, but I want to see if we get rejection in the next 5 minutes. If we can have a red candle that bounces, then I would like to enter on the next red candle. I don't like to enter instantly of this move. If we don't have a flush and we continue going up, then my 10 a.m. Onwards 4-hour candle flip long would totally play, because so far this 4-hour candle doesn't have any top wick, right? And we can easily flip the whole way back up, and that's what happened yesterday on the other side.
What?
So ACH, that's the plan for the day. Let's see if we can flush it down.
Yeah, we'll either flush or start building some kind of structure.
Yep. As Mo would say, don't cry to us if you're long.
Do not come crying to Mo.
As he would.
Yes,
It's
do
always
not
so
come
funny.
crying.
All right.
Always so funny.
Hey, Zach Miller, I'm seeing only 89 offered at 600 in the NQ. I do not see 2,000 offered. I see 89 offered. It's 21,600 in the NQ. Maybe someone's seeing it differently. Oh, we got Coach Ray in the green room. We got a VIP unveiling coming up here.
Excited. I love
In a
Coach
moment.
Ray.
So what's up, Ray? He's raising the roof. What's up, Ray? Ray is pumped. Initially was the stop hunters. He changed it to the mindset hunters because that's his approach. He ain't hunting stops. He's working with your mindset. Yep, look at him. Yep. Here he's pointing to his temples in the green room. It's all about the mindset. It's very, very true. 60.85 last trade. In the S&Ps, again, NASDAQ went from high of the day, 21,748, to post number, made new lows of the day. Yes, go ahead, Jerome.
The question is, if we reach the levels I'm looking for, do we enter? The plan doesn't have to be always followed. It has to be adjusted, right, with real market conditions and dynamics, as Anne-Marie mentioned. So we'll see that. So far, we had an attempt from the seller, but buyers are here. And I could guess we have a lot of these sellers that took profit on this previous week, and perhaps some took late profits here. So as long as for the next 2.5 minutes this candle ranges, I want to see the next 5-minute candle. If we are to go to the downside, I am expecting a big move to the downside, not a small, because we are extending out of ranges. If we are not moving to the downside, then I expect a contrario, having a very strong push to the upside within the next 15 minutes, and then I would like to enter longs around 619.50. That would be my potential long entry if we are going back to the upside.
Will do.
So we will see.
Yes, we will. All right, well, go oil held there. Look at him. Oh, he's ready to do a little bit shadow boxing. Coach Ray getting a little shadow boxing there in the green room. Well, without further
ready to
ado,
go.
Yeah, he's ready to go. I'm ready to go. Eddie, are you ready to go? Are we ready to go back there?
I am ready to go, man.
JD, are you ready to go? If everyone's ready,
You know I'm ready to go.
We got what?
I'm
6
ready to
down,
go.
4 more to go. 6. We got 300 new VIPs. We got another 200 incoming. We're ready to do this. Let's go. Go ahead, take it away, JD.
Coach Ray, love seeing you fired up. Let's do this.
Hell
We
yeah.
got another draft on tap here. Coach Ray, I know we've talked about this a couple times the last few weeks, but your coaching style, what are you changing from season 1 to season 2?
Nothing.
Nothing. All right.
Nothing. We're going in with the same mindset, same attitude that we did last time. Take no prisoners.
Wow. My goodness.
What
But it
is
worked.
Anne-Marie, what's your adage for this? We're putting our boots on necks. Is that how it goes? Boots on necks. That's how the market. That's how we're playing the
Yes,
market.
you're stepping on some necks. That's right.
There you go. There you go.
Stepping on the
Stepping on
market's
some
neck.
Specifically Coach Jay's
Ouch.
neck. Specifically Coach Jay's neck.
Whoa.
Wow.
Shots
Trash
fired.
talk.
Shots fired.
I'm calling him
A
out
little-
here right
A
now.
little
Coach
trash
Jay.
talk. Okay, game on.
Love it. Love
I
it.
love it. A little friendly competition. It heats things up,
Yes.
keeps it interesting. This is going to be great. All right, Coach Ray. We know you got to get back to class, so let's do it. Chat,
Let's
do
do
this.
it.
I know chat's ready for it. They've been talking about it all morning.
I never knew that this is what the VIP was going to be like.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, boy.
Time is of the essence.
What we got? Buckle up.
There they are, the new mindset hunters. Look for your name.
Yes.
These are your Discord.
There you go,
These are your
baby.
Discord handles, by the way, folks.
Destined for greatness, guys. Destined for greatness.
Love that. If your name is on this list and you were in chat, let us know that you have made the team.
Absolutely. Welcome, 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 guys.
Any names you recognize on there, Coach Ray? Do you know anybody on here from Discord? These are your Discord handles. These are
Yeah,
Discord handles that are labeled here, folks.
I do not see anything right off the bat. But no matter, they'll be household names
Love
very
it.
soon.
You heard it.
Man, I am loving the confidence.
We're looking forward to calling out all these mindset hunters
Yes,
on TopstepTV
yes,
in
yes.
the next 3 months, over the next 3 months.
Yes.
There you have it, folks. Congratulations to all the new mindset hunters. You're going to get your email by the end of the week. You're going to get access to Coach Ray's private Discord channel. You guys are going to be holding classes, holding court, doing all the fun stuff.
Working on our minds, guys. Look forward to it, Kat. I'm super excited. Like I said, we're out to assume our rightful place on the top of this leaderboard. Okay.
Listen to this
My
chat.
guy. That's my guy.
Boxing glove action right
Yes.
here.
Yes. Let's go. Let's go.
Time to do it,
baby.
Yeah. Float like a butterfly, sting like the
Yes.
NASDAQ.
Sting like a bee. There you
Sting
go.
like a NASDAQ.
All right, Coach Ray. We know you got to get back to class. Coach Ray is a school teacher, by the way, folks. He's a high school math teacher.
Yes.
So
all about the
everybody
math.
that just made it onto the mindset hunters, get ready, sharpen your pencils, and get ready for class, folks.
Excellent.
All right, about the numbers.
We're going to catch up with you in a couple days, Coach Ray. Thanks for being here. Good luck to all the mindset hunters. We will talk to you soon. All right.
Let's do this, guys. Let's do this. We got it. We got it.
Love it.
All right, guys. Have a good one. To the top.
I love it.
To the top.
I love that. That's awesome.
Well done, Ray. Ray fired up for his new squad. Season
Good
2.
job.
Super fired up.
Ray.
Hey, and
We got
let's not forget at 10:30 we got another draft.
Oh, wow.
Coach Jack, JD's dad. Jack Senior.
No.
Bull
Gonna be
Brigade's going to be
exciting.
picking their 50.
Bull Brigades.
And,
I like that name.
Bull Brigade.
Hey,
10:30
Jerome,
a.m.
if
Central.
we build structure here on this MNQ rotation that's coming down back around this 560,
Shoot, I forgot.
there's a gamma level there. Would you consider taking a long if this holds in this area, or is that so much outside of your strategy that you might not enter? What you think?
I would totally consider this area for an entry level. The thing is, when we consolidate, it's a tough battle between buyers and
Yeah.
seller.
That's
The
what I'm
question
concerned
is,
about.
we want first capitulating, right? And you can't predict it. I mean, you can guess it, but for me, it would always be a guess. Perhaps you have elements telling you which side is stronger than the other, but you need time and you need to see data and structure, right? So once we accumulate for, let's say, a couple 5-minute candles, then I would like to see, because that's what happens more likely. So when we have a consolidation, we usually have a fake breakout and then an opposite move in the direction of the actual directional move, the breakout. So let's say if we have a box and let's say we consolidate here, right, between 600 and 568, let's say 570, 565.
Yeah, because that's a gamma
And then
line
let's say
too.
that's wonderful. I would love to see that. Then if we consolidate and then we have a break to the downside and then a sort of bounce,
Uh-huh.
then that would be a great entry for long between 67 and 37. So we will see. So far, so my potential long entry I'm looking for is 619 and a half, 620. The thing is, we are rejecting this area,
Yeah.
right? And I always wait for candle closures. So far, the candle not closing there and rejecting tells me the early longs down 70s might have took profits because they had a 60 points move, right? So a certain portion of them might have gotten out. That's what would have caused this week. Now, do we have buyers? Do we have late buyers
Yeah.
coming in? And same time, do we have sellers in the house? And if yes
Yeah.
to both questions, then who's winning? So that's what I want to see.
Right.
As
So
long
we
as
wait.
we don't close above the box we drew and above 620, I would keep my short sort of directional bias, because 4-hour candle might not flip. Okay, my
Yeah.
plan, one of my favorite setup is the 10 a.m. 4-hour candle flip. But 2 days ago, it didn't flip. It pumped and never flipped. So you shouldn't assume it's going to flip. You should keep it in mind. And once I see enough strength in the direction of the candle, I tell myself, okay, then I think it's more likely that the candle will not flip. And then I try to take trade in the direction of the candle, which here today would be a short. So we'll still wait.
Got it.
But yeah, I like the price action so far. I really like it.
Look at the
10 a.m.
long. Look at the
4 hour
long
flip.
in oil.
Look at that. It's
We
cooking.
just turned the stop up to 72.80.
Love it.
Why 72.80, Hoag?
Less support
It's
zone. Yeah.
below the session VWAP. It's below the last swing low on the 5-minute chart.
And house account long from $72.36 in the
I
crude
know.
last trade. 73.
Golden trade.
Look at gold.
Now
Gold
we're
is cooking
holding-
now. Gold about
We're
10
holding
bucks.
above the initial balance high as well in gold and crude. If we can close this next 30 bar up there, I think we're golden for more continuation. But
Nick
it
for a
could
tick
leave
if you're
a
out
failed
there.
upside auction in that case. So we've trimmed up the step again to 72.80.
Again, 28.50. 28.50 all-time highs in gold, right around there. We're about 10 bucks off all-time highs there. Also, I forgot, because we had a trade on coming in. I was all fired up. I missed thing. Hey, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets or hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X or on the Instagram if you'd like. And please show us your funny memes. Who had the good one yesterday? Was it Lost Trader? You had a really good one the other day about the X Games. Saw a really cool battle station set up yesterday. Who's got the most screens? I think we saw 6 screens yesterday. Very, very cool setup. Also want to see some trader wins, live footage trader certificates. Anything you want to share with us at hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour at TopstepTV. We'll revisit those in power hour this afternoon. Make sure you stay tuned. We got Jim Dalton coming on here in about, less than 2 hours. This guy is the Don, the godfather of market profile. He's going to come on. He's got a new book out. 2 down, 2 away. How many more books does he have coming out? He's got this one coming out, and then he's got a fourth one, you were saying?
He's got one coming out here in February, already on order. And then he is already working on his next book, from what I understand. He is the master of MGI, the professor of profile, Jim Dalton. I can't wait. It's going to be very, very, very cool.
Professor of profile, the master of MGI, market generated information. We have another author with us. Anne Marie here, another author. Hoag's going to be writing a book one of these days, right, Hoag? We're going to write that book down the road. He's got some stories to tell. This guy's got some stories to tell. I've heard some of the stories. Trust me, would be a bestseller. If you hear what this guy, you got it.
I know that Hoag doesn't love AI, but
he doesn't like Starbucks.
If you had just a dictation device and you told stories to someone like Andre or whomever in that setting, that will take your conversation and turn it into something that you can actually just edit.
Ooh.
And so sometimes
I like that idea.
Talking through it is so, I stole it from my husband. Really, I'm going to give him full props because he's had a very exciting professional career. And so the kids are always going, Dad, you need to write a book. And he's like, write a book? No way am I writing a book. And he said, well, what if I told people stories? And I said, well, I have a dictation software. You just tell the stories to whomever's there and then let the dictation software turn it into a summary and a recap. And then you go in and edit. Takes a lot of the work out of it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Emery, you're speaking as if you've written a book or two in your day, Emery. That sounds like you know what you're talking about. Emery, if you guys don't know, Emery is an author herself. So from one author to a prospective author, Hoag is going, what book is he getting? Is he getting Emery's book? What does he have there on the book? There it is. There it is. Look at that. Authors abound today. We're only bringing you the goods here at Topstep TV.
Boy, you
We're only
know.
bringing
Go ahead.
When you say, Anne-Marie, when you say exciting, can you touch on that? You don't have to go into too much detail. What does it mean, exciting professional career?
Okay, so he began as a photographer in the Navy, and then he became a deep sea diver, and then he moved to special forces in the undersea world, and then he moved to military intelligence. I know that's can be an oxymoron sometime. But then, he's had it. Yeah, he's had a wild ride. He's been treasure hunting for ships. Oh yeah, he's had a wild ride.
Very cool.
Yeah, it'll be a good book whenever he gets it out.
Oh, I want to read that one. That's for
sure. It sounds like a
Love
movie.
That
it sounds like Jason Bourne is what that sounds like.
James Bond, Mr. Bond. Are you treasure hunting again, Mr. Bond?
Who's that Goldfinger? Is that Goldfinger that is
John Ross says, "Don't mess with that guy." Nope,
that was me.
Yeah. No.
44,970 last trade in the
Jerome, you're spot on.
Yeah, we're getting close to those 520s. 520, big level yesterday as well in the NASDAQ. Yeah. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,550. NASDAQ putting in new lows. Dow staying resilient. S&P's looking over its shoulder like, hey, if you're going to go, I'm going to go.
Jerome, I have to give you credit because here's what happened to me when I asked you that question about building structure. I fully intended to buy the retest of settlement on the MNQ, and I listened to what you said, and I hit my no-go impulse, and I went, you're going to no-go this one. You're going to wait. And it was really, really good. Jerome and I had a conversation a couple of days ago about impulse control. And as traders, how sometimes we just rush in because we go, oh my gosh, I got to follow X, I got to follow Y, or it's not going to come back to me this low again, or whatever. And Jerome had this. It was the same sort of question I asked backstage yesterday. I was like, is there something that we can look at or some mechanical flow that we can work to that helps us go, wait a second, I'm not going to act on that right this second. I'm going to exercise control. And so, Jerome, if you could take a cut, one, I wanted to give you props because I used it right then. Yes. And two, if you could tell us super cool about how no-go, easy for me to say, no-go impulse control helps the trader manage their executions more efficiently.
This is huge.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie.
This is huge.
You're such a great light of energy. I'm very happy it escaped a stop loss or whatnot. Today we were right. Some days we won't. So I'm happy today it worked out. We might miss the long opportunity, but I'm cool with that. So we can take time for that. So yeah, thanks, Coach Jay and Jared again for giving us this opportunity of going through these topics. And indeed, a couple of days ago, I had this amazing and very deep conversation with Anne-Marie, who is for me a mine of knowledge. And fear is a common challenge for human beings and traders. It comes from uncertainty, doubt, the unknown, as I mentioned a couple of times, and even poor self-esteem, which I strongly connect with self-image topic we spoke about a couple of weeks ago. So today I want to talk about the belief, trust, action, and result cycle. So belief, trust, action, and result that can either work for you or against you. So what is this cycle? So a belief reinforces your trust in that belief. That trust then influences your decision making, leading you to take action. And I'm going to give an example, a practical example about that. And because of the universal law of cause and effect, your action produces a result. Remember, the thinker thinks, the prover proves, right? And what does the prover proves? The prover proves what the thinker thinks. And that result will either reinforce or counter your original belief, and so the cycle continues. So let's say you're attracted to another individual and you want to break ice and contact and get in touch with this individual. But you believe this individual will not allow you in her or his personal space. And so this belief in yourself, this poor self-esteem and this belief that you will be unable to reach this person will lead to a low trust in yourself, and the action will be not contacting, not going to this person, not breaking through. And the result will be lowering your self-confidence, and then you reinforce the vicious cycle. And so if your belief is rooted in confidence, preparation, discipline, you will act accordingly and likely see positive results. Not always, it's not magic, but usually things work well, and you will reinforce that belief. But if your belief is driven again by doubt, fear, hesitation, you'll take actions based on those emotions, which can lead more likely to poor results than strengthening negative beliefs. So this is why it's crucial to be aware of what belief system you are reinforcing with your actions and results. And so, as Anne-Marie often says, traders don't always hold themselves accountable, and many fail to obey their process, which is another major source of fear in trading, right? If you're feeling afraid before or during a trade, that's your amygdala sending signals of danger. But why? Because deep down, you know you're not fully prepared for this trade. You don't feel comfortable or at ease because the trade doesn't align with your plan. Like we mentioned, the playbook or the setup. You're in unknown territory, and that triggers fear. And how do you turn fear into confidence? The solution: preparation and discipline. When you follow your process, you execute within your framework, you stay accountable, you begin reinforcing a positive cycle, one where your belief in your edge strengthens. That leads to more trust, better action, and improved results. So next time you feel fear getting in, ask yourself, am I following my process? Do I trust my plan? If the answer is yes, you will execute with confidence. If the answer is no, take a step back, take a deep breath, and reassess before you act. The market will always be here, right? Don't chase the P&L, don't chase the trade, don't FOMO. And let's say now you have a plan set, you follow it, yet you still lose the trade. Then what? Trust me, you won't feel bad or frustrated. Instead, you will tell yourself, okay, I wasn't successful on this one, but guess what? I might be successful on the next 5 ones. And if you start doubting yourself or your strategy, then my best advice would be to work on increasing your confidence in your strategy. And how do we do that? We gather more data, we conduct more backtesting, we do more forward testing, and this will make you more prepared. And I will finish with this go no go
Right,
mechanism.
right, Andre?
Incredible. Amazing. Go on.
With Anne-Marie
Continue.
about the basal ganglia in the brain. There is a zone called the basal ganglia. And a crucial aspect of trading discipline is the neural mechanism behind decision making, which we spoke about a couple of weeks ago, but it's linked to everything in the brain almost. And the basal ganglia, a key brain structure, is known for the go-no-go decision-making model. And research shows that the striatal circuits influence whether we take action, that's go, or inhibit an action like Anne-Marie mentioned, no-go. So let me give you an example of go action. 5:30 on the Nasdaq. Let me give you an example of a go action. If your brain tells you, take your phone, scroll on your phone, that's a go signal from the brain. If you take the action, you make a go action. What is a no-go action? In trading, every time you decide not to take an impulsive trade like Anne-Marie described, that doesn't fit your strategy, you are reinforcing the no-go pathway. And over time, consistently practicing these no-go actions, let's say you give yourself a goal. Let's have 10 no-go actions for the day. You practice these no-go actions, they strengthen your neural networks, and they make it easier to stay disciplined, to avoid impulsive mistakes. And this means that every disciplined choice you make is literally rewiring your brain to make you a stronger and more consistent trader. Remember, trading is a mental game as much as a technical one. And mastering the belief, trust, action, result cycle, along with strengthening your go, no-go control, for me is key to breaking free from fear and stepping into consistent performance. So yeah, thank you
Amazing.
for listening. And
Hell
this
yeah,
opportunity.
Jerome.
Is
Hell
that
yeah.
amazing? Listen,
Ango,
I was
couldn't-
talking to him, just
couldn't be more amazing.
scribbling notes that when we were chatting, it was so, he's
fantastic.
truly a wellspring.
You guys kidding me? Number 25 on the big board. Also a neuroscientist.
And guys,
Your Alzheimer's.
I'm long.
If you guys fell asleep. If you guys fell asleep, shame on you.
You are? You went long?
Shame on you.
Did you?
Yeah. Perhaps it's early, but that was my plan. It's coming.
I'm
if it
coming
flushes
in.
more, it's okay. It's all good. If I get
okay.
stopped,
I'm long at
all good.
5:03.
Long from
That
5:03.
was my plan.
Yeah.
So I got filled late at 5:31, but it's all good. That was my plan for the day. If this
how's your
candle
stop
flushes
size?
more, that I'm full clip, so 480.75 is my stop.
Okay.
All right. Jerome is long. What price again? I'm sorry, Jerome. Please, one more time. Long.
5:31. Very bad feel.
5:31. How many times?
Like instantly when I clicked, it pumped 3 times.
Plus 3. Okay.
3 times, and TP is 574.50. And I will explain
miss all
why
the
my
good
fee is
stuff.
there.
Did we get the? Hoag, are we in? Jerome long 3 NQ
The
for
entry is
21,531.
disgusting, if you ask me.
I wasn't here. I had to step away for a minute.
There's still time. 5:30.
What-
The last time D was on trading.
What's the play?
The NQ. She talked about 5:30. We've been seeing this number for days and days. So this is a
What's the
this is a
level?
key zone.
Long?
5:30 long. Yeah.
5:30?
It might take a little structure to build here.
Amory, what price did you get?
Yep.
503.75.
Long 3.
503.75.
524 and a quarter.
524. Everyone long. 524 and a quarter. Long 3 plus 3. Anne-Marie, how many times are you long from 503.75?
Just one.
Okay.
one.
Sweet. Well, we're all in here. House is
Okay,
long.
where's the CYA on that?
Deep.
489. Is that what you said?
It's kind of unlucky because actually I would have loved to enter 504. That was my level. But by the time we finish the speech and I look at the graph, I entered at 30.
I'm sorry. It's my bad.
No,
Picking
it's
your
not,
brain.
definitely not your fault. It's not a formal entry from me. And again, applying what I just said, that's my plan. If today I'm stopped because of the poor entry management, it's all good. The thing is, as fast as I saw the bounce, and so far it's holding on, and I expect a huge move in the next minute if we are to going back up. That's why I entered, because if we are going back up, 500 or 530, more likely will not matter. The thing is, do we have another flush before? Let's see.
Same.
Let's see. So far, the plan of the day was kind of perfect.
Yeah, it's worked
We
out.
expected a clean dump around the 500 area and then a bounce from it. So far we have more than 30 points bounce. Let's see if we can push it and follow through.
Nice fill, Anne-Marie. 503.
Yeah, I heard him say, I heard Jerome say 500 to 490. And
yes,
so
he did.
I said,
filled the day.
I said, oh my gosh, I'm gonna take that because I waited. I think we'll go up to settlement, which is 580.
580.
We do
580,
see a
something
failed
like that.
downside auction right now in the Nasdaq, and we have
You're
a
cooking.
auction continuation in crude oil. That crude oil is still
I
gold.
know. Wasn't that the most beautiful trade?
What
Should you move your stop up? Are you moving your
We
stop up
did.
to where?
We did. We
Feel
moved
Yeah,
up
my
to
stop is at $1,000 in
72.80.
profit. This is a beautiful trade, ladies
This is
and
a beautiful
gentlemen.
trade.
Let's
That is
go.
number 20.
This
That is number
Topstep
25 on the
TV.
big board. Brain scientist and making $1,000 in the meantime. Incredible what just happened right there. Anne-Marie with the fill of the day. House account long for 524 and a quarter. And we are trading 570 right now. 21,570.
Just sold one for the rally.
Hell yeah, Hogue. They think we're shorting out. Nope, not so fast. Hey, who
Come
got
on,
long with us in the
74.50.
chat?
Come on,
Let's
give
see
it
it.
to
Hey,
us.
let's pin those levels to the top of the chat too if we have a chance. Get those levels up there. But house account is long. Anne-Marie is long. Jerome, number 25 on the big board, is long after also taking us to school. Man, oh man. Where else are you going to get that? Who did? I did. Solid Trader said I did. Paulo Santos said long. Hell
Look,
yeah. Let's hold it till the close.
It's
Says
been an
Andre
hour in the
33.
market.
Yes.
We've explained the plan 5 times. We've waited for it. We know patience increases the success rate of the trade. This is gold. I am so happy this trade played out.
I
Me too,
know.
Jerome. Trust me.
Beautiful.
Me too, Jerome.
And the waiting, such a big
I'm
part
out
of
now at 1,400 of profits.
Beautiful,
Hey,
Jerome.
We're out. House is out. Up 1648.49.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It
I'm
might
also
keep
flat.
pushing up. It should keep pushing up, but I'm all good with this. Very happy. That was the plan.
Hey, Hogue.
We'll see if we can find a pullback and see if we can get back into this.
That's
Oh,
what
what's
I was
up, Eddie?
about to say.
Hey, Hogue. There you go, buddy.
JD coming your way next. Hogue is back, baby. We saw this oil trade. Let's not forget this oil trade's about $1.20 in the money. We were just trailing that stop. Anne-Marie working. Look at gold. Gold about $7 off the all-time highs, folks. 28.43, 28.43 and 80 cents
Amazing.
is 28.50. 28.50
I am gassing up
is
the air horn. I got
Yeah,
the air horn ready.
28.42 is weekly kickoff high in gold. See if we can hold above it.
Ooh, another push higher here. All right, JD, come on in. We got some more stats coming our way.
For sure. Speaking of this gold trade, we are at
Recruit trade
10-1 plus R right now. Do we want to trail this stop one more time, or are we comfortable where it's at? Sort of like a ballistic stop right now.
Where do you have the stop, John?
Right now it's at 72.77. 72.80. Yeah.
Oh, I'd move that to 73.09 or something like that.
73.09. Moving up.
Yeah, 73.08. That's a great one. And then
Locking in $700 of profit minimum.
Nice trade. 503.
You're still in.
Anne-Marie.
Knocking on the ceiling of new highs. We're about to
503
complete the
is-
special situation play, right, Hogue? No, it's not really a special situation play, is it?
that's so fantastic.
Actually, yes,
We're
it
all
is, JD.
green today.
I know.
Yes, it is, JD. Up to 73.70 is value high from yesterday.
Gobi Anne-Marie's still long.
In crude oil.
Oh, is
No,
she?
I'm
That was that target we were talking about earlier.
Wow entry. Your entry is wow.
Anne-Marie, entry of the day.
You gave it to me.
Anne-Marie, can you get
I'm just saying.
P&L update when you have a chance.
I actually
The market
fat fingered that. We had 3 on in the Nasdaq. I meant to get out of 1, and for some reason it executed 2. So we're left behind here and now a little bit on this, but it was also value high from yesterday. It was a good trade, man.
Wow,
Nice
guys, that
entry.
was-
Nailed downside auction. Beautiful.
Jerome, the anti-Jerome trade, actually. That was very, very... Anne-Marie,
Yeah, right?
Anne-Marie is flat. They're asking me, what's your P&L so we can post it to the board here?
Oh, my P&L's 214. I've only used one MNQ, one trade down, one trade up.
Great job. All right, we're still cooking here to the upside.
Times 6.
Times 6, about $1,200. All right, gold.
Nice,
Don't look now.
nice,
Gold.
nice.
Gold's about $5. $5 away from all-time highs here in the gold. Gold is cooking to the upside here. S&P's cooking to the upside. NASDAQ cooking to the upside. Dow Jones as well. Oil, everything. Just the bulls on parade.
I know it.
Who's gonna
Crazy.
stop? All right, JD, come on in. We're managing this trade. If you got some stats, this is a good time to get that in there. Well, he's also
Let's do it.
managing a trade. What can't we do around here? Go ahead, JD.
We're doing it all. We do it all here.
Damn
That's
right.
it. All right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they are, folks. We've got Usup. He's on the big board too. 28,642 trading a couple different products. He made $980 trading the MNQ, 9,500 trading the Nasdaq, and $18,173 trading the ES. Total profit $28,642 for Usup. Nice job. Kai Chun, we saw him yesterday. He was on the P&L board yesterday. Also made $28,447 trading the NQ. Kai Chun having a great week trading that live funded account. Scott H, 21,222 total profits made. 5,500 trading the Dow. 15,000, just a little over 15,700 trading the Nasdaq. Again, 21,000.
These guys are killing it.
Right?
Absolutely crushing it. Yep.
Killing it.
Big numbers.
Nicholas W. Nicholas and Jamal both trading the NQ. $17,684 in profits for Nicholas and $9,045 for Jamal.
Amazing.
Those are all live
Congrats, guys.
funded traders.
Pro
P&Ls
ball.
from the live funded market. Taking real money from other traders. That's what these guys do.
It's the name of the game.
Pretty
I
much
know,
how it
a
works.
lot. It is how
Boots
it
on
works.
necks.
Boots on necks. Yeah.
Yeah, boots on necks.
We got some payout numbers too. You want to see that?
Hit us. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Gold, $4 off
Here.
the all-time highs.
Here we go. James Z. $13,000. Sebastian, $10,000. Jessica P, 9,800. Kyle K,
Nice.
9,444. Not the Kyle K we remember. Different Kyle K. And Laura L, 8,730. These are payouts from live funded accounts, folks. Putting other people's money in their pockets. That's what we like to see around here.
Oh, yeah. And hey, if you are one of those or getting close to it, we got the Payout Club. Traders who have made $5,000 in payouts can come and join us here at TopStep TV to the Payout Club every day in chat. We're going to put that link in the chat here. So if you are one of those traders that have paid yourself $5,000 or more, by all means, you are in for a opportunity for the club hat and pin. Right now, you can only ship to traders in the United States, but yes, we're still looking to expand this in the future to send it throughout this planet. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Well, not through this planet. I think it's just in the United States for the time being, but eventually we're
right now, but we are looking to expand.
Yes,
we're
always looking to expand. We got Leon France in the house right now. We got D out in London. We got Mo out in Riyadh. I mean, we are global around here. We got Aaron Luce down under, Candy Capra down under. We are global. Really quick, I always like to do this, have a little fun in the chat. Where's everyone watching from right now? Sorry, chat mods. Where's everyone watching from? Shout out to everyone overseas, not in the United States. We got South America, Australia. Who do we got in the chat? We'd love to see how global reach this. Kansas City, Hong Kong. Very cool. Look at that. Sunny England. And here we go.
You know what
India,
the
Switzerland.
fact
Very,
of
very
trade-
cool. Look at that. Saskatchewan. Very cool. Look, Athens, Greece. Very, very cool. Yorkshire, France. Yes. Very cool. We are global, everyone. Algeria. Very, very cool. Shout out to everyone watching us around the globe.
Mars.
Topstep TV. We're seeing some awesome. Anne Marie with
Soon,
that awesome
Eddie.
gamma level, 21,750.
Wi-Fi.
Mars, Monaco. Ooh, jealous about that one. We got Jerome with that
Chicago.
level of 520s, 21,520, as well as taking us inside the brain, the mental, in between the ears. Look at this.
So good.
Wow.
Look at that. Neptune. That we have reached to Neptune. That's pretty damn
Neptune.
good. I didn't
Neptune,
know. I didn't
Mars.
know.
Andre, I have not seen the land of Oz yet. I'm still
Not
waiting
Oz.
for the land of Oz.
Rotterdam. Look at this. We are global. Very, very cool. Shout out to everyone
Attention
around
to the
the
man
world.
behind the laptop.
All right, you guys got to stay tuned. Hoag, we got Jim Dalton coming up. Why is this such a big deal? Who is this Don? Who is this guy? Why is this guy the man? Where do you start?
Yeah, I know. He's so
I got
excited.
him. I got him. You guys,
I'm gonna-
you
I'm gonna-
never see
I'm
Hoag
gonna-
like this. Hoag's never
I
like this.
messed
guy.
something up here. Sorry about that. No. Jim Dalton, I mean, he is I don't even know what to say about him. I mean, I was going to save this for when he's on. But aside from my dad, and maybe
Yeah.
even more than my dad, he is the reason, and his work and his books are the reason that I've survived in trading as long as I have.
There you go.
So when you see somebody that's been that impactful in your life, and you get to sit and have a conversation with them, it's almost it's kind of unnerving almost. I'm very excited about this. He is just a complete wealth of information as far as the auction process goes, understanding market generated information. I just talked to him. He's got a recording of this morning's market in the ES, where he's going to go piece by piece and talk about what he saw in the ES this morning, how they traded it. It just keeps getting better and better. I have pages of questions and things to talk to him about. So many of them came from you folks, and we're going to have to do this every day, because it's going to take months till we get through everything that he knows. I think it's just a wonderful opportunity for mostly all of you to meet Jim Dalton and listen to him talk about the auction process, how to understand the market generated information that the market profile uh, brings to the table for traders. And I'm also very excited for me, because I get to talk to him, and this is very special for me, and I hope it's very special for all of you, because he's he's without his first book, which he's written another book. He's got another book coming. Without his first book, I would be doing something else right now. I would have been doing something else with my life. I never would have, I don't think, had the understanding of the markets, of the auction process, to begin to build the intuition and the trust that it takes to survive in trading. And I'm not the best trader. I would never even claim to be. I'm far from the best trader, but I'm still here, and I'm still trading. And he is the reason that I'm not, doing something else. And there's nothing wrong with going to do something else. I mean, I've had other streams of income throughout a lot of my time as a trader, but it just makes it more comfortable for me to continue trading. And it's if you don't know him, you're gonna meet him. You're gonna love him. He's such a nice guy. He's funny. He's serious about what he's talking about. So sometimes, he doesn't, you've got to ask him good questions. And I think we've got a lot of good questions that we're going to be asking him today. I'm so excited about this.
I'm nervous.
This is,
I'm nervous.
I know I am. My palms
This
are
is
sweating.
awesome.
I'm like,
I know.
This is awesome. This is a big deal, folks. This is a big deal, folks. Yes. All right. Hey, don't look now. $2 off all-time highs in gold. Less than $2. $1.70. $1.70 all-time highs. For anyone got that scrap gold, got those bars of gold hidden away in their private vaults. You guys are getting
those are
wealthier
looking
as
good.
we. Yeah, they're looking very, very nice. Yeah, he's a legend trader, AJ, on TopstepTV. Pretty cool. All right. Well, it's 9:48 Central Time. Like Hoag said, about an hour and 15 minutes till the legend does join us. He's gonna be replaying the ES trade this morning. That's pretty cool. Very, very cool.
Yes.
Let's take a look. Let's
he
take a look at
called.
the
He
tilt.
says, I'd like to do this. I said, we'll get it done.
Let's get it done. I love it. All right. NASDAQ 69% long, ES 64% long. So we're getting a little heavy longs there in the NASDAQ. Nice call on the trade from Jerome. Again, 520s. And we got long from 503. Hello. That works. Gold, not done. All right, gold. Let's go to one shot of gold. Look at this gold chart, guys. Look at this thing go. Look at that 5-minute chart. We are $1 away from all-time highs in the gold. Can we set history today on Topstep TV? We are cooking to the upside. Look at that gold chart. Man, oh man.
Insane.
As I say, and Hoag, JD, I'll say they want to someone in the chat was asking about the special situation play that happened in oil. Would you mind talking about that while we watch gold cruising on all-time highs, Hoag?
Yeah, of course. So here it is. I'm going to go on the 30-minute chart here because the profiles are based off of 30-minute charts.
Get your air horn ready. Eddie.
So, and
It's ready.
what we did was, here's the range from yesterday. On a market profile chart, the value area low was 72.87. So I'm going to put a little line there, 72.87, 87. Right about there is value low from yesterday in TPO. Where's value high? Value high is 73.70. We discussed that earlier, 73.70. And there it is. All right. So there's value low, value high. The market opened, leaving the opening range at the low of the session. The market has come back into value from yesterday. And this is a little bit difficult because it was a double distribution trend day yesterday. There's a lot to know about all of these tools, all of this information, and all of these nuances. So the double distribution for trend day changes things a little bit, but we're going to keep it simple right now. Once the market came in to value, showed a sign of acceptance. So here's acceptance, and acceptance is very subjective. If we get to it, and we're going to talk to Jim about that today, one 30-minute bar closed inside of value, a second 30-minute bar closed inside of value. The way I learned it, that marks acceptance of previous value, and the probability of price reaching the other extreme of value increases. And we're only talking about probabilities here. We are holding above the IB high, so this is still a good long here. We're seeing a little bit of a pullback. So, but yeah, value area acceptance play means opening outside of value, preferably outside of the previous day's range, coming back into value, showing signs of acceptance of value, increasing the probability of an eventual, by the end of the day, move to the upper extreme of the previous day's area of value. I hope that that's relatively clear. Now, if you want to learn about the basics, the construction blocks, how the profile is created, there is a link. Maybe we can get that in here. There is a link of a video I did about, I don't know, 3 years ago, about the market profile. Very basic information, the construction of the profile, what a TPO is, value area, what that is, what's a point of control, what is a buying tail, what is a selling tail. A lot of that information is in there, and maybe you can check that out at some point in the next week or so. I'm going to see if I can't find that link, and I put it in the chat for everybody. But this is a big deal to me, and hopefully it's going to be a big deal to everybody, because his influence, his books, to me, most important books in my history in trading and understanding the auction process. And I'm hoping you're going to get a lot out of it.
Absolutely. You got a slip, kid. All right. Well, Hoag was talking new all-time highs for gold, $22,851.70 for gold.
Thank you, Robert. Robert's put in that masterclass link in there for everybody. If you want to just bookmark it, watch it whenever. It's the basics of the profile. We're going a little bit deeper than that today, folks.
And also, after Jim Dalton's special segment, we'll have a follow-up, a post-game, if you will. So take your questions, and we'll be able to, review some questions that you guys had for clarification after the Jim Dalton segment. So we'll do a little extended coverage of Jim Dalton and Hoag's one-on-one, if you will. So, all right, come on in, James. James, we got some news. If you guys do, Jerome and Marie, if you guys do take a trade, please jump in. But James, come on in. What's up, buddy? Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday. How you guys doing? Good. Love that call and response.
Good, James.
All right.
Okay, over here, man.
My guy.
It's that tepid enthusiasm every performer loves from an open room. All right. Well, to kick off the news, our biggest story of the day, unfortunately, is not a great story. If you haven't heard already, there was a horrific plane accident in DC last night. An American airliner's passenger plane collided with a military helicopter, which was doing a routine training. The reports are coming in. No one is believed to have survived the mid-air collision. They're now switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. Several members of the figure skating community were aboard the jet. Everyone involved in the wreckage and the recovery of the wreckage, everybody involved from every single point, we're thinking of you. Reagan's home for me. This is DC. This is where I fly in and out of every time I go home. So hope everyone back home is doing good. We'll follow this story if it develops, but we just want to cover it a little bit. The next stories are actually much better, so we don't have to be serious for too long. You guys got siblings?
Indeed.
Yeah? Are you? Where are you? The oldest, youngest, middle?
I am the oldest. I have a younger brother.
Okay, well, hey, a new study comes out. This doesn't apply to you, but middle children grow up to be the better people.
Oh, come on.
If
Yeah, I'm the middle person.
Who's the middle
There you go,
child
Eddie.
here? There you
I'm
go.
the monkey in the middle. Yeah, I'm
There you
the
go.
middle person.
a new study, yeah, they say that everyone's heard of the middle child syndrome, where the idea is that the oldest child gets a lot of attention because they're firstborn, the youngest child gets a lot of attention because they're the last one, the baby, and then the middle child kind of just exists. But what they find is that existence in the middle is kind of shaping you to be a more honest, humble, and agreeable than their siblings.
Oh, really?
So you just kind of
This
become
is
a better
written by
person for
somebody
it.
who's a middle child.
Middle child,
Written by
Henry,
somebody who's a
100%.
middle child.
I
I'm
am
the
better
Peter
than them
Brady.
in every way, and here's how.
This is actually in my book.
So, if you need some life advice and you got a middle, if you're the middle child, or you have a sibling who's the middle child, reach out to them. They're apparently very nice.
You got all the answers.
Our next story from the Pope, seen here at the last boss of a JRPG setting, claims that excessive phone scrolling causes brain rot. He's probably onto something there, but I found this story through excessive scrolling on social media. So, your move, Pope.
Jeez. Wow. Checkmate.
His Checkmate. His overall point, though, is that it's the mindless scrolling that gets you, like just the dance trends and everything like that. And if you are going to be scrolling, you should be learning and using your platform to educate yourself and others. So I agree with him there, but I can never get over this picture. I played too many video games to walk in, and you expect to see
Look
a
at
health
that
bar
backdrop.
appear over him. Look at that. That's an
Incredible.
end boss if I've ever seen one.
It is a fine boss.
And finally, our last story. This one's fun for me. Martha Stewart claims that her parole officer didn't let her host SNL.
What?
If you remember, Martha Stewart did some time behind bars for lying about a stock trade. When she was out, she was, paroled, had to do some confinement to her home. I think she was allowed outside for only 8 hours a day, which did not meet up with SNL's demanding schedule if you want to be a host. She actually is, I don't have the exact number anymore. It's a different article I'm looking at. She has one of the most impersonated people on SNL and has been impersonated by like 6 or 8 different actors. So she says she loves watching the show. She loves watching the impersonations, and she does hope to finally host SNL one day. Justice for Martha. Put her in there. She deserves her time, saying, "Live from New York, it's Saturday night." The only time I'll get to say that. Back to you, Andre. That's all I got.
Free Martha Stewart. Free Martha. Only 8 hours allowed outside. Only 8 hours.
Only.
Wasn't she dating Snoop? Something wasn't. Didn't
thought
they
they
have
went
a
to high school
relationship
together.
going on?
They went to
so.
high school together, and he was her drug dealer in high school, is what she
There you
claims.
go.
Really? That's just too perfect.
We get some good shit from Snoop. I tell you.
She's from the hood, then? They went to high school together, or did Snoop go to all the? We'll figure that out later. Martha.
Power of Google.
Power of Google, indeed. Hey, starting to see some new lows here in the S&Ps. Also, again, gold. New high, all-time highs there. S&P's selling off. Jerome, we're selling off. We are well into 21,000. Nice cover. Way to get out of that. Jerome, 21,460. Next level of importance that you're looking to?
Yes,
You're
let me
selling
share
off.
my trading view. So far, the 4-hour candle is more than 200 points on the Nasdaq and 35 points on the S&P. So I mentioned the flip is not mandatory to happen, right? Day trading is being dynamic with the market's dynamics. being flexible with it. So that tells me it is ACH, of course, but it is unlikely we will flip this 4-hour candle. So technically, I would be looking for short. This move from the rejection of the box we drew previously, beautiful rejection and then flush down. Perhaps that was the move, and then we bounce back, and then we have a sort of a first leg up, second leg up. We might see a third leg and then an attempt to go back up. We'll see during the AM session how strong the buyers are. But usually what I've noticed during these sort of structure is that if we don't break at least 600 and close above it during the AM session, if we are not close to it at the open of the PM session after the lunch break, for me at least, it is more likely we continue to the downside. But of course, ACH, anything can happen. The next 4-hour candle will be at 2 p.m. your time. So that's plenty of time and a lot of things can happen there. So yeah, interesting price structure so far. I took the trade I was waiting for. If I didn't trail it, I would have hit full TP. Am I frustrated? Do I regret? Not at all. That was the idea. We made $1,400. I mean, it's crazy. We made this amount very quick. We waited 1 hour. This is the type of day I am unlikely to take another trade. This is my type of trading. This is roughly almost 2% of my balance account, which is huge. So I'm completely okay with running from it. I'm not going to chase any trade, but if I see another A+ setup, I'm going to take it. But for the levels so far, the next level I have down would be 393. So if you have a bounce there, I won't be surprised, around the 392, 93 area. And if we break below it, next stop would be 315. It is, I won't say unlikely we see it today, but we will need a lot of selling pressure, which can happen during the PM session. But the AM session is not over yet. So far, you see the selling pressure is increasing. We had 200 points.
Yes, it is.
Why when I speak, it's flushing? I don't understand. It's flushing like 40 points. It did the same when I was doing the lesson previously. It's great. It's a fun fact. It has zero correlation, but it's very funny. It cracks me up every time.
Hey, Andre, I have to come back in really quick.
Yes, you do.
One last update.
Yes, you do.
First, the power of Google. Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg did not go to high school together, but it's fun to believe. They met in 2008. And also, Hoag, you know how many days left we got until Groundhog's Day?
My nizzle.
Oh, that's Snoop.
That's right. It's only 3 days left, baby. So we're going to check in with Hoag on Monday, see if he found his shadow or not. Groundhog's Day. It's coming.
What do you suppose the odds
Can't
are?
escape it.
Frizzle be fizzle. It's tweet too. The track is straight fire.
Ooh. I think it was Cameron Diaz and Snoop went to high school together.
Yes. That's what I understand.
He was the plug, as the kids say. All right, we got 5,000 people watching us.
What is that, Andre?
The plug, that's the drug dealer, Hoag. That's what the kids say. That's the
Oh.
plug. Yeah, that's what they say in the rap.
I didn't know either, Hoag.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
I
Don't
didn't
listen.
Call him the guy.
The guy.
I got a drug dealer in my tub.
21,746. Last 470 last trade. Looking at the Dow Jones, 44,950. Crude oil. We're still in this crude oil. We've moved. You say the hookup. Yep, the hookup. That's what they said too. $73.30. Please, Jerome.
Broke all structure we had. Sorry to interrupt. It broke all the structure we previously built from January 28th, so from Tuesday. So now it's holding from where we broke through on Tuesday. If we can close below, I'm pretty biased to the downside. If we can meet strong buyers, we will bounce. But so far, this 1 hour candle has no top wick and no bottom wick. I mean, this is Titan sellers.
Yep.
so much volume. We had 105,000 contracts during this hour. It's way more than the average contracts on an hourly candle. What does that tell us? A lot of people got liquidated and a lot of people got in. So what we want to see is what's going to happen in the next hour to see if the people that got in late are going to get liquidated or if they're going to have continuation. And that would tell me if I could be looking for a short entry or a bounce from strong buyer activity coming in.
So,
Trading view is not a
Jerome, what do you think about a short at 520,
Ooh, big level.
where the long
on
was?
I'd
trading
be
view.
low.
Interesting.
A long at
And then the
520.
target, yeah, and the target would be the weekly kickoff high.
Short. Emery, long or short from 520?
It would be short
Short. Okay.
if we get to 520.
Yeah, I like 510 as well. That's the previous
Okay.
closing and opening level. And the previous week, half an hour ago, got us in this area. I like 520, but will we get it? I don't know. The 7
Yeah.
EMA on the 5-minute time frame is at 510, roughly 508. But if price goes up, the EMA is going to go up as well. And usually when we have a continuation of a move, you have a pullback to the 7 EMA and then a continuation of the move like we had previously. So see here, we have a bounce. We touch and close on the EMA. We try to break and close above. We are unable to close above. We reject, close below. Second attempt, we reject, close below. Third attempt, and boom, we flush. So I want to see how we react around 510, 520. Because sometimes you have a strong pushback inside because we stop all the late shorts, right? Because some people are short here and they expect price to go to the 300 area, right? And they might be right.
Yes.
But if they are wrong, we're going to pop them and go back up. And that could be a sort of W
Reflective. Yeah.
shape day, right? So
Yeah.
that's also possible. We could have as well a megaphone pattern. So
Yeah.
we are here, the high is like 750. We have 300 points ACH. We've seen it. It is less likely, of course, but I keep this in my mind. ACH. We've seen crazy stuff, right? We've seen many crazy swings in low time frames. So yeah, things can happen very quick. So far, yes, shorts are still in play because we are looking for a continuation to the downside. The thing is, I always try to tell myself, do we have strong buyers waiting on the sideline? And if we do,
yes.
once they push the button all at once, we will have 100 points back up. So I don't want to like FOMO or try to tell myself, okay, this is the move. We have the pullback at 510, 520. I like to see how price react. Sometimes I instantly enter like we did on the trade previously, and
yes,
many times I don't have the time to enter because price doesn't allow me, and it's fine. My core element is being patient. I've lost too much not being patient. Sometimes I'm patient.
Same.
But I lose, right? And you can do nothing about it. But as long as I'm patient, I follow my discipline, my plan, and I don't want to get frustrated. One of the worst thing in trading is self-sabotaging yourself. Self-sabotage, right?
Guilty.
And what worse than not following your plan on a Friday and then having a very bad mood during the whole weekend? And
man, oh man.
I know people, they gather with their family and they do poker face. And yeah, been there, done that, right?
I go antisocial,
so you want
appetite.
You want to feel and live and experience this again? Personally, no. So I have rules that dictate my execution, and I've learned them from you guys. I mean, I will always say it. I'm a pure product of the program. I knew nothing about trading, about technical skills, about all this stuff, how to manage your psychology in trading. Like, everything I learned from you, from other people I'm watching. As I said, sometimes I watch a 2-hour video, but in this video, a single sentence transformed my whole mindset. And it's about data and knowledge, right? Knowledge helps you becoming better, growing, becoming stronger in some areas of life. And if you close yourself to new knowledge, you close your mind, right? I love to
Yeah.
learn something new every day, even if it's one simple thing, because it opens and expand your
1,000
brain
lot.
and
Yeah.
your neural.
Yeah.
We got 1,000 lot in the S&P, 60,
Where?
65 bid, 1,000 lot bid, 60,
Oh, that's a
65.
huge number. That
Yeah.
6065 is showing up all over the place
Is that true? Okay, cool.
on my analysis. Yep.
Sweet. 1,000 lot on the
Absolutely.
bid. 60,
Let
65,
me
1,000 lot
see
bid.
what gamma lines are floating around there.
Excellent stuff, man. We are cooking today on Topstep TV. This is
Telling
awesome.
you.
Eddie, while she's looking up what gamma lines she's looking at there, Eddie, come on in. We got some
Yes.
announcements. Huge day here on Topstep. We got another VIP
Oh, yeah.
Bailey coming out. We got
Oh.
Dalton. Eddie, what do we got on your end, man? What's up, dude?
Well, in 1 hour, market legend Jim Dalton is going to be joining us for a very, very special segment. Yes?
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it possible?
It is, because we've got him here coming up within the hour. Jim is the pioneer of market profile. Yes, he is that guy. Reading Jim's book, Mind Over Markets, has changed many traders' lives, including our very own Hoag, who is his number one fan, fanboy Hoag. And today at 11, they're going to be talking about their experience as professional traders, the market, and trading strategies. So get comfortable, all right? Get yourself ready for it. Get your pen out, get your paper out, get ready to take some notes. This is a type of professional trading expertise and education that people pay thousands for, and you're getting it here at Topstep for free, because you know what? We love you. We care about you, and we want to make sure that you are moving forward. And that's what I've got. So I'm excited about this. I've got my pen with ink, pencil sharpened, and my favorite color, blue, and Crayola, just ready to take notes. That's what I've got. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
6065 is a gamma line.
Boom. 1,000 lot. That 1,000 lot was filled, by the way. Thank you in the chat. Huge orders filled in the ES. Yes, indeed. Poll results coming back. Who's excited for Jim Dalton today in 45 minutes? Me or me too? 70% saying me. 29% saying me too. Shout out to the me twos.
Poll.
It is a great poll. All right,
Where's
so
the other
Jerome,
1%?
what is the other 1%? Margin for error, I believe they call that in my statistics class. Yes.
So, Hoag,
All right. So
you've got
potential
weekly
short
kickoff.
entry.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Go ahead.
go.
Go ahead. Ladies
No,
first.
no,
Ladies
no,
first.
no, go. You're about execution.
Ladies first. Anne-Marie. I'm from
All right,
France. You know.
all right, that's okay.
love
So
France.
weekly kickoff. Listen, I
heck?
was
Ladies,
in France, and I absolutely loved all the people that I met
It's
there.
the
They
best.
were beautiful to me.
Just
They were
beautiful.
so beautiful to me. I just enjoyed every second of it. You have weekly kickoff high at 21,377 ish. If I were to say, hey, I want to build structure around that area to consider a reflexive bounce, would you say pump the brakes on that, think about it some more, or have you considered X? What would you say?
Well, it's actually weekly kickoff low,
Low. Sorry.
and it really kind of put in the low yesterday after the FOMC meeting. You can see it here on the 30-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4 30-minute bars attempted to break through it. So that meant something to somebody, as Jay would say. I'd say it's a wonderful target and a potential opportunity for an execution, because, I always say, if there's a level like this, it lets you limit risk. Most importantly, it lets you limit risk.
Okay. So I think it's headed there, but because Jerome now has a short bias based on the overall structure, I'm going to have to do my no-go impulse response down there for the first time to see what happens. Where were you? Did you get back in short, Jerome?
No, but right before I interrupt you, I literally said, this is the short entry. I was about to explain it, and boom, it flushes down. I mean, if
See,
you
I
rewire,
knew that's what
I
I
just
knew
said,
that's what you
this
were
is
going
the
to
short entry.
say. I
But
knew
it's
it.
okay.
I
But
should have been
why
bossier.
was it a short entry? Let me go through it. So on the 5-minute time frame, we have been unable to break and close above 487.50 and half, which is a very, very strong level I have had for weeks and weeks, even months. And so we twice rejected here on the 5-minute time frame, and then this candle before being red had no bottom wick. Okay, so it was a green candle with no bottom wick. We've been unable to break above the two previous levels the candle had, so that's basically 78.50. We reached 78.25, and here on the 1-minute time frame, we potentially had a higher low, right? But what happens when higher low get invalidated? We have a big flush, and so that's what happened. And because I saw the 5-minute candle struggle and struggle, of course it's statistic, right? And perhaps we would have just been lucky, but that was the setup. I waited. Potentially that would have been the entry. Luckily it worked out, but that's the process I go through. I watch where price rejects. We were expecting price to go back to 510, 520. We didn't get it, right? So if we are still looking for a short entry, we can basically, if the trend keeps going down without pullbacking strongly, we can close our eyes and short, right? But you need levels and you need confluence points. So that was what we saw. Now you can see, for example, this 5-minute candle has no bottom wick again. So what does that tell me? That tells me if we don't break above at least, I would say 75 during the next 3 minutes, for me it's an exhaustion of buyers, and we will more likely have a continuation of the flush down. Does that mean I want to enter? No, because this is a riskier entry compared to the one we had previously. So I'm just going to watch, and this gives me more data to my understanding of like continuation or reversals. So we will see. But yeah, you had it. You were looking for a short. It's okay. We already had a good trade, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we want more, Jerome. We want more good trades.
Why do we want more? Why? I mean, most of the work on the 9 to 5 basis works from 9 to 5, right? If you earn $50 an hour, you have a pretty well job, right? Pretty decent job. But let's say you earn $500 with trading. Why does it feel it's not enough for us? Why does it feel we should make it times 10? This is something very paradoxical I spoke about with Anne-Marie, and this is an ongoing universal topic in trading. I mean, it's timeless. Dr. Steinbarger talked about it as well. Fear of losing often comes from fear of P&L. And Coach Dakota has a very beautiful antidote to it. It's switching from a dollar amount to points amount. And once your brain, your conscious and your unconscious gets used to see points, you will not get triggered with a minus 500, because most of the people trade for money, right? We trade for money, but a couple months into the markets, trust me, everybody would tell you I'm not here for the money. Of course, there's money, but there's the whole process behind it. So if when you take a trade, you take a trade to pay your bills, to pay your rent, to pay your lunch, to pay your lawyer or whatnot, then you are completely wrong, because you put profits over process, which is the complete opposite of what we should do. We should do process over profits. You have a trade, you have a setup. So if your strategy, if you don't know a lot about trading, and you think about support and resistance, do you need to buy low and sell high? Yes, but do you need to do it once it touches for the first time? No. Wait for confirmations. Try to understand the market. The Nasdaq likes to do 1, 2, 3 touches, sometimes 7, 8, 9. Anything can happen, right? But spend time in the market. Experience the dynamics of the market. Some days the market will be very slow. You'll have an average 1-minute candle that is 10-ish points, and some days you will have 2, 3, 4 times this amount. And our job as day traders is to identify the days we have volume and the days we don't. And see this 5-minute candle, for me, confirmation of bullish reversal would be to close above, what did I say, 75, 74, and see what happened. We had a push in the last minute. So for me right now, this is a confirmation for me of a sort of W reversal, or at least a reversal. The market structure, from what I'm seeing, is bullish. So this candle doesn't have bottom wick. At any moment, it can flush down and retrace the whole previous move, but it is unlikely. And if we keep pushing up, we can expect a very strong move here and now. I'm not going to take the long, but that's so far what I get from the structure.
A lot to
I hope it was
digest in
clear enough.
those
I
words.
often get
Yeah,
dissipated
no.
with
I'm still
Watch.
digesting.
shares.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. It was fantastic.
So now we are unable to print the bottom wick, as I said. Well, not as I said. If the trend continues up, we are unlikely to have a bottom wick. So it's pushing. Will it continue to push? I don't know, but that's what I want to watch. If we have a closure above 487.5 and then a pullback, we'll probably look out for longs if the market allows us. But see, market structure. You just have to wait for the market to print a structure, understand how structure reacts with price, and then set up your plan. Have an understanding. Do I know if my understanding of the market is right or wrong? No, I don't know it. But do I have confidence in my analysis? Yes, 100%. Otherwise, I won't be behind my screen, right? If you have doubt about your confidence about your analysis, etc., that means you're lacking something in your strategy. So backtest, forward test, do some tests, increase your confidence in your strategy. So once you have the setup, you get in or not. But when you get in, you are fully confident. If it's a stop, it's a stop. It's all good. That's another day in the markets, right?
Yeah.
Now, Jerome, when you were talking about no wicks at the end of those bars, I mean, that's time frame contingent, right? A longer time frame, you're going to be looking at a pretty substantial tail on the bottom of there.
Yeah, but even on the 15-minute, that one doesn't have a tail. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
exactly.
I was looking
On the
at that
15-minute time frame, you have no bottom wick as well. And see the push? See this candle is pushing 30 points with no bottom wick. But that's
how he says that.
That's so far what I saw from the market. I mean, it's 60-70% applying so far, I would say. We could have totally have a flush down and retracement and flush down, ACH, right? But assuming the previous 5-minute candle broke the bearish structure we had based on price action, we could assume this candle would break out with strong volume if it had to reverse. And that's exactly what's happening. No bottom wick, 40 points up. Beautiful price action.
Amazing.
Looks like we're still holding on in that long and crude.
Yeah. It came right to the
anchored VWAP.
Missed our stop by one tick, guys. A single tick.
JD.
Fantastic.
What's it? What's the CYA 80s? What's it moved up to now, JD?
CYA is now at 73.07. Low of that move was 73.08.
Now we're trading 73.29. We do in 6 minutes. We got London closed in 6 minutes. We also have a VIP unveiling. Was it the Bull Brigade, JD? Is that what it is? The Bull Brigade? Very cool.
Jack's Bull Brigade. Bull Brigade. That is it. He's in the green room now. You want to do this? You guys ready?
I'm ready if you are. Do you know Jack? Have you met Jack before, JD?
This guy.
A time or two.
Let me tell you something. I've known this guy all my life.
Right. Can you have him tell the story about the train cars going across the train tracks, please, before we get started?
Yeah, sure. Hey, Pop, you hear me? Hit that mute button.
Bring him in.
Let's go.
Bring him in.
I don't think he hears us. All right. Hang on a second.
All right, we'll work it. We're going to have behind the scenes there. Yes. It's a family business for the Dohertys. Okay, we made all new all-time highs in gold. 28.53 and 20 cents. We've come off about $9 from there. But again, today, TopstepTV made all-time highs in the gold. It's history, baby. Also got number 25 on the big board, securing locked in $1,400. Anne Marie up $1,200. House account up $1,700, and also unrealized P&L of probably over $1,000 on this oil trade as well.
Right around that.
Looking green.
And
yeah,
5 minutes before London close.
Ooh. London close indeed. We got the Bull Brigade. I'm gonna have trouble saying that. I gotta practice that one in the mirror.
I know.
Bull Brigade.
A bit of a tongue
Bull
twister,
Brigade.
isn't it? Bull Brigade.
It's a cool name too. Bull
Reminds
Brigade.
me of like Marines of World War II. You know,
Wait until
a good group. We're the Bull Brigade.
So no weeks,
again.
no weeks when we have strong moves means, for me, I like to say fuel in the tank. That means we have enough gas in the tank to
How do you
go.
know these American idioms?
I
you know all these
lived in
American
America
idioms? You said
seven-
know the
7 years
drill
ago.
earlier.
I lived a
you know all
year
these
in America
idioms.
7 years.
Okay, because you said you know the drill. I go, how does he know you know the drill? And now you know gas in the tank. This guy's the man. Jerome, number 25, also a neuroscientist, also up $1,400 today. He knows all the American idioms, English idioms, I should say. Very, very impressive. President Trump is speaking right now about the crash, the tragic events that happened in Washington, D.C. last night. He's addressing. They have cars in France, Dolby. I know cars that's just gas and brake, though. Stupid sayings like the
There's
drill.
a place in France.
My favorite so far is one I learned from Hoag is the juice worth the squeeze. I love that.
Juice worth the
It can be
squeeze.
applied and used in so many situations, and I love the metaphor.
Yes.
It's the juice worth the squeeze. Beautiful.
Is the juice worth the squeeze? Yes, that is a good one. So you gotta ask yourself that about many things in life. Is the juice worth it? And hey, is the grass greener where you water it? Was that you, Jerome?
I said it. Is that from me?
Yes, you
I
did
don't
say
believe
Yes,
so.
you did say it.
It was from me. Yes, I remember that. Look at that.
And there's a joke I didn't want to make to Coach Dakota, but for people who are color blinded, we say grass is grayer where you water it.
Grayer.
Grass is grayer.
Very
look
good.
at those weeds.
Mm-hmm. All right, coming down to London close in about 3 minutes. Yeah, we got nat gas behind us. We got a 10 or 4 week coming up. Don't forget, we got Apple, Intel, Visa earnings after the bell today. Before we get there, we got Jim Dalton. We're about to unveil the Bull Brigade, 50 new VIPs. That will be 8 VIP teams down, 2 more to go. We'll unveil 2 more tomorrow.
All right.
I am getting pumped for this. I am getting very, very pumped for this. Again, gold making new all-time highs today. We are. So I'll go full screen to gold here. You see that big
What an
run-up,
exciting
huge
week.
run-up. I know.
It's been really exciting here today.
We're cooking.
Yeah.
We got reversal challenge tomorrow. Zono's going to be back. Everyone's favorite punk coming back for the reversal challenge. It's my guy, man. Jack Patrick. JP. JP, if you're in the chat, what's up, man? But yeah, look at that chart on gold. Just a beautiful bull run. I mean, we're up $50. We're up $50 from the overnight.
Coming right back to 26.42 weekly kickoff high.
Crazy.
It's a good looking chart right there.
You know, Andre, you mentioned we still got picks tomorrow. Yeah. And we got Coach Vince and Coach Dakota to round it out here.
Those are some 2 good teams, man. I want to be on those teams. Where's Pelzer? Pelzer is demand proof of life. He's alive. Trust me, he's alive. I don't know how much sleep he's been getting, but Pelzer, he'll be back in a little bit. Maybe next week or week after. Shout out to Jack. Just had twins. So he'll be back.
That's too cool, man. God bless.
Man, we're getting old around here, Eddie. Everyone's got families.
Got grandkids.
Grandkids,
young,
man.
You
guys weren't grandparents.
My kid.
You guys weren't grandparents when we first started this thing. We weren't parents when we first started this thing, man. Come along.
You know what? I think in 2010, that's when I became a grandpa. 2010.
Wild.
So a lot kicking from there on. Love them
There you
all.
go.
2 little granddaughters, 3 and just about a year.
Awesome
See, they're
stuff.
going to be spoiled. That's where.
That's what's all right.
As
Ready to
well
go.
they
Gabe,
should. That's our job
absolutely.
as
Yes,
grandparents.
absolutely.
Papa.
And your
Papa
job is to
should-
hand it back
yeah.
to the parents. I love them. Now you take
I'm
them
not-
back. We'll see them.
Exactly.
Not ready to
That's
be
the
a
best
grandpa
part of
yet.
it.
I know. I hear you.
Nah.
All right. Team
I'm too
Boulder Gate
young.
incoming London close has come and gone 4-week auction. JD, if we're good to go, I'm good to go. Let's get the captain, the VIP coach of the Boulder Gate in. JD, we good?
Let's do it. I think we're ready.
There he
You hear me,
is.
Dad? He doesn't hear you. I swear he heard us a minute ago. And he turned his
Oh,
camera off.
Wrong mute button.
Wrong button,
He's
Dad.
got better
Hey,
things
Pop,
to do. Come on. There he is.
is your microphone green, Dad? Can you hear me?
Yes,
now?
it is.
All right, here we
There
go.
he is. Look, there he is.
I hear
that,
everything you say, Bill.
Perfect. You can call me Bill anytime you want, Pop. All right. First, Andre wants to hear the story about stopping at the train tracks to see if there is a load of lumber on the car before heading into work in the morning. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit?
Well, yeah, I used to. We used to have to drive a whole bunch of kids to school, and then after we dropped them off, head down 111th Street to the railroad tracks, and I knew by which way the cars were running, if they were empty or full, what kind of day we were going to have on the market. That's where all the lumber was going. So
Love it. Very cool.
Andre's
That was,
been dying to hear more about that.
I love
Huh?
it. I love it.
Andre's been dying to hear more about that story. So
yeah, just little signs that tell you what's going on. If there was nothing on the cars, there was going to be some orders coming in. Both to put buy hedges and sell hedges on. It was a beautiful market. Really moved, really rocked and rolled. A complete performance was you open steady, go limit up, limit down, and close steady. Never
That was
really
it.
went anywhere, but we never left an order unfilled.
perfect. I'm sure Ho can talk more about that too. Yeah, Pop's rocking the old school Topstep trader hat, and he's still got the sticker on it, as you can see. Perfect. All right, guys. Dad, you're going to be coaching a VIP team. Tell us a little bit about what you have planned for your squad. What's your coaching style going to be like?
Well, I don't know why, but I tend to deal in broad concepts. In other words, there's things you have to know about yourself and about the business before you can really move into different methods and modes of trading. In other words, you have to know yourself because you really have to know how much heat you can take out of the kitchen. You have to know that. You have to understand, you have to be able to put yourself, and when I talk about broader concepts, you got to put yourself in a place and time where you are this second of your life and do the best you can figure out to figure where are you in the broad spectrum of things. Are you able to put tomorrow behind you, yesterday behind you because you lost some money and you want to make it back? You have to understand you don't make money back in this business. Once you lose it, somebody else is having a steak while you're having a cheeseburger. They're spending your money because it's not your money anymore. So you have to approach every day with a clean plate. We learned that in the pit. You come in the morning fresh. If you have to take an out trade, whether you're long or short, or no matter how many, or no matter where you think the market's going or not going, you get out on the open and start with a clean slate. That's what we have to do every day. We have to accept where we are. We have to know that once we place an order, we're totally it's out of our control. We have no idea where the market's going to go. The market's going to go where it has has to go to do what it has to do, which is to allow everybody to enter the market. Nothing personal about it. You put an order in and you get stopped out in 30 seconds. It's not personal. There's another 1,000 people doing the same thing probably. So if I can get people to come to grips with certain facts, with change, with habits. Habits, I think, is the most important thing. Without habits, you got to resolve all the problems uh, that you solved yesterday. And if you had certain habits, it limits your ability, it limits your need to make a lot of choices that have been made hundreds of times before. So you, you develop your habits, which allows you to develop your process, which allows you to enter the market, which is learning to do by doing. And what I'm not going to, my job is not to teach you how to trade. It's teach you how to survive and show you the options you may have to ensure that survival. And you're either going to accept them or you're not. But change is, without change, we don't have a business here. So you got to embrace change. It's the only thing that's certain. Einstein said the only constant in the universe is change. And thank God, it gives us the ability to make a good living. And when I say you have to understand where you are and your place and time here in the universe, you got to know what's my reason for being here. Well, to make money, sure, it's everybody's reason, but money is a byproduct of what we do. What we do is develop a process that changes, if need be, on a daily basis. That's what we do, as we see what works every day, develop and review and reimagine the process, get rid of what doesn't work, not improve what doesn't work, get rid of it and put something in that does work. We find things that work by doing, by trying, by trial and error. And those are the things I think if I can get my group to understand these just minimum basic things that aren't things that are going to take them to another level financially, but they're going to allow them to survive in the business. So when the time is right, they can advance financially if that's going to happen. And you have to understand how to take a beating. You have to take the emotions out of it. You have to be able. I saw so many people come into our pit who were very wealthy. They were insurance guys or lumber people or just good traders, but they couldn't take a loss. They could not accept defeat. And of course, we picked their pockets, and they were taking a train home. And when they got home, they didn't want anybody to know they were there, so they took a lousy job at Dad's company and tried to recover from that. But yet you have to understand that most of the time we are going to lose. I always say, and everybody always says, in baseball, if you hit 300, you're in the Hall of Fame. That means you struck out 7 out of 10 times. And they put you in the Hall of Fame. Well, it's the same here. You're right 3 or 4 times out of 10. You're using a 2-to-1 ratio, as Coach Vince says. You're a winner. And if you're going to learn this business, you start by learning the numbers. How often can you win? And if you win X amount and only lose X amount, there's a ratio there that will allow you to be successful. And it's so very difficult to do. And why is that? Because we're greedy. We want more. We want to be better. It's removal of our ego that is what's very important in what I have to do with this. And in the pit, you removed your ego was removed by the fact that you learn very quickly that you don't know anything really, and that you're at the mercy of the market, and all you can do is jump on board. We're not steering the ship; we're just going for a ride, and so that's how I'm going to approach it. And then my job is to get some of these broad concepts across so that you can go to the next step, which is your process, and that you can really stick to the process and you can understand that, well, I followed the process, I did everything exactly right, but I didn't make money. Well, that was a successful trade, even if you didn't make money. And if you lose money, you have to learn to reflect, you have to journal, you have to be complete in your process. And this process isn't just the 4 or 5 things we do before a trade. It's what time do I get up in the morning? What am I going to have for breakfast? I watch the skier on TV that we sponsor. He does the same thing every day. And that's what we have to do certain things like that so that we don't have 200 decisions we got to make before the bell rings. It's all done by the time the bell rings. We know what we're going to try to accomplish, and go. And if a person can do that, everybody's different in their talents. Some are going to do very well very quickly financially. Some are going to do very well daily, or let me rephrase it. Some are going to make a nice living on a daily basis, and they're never going to make $1 zillion in a day, but they ain't ever going to lose any more than they're in control of. And that's kind of my theory on business. I want to get that across, and I want people to understand that you cannot come into this business and just say, well, all you got to do is buy it or sell it. It's going to go one way or another. You're going to be right or wrong. Well, there's a lot we can do to control our destiny, and there's a lot we can't do. Once you know it and you understand it, you know who you are and you know what you want, you'll be fine. And as time goes by and you get better and better and better, you're going to hit these slumps. Might be in a year, might be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. We all hit them. All the great traders hit them. They all come back to this. They all come back to saying, I got to get used to making money again. I got to get back to a micro. I got to do this, and this. I got to refine my process like I've never done it before, just so I could be like I was, which was successful at my process and in change. That's all you can do. Nobody can make you a good trader. Nobody can teach you to be a good trader. You have to learn to be a good trader. You have to accept you have to listen for everything that's going to be thrown at you, but you can only accept certain things, and these are the things that you learn by doing. So that's it.
Thanks, Pop. We'd love to let you cook all day long, but we do have to pick this team right now. Are you guys ready to see? You ready to see the Bull Brigade? Coach Jack's Bull Brigade is coming up in 1 second.
We're the bullies.
Here they are, folks. Coach Jack's Bull Brigade. Just a second.
Oh, here we go.
There it is. There's your team.
Look, everyone's a Bull Brigade. Let's see.
If you are on this list, let us know in the chat. Bull Brigade.
Awesome.
I'm trying to see some names.
All right, guys.
See some names. Wow.
good luck to all of the Bull Brigade traders out there. You're going to get your email by the end of the week with access to your private Discord room.
Oh, wow.
With Coach Jack, my old man. All right, Dad. Thanks for joining us.
That was awesome.
We'll follow up with you next week. You're getting a lot of love.
Oh, thank you, John. Thank all you guys. Thank.
It's going to be exciting.
Thank you so much
Anne
for
Marie
your
and
always-
Eddie and Hoag. Thank all you and all the coaches. You all must have put in a nice word for me to.
We love you. We love you,
did it
Jack.
on your own.
You must know
on your
somebody.
own.
You must know somebody at Topstep.
I'm going to give you a call sometimes when my wife is watching, so you got to be sure to say nice things.
Sure thing.
100%.
That makes a difference. What are we eating? Peas or asparagus? You know, it's a big deal.
Oh, God.
Too much, Dad. Too much. All right. Let's move on.
You're embarrassing your son.
Oh,
that was
man.
awesome.
That's fun.
Oh, that was absolutely
That's
fun. We
gonna
were
be
getting smarter
so
around
good.
here on top. We were getting smarter as hell as around here on Topstep TV. Bull Brigades, man, congratulations to all the winners. Who got picked in the chat? Let's see who got picked in the
Any
chat.
Bull Brigade traders in the chat?
Any Bull Brigades. Yes.
Sick trades.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
To be honest, I can't see that far, guys. I'm going to have to. I can barely see the wall behind the screen.
Oh, boy.
Steven got picked. That's good. Good stuff.
All right, JD, you want to wrap this up? We got.
We are done. All right, Pop. I'll talk to you. I'll give you a call tonight, and we'll touch base. All right, guys.
Good stuff, JD.
Thank you, guys.
Let's
get to it.
We're gonna need you back here in a couple minutes. Are we?
I will be back shortly.
Yeah, Gabe, James, let me know if we want to get in. What else we want to get in here? We got about 8 minutes or so left here in Fast Markets. We're gonna go hard stop at 54 after just to get some pure prep and get ready for Jim Dalton. Very, very special moment coming up here. Jim Dalton coming up in about 13 minutes. Anne Marie, Jerome, did you get you guys? Also, are we still in this oil trade? Let me know back behind the scenes if we're still in this oil trade. I do believe we got stopped out. 73.07s.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're stopped. So we can update the P&L on the board when we have a chance there. Jerome, Anne Marie, what are we looking for the rest of the day? I'll go with Anne Marie first.
Well, I did learn a ton from Jerome when he was talking about,
Oh, yeah.
looking at whether these markets that have the impulse reverse having no wicks and what it tells us about being strong, that also let me not take the short trade at 520. And I did use that no-go. I physically said to myself, no, you're not going to take this trade. You're going to wait for it to settle out. And so my problem is that I still see downward motion. So that definitely needs to shift. But my thought is that 600 level is going to give us a little bit of trouble. So that's what I'm looking at
600.
towards the latter part of the day.
Awesome. 600s. Okay, Jerome, nice trading today. Back-to-back winning days. To top number 25 on the big board. Anne Marie was talking about the 21,600 level. Any particular areas of interest you're looking for? That 520 we cooked right through. We were talking about taking a short, but we decided to back off of that. Great discipline there. Sometimes the best trade is a trade you don't take. But Jerome, any levels of interest, prices of interest for the rest of the day?
Yeah, in accordance with what Anne-Marie said. So far we can see the box we drew, and I left it. It's holding pretty well. We had a previous rejection 15 minutes ago, and we are actually rejecting from it. So for me, so far from what I see, I can clearly see the buyers try to break back into this box. I would be surprised yet, ACH, if we reject here and continue going down, which would add more confluence to the continuation to the downside. Though, assuming it will break back into the box, 600 is exactly the level we should look for. 596.75 is the low of the opening range for the Nasdaq. The thing is, the S&P is trying to break back in its opening range. So
box, yeah.
usually when we have a double
Flat
flush,
LB.
so we had flush up and bigger flush, and then a little pullback, and then a third flush. When we have these, the market likes to attempt a strong push to the upside. So we already had one strong push. Will we have a continuation, which we could call a sort of second leg up strong push? Completely, we could. So I would be watching for the low of the opening range on the Nasdaq, and if we can break above between 612 and 619, once we can close a 5-minute candle above these levels, yeah, we can try and attempt to long till the high of the opening range and perhaps break out. But so far,
excellent.
Right now,
Also,
I'm gonna just share my screen before, and I'm gonna lock myself out, locking 1400.
Hey, well done, well done. Great job, great discipline, Jerome.
So no risk.
Thank you. Nope, don't come crying to Jerome.
Yeah, no risk to lose the profits. You know, it was a great day. We had a great trade on the market. One trade is enough. So I think I'm up 9,000 on the week. It's not
beautiful
highs or others level, but for me, it's pretty well awesome. So
Nice.
I'm gonna lock this out and finish the week.
Hey, Jerome.
Merci.
Jerome,
Hey, Eddie, we're low on time. We got to get JD in here. We got some big board. We got some call-ups. We got to get some stuff in here. We got a hard stop, Eddie. We got to get this going because we got Dalton coming up in about 9 minutes. JD, come on in here. Let's show the people the good stuff.
Just a heads up, that house account trade in crude oil was stopped out for a $700 profit. Our trailer did get hit on that last move down. All right, let's hit some. What were we doing? Hot streaks. Let's take a look at hot streaks first. Where did they go? There they are. Fun trader hot streaks from yesterday. Zachary B still in there. 36 days now worth 48.50. David R 35 days worth 7,243. Sean S 34 days 18,351. Big hot streak for Sean S. Chu 29 days worth 12,576, and Gregor 29 days worth $10,089. Nice job to all of those funded traders. All right, hit me with those call-ups, folks. I don't have all the details like I normally do for the call-ups, but let's rip through them real quick.
Look at these signatures.
What do you want to start with?
Disaster. Look at these signatures.
We got Musa from Ontario, 28,450 starting balance, trading the ES and the NQ. Nice job, Musa. Who's next?
Ooh, Musa.
Alex K. Hang on
Helsinki.
From Helsinki, yes.
Very cool.
Alex K, $35,000 starting balance, trading the ES and the NQ. Real quick, let's just rip through all of them.
Yep.
Derek B, from Northbridge, Massachusetts, trading the NASDAQ. $85,800 starting balance in that New Life funded account. Nice job, Derek. Samia from Boston, $68,500 starting balance, trading the NASDAQ. And Victor, $21,000 from Spain, $21,000 starting balance in that New Life funded account. And the big one, Ming T from Taiwan, over $100,000 starting balance moving into the Live funded account. Trading the ES, NQ, and Micro NQ. Nice job to all of those traders. All right, you want to do a quick drum roll? We got the big board.
Let's do it.
My advice to you is to start drinking heavily.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Big board, let's do it.
There they are, folks. Your top 25 traders here at Topstep for, the year 2025. We got Coach Dakota right up top. Kai Chan, who we've been hearing quite a bit about this week, who's on the live PNL list 3 times this week so far. Balkaron, fan favorite, old school, rake trades, sitting at number 5. Nick Vertick, still in the top 10, 7th place. We got Jerome down there in 25th place. Jerome just locked up his account, trading in the live funded account. Nice job. Vincent in 24th and Jacob in 23rd. That rounds out your top 25. Take your screenshots now, folks.
Yep.
It's Jim Dalton time. Let's all get ready.
Ooh, baby. Thank you, JD.
we
We got
go.
number 25 in the big board. Anne-Marie, cannot thank you guys enough. Great call on those 21,750s in the NASDAQ. Drone with a call on the 520s in the NASDAQ. We all made money today. We got smarter as well. Oh, boy. Everyone, towel off, have a sandwich, come back in about 6 minutes. We got the Don himself, Jim Dalton, going to be in the house. Him and Hoagland going to be chopping it up for an hour. Keep your questions, send them in. We're going to be capturing those questions. We're going to have a little recap after the 1 hour session here. But without further ado, we're going to take a hard stop break right now. Anne-Marie, Jerome, we love you guys so much. This is Top Step TV. One hell of a day. Let's go.
Why Top Step? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass TopStep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a TopStep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a TopStep funded trader today.
welcome, traders, to probably one of the most important segments you're going to see. This is profiling for profits with Jim Dalton. If you don't know who Jim Dalton is, you should. He's been trading and studying markets for over years, maybe a little longer than me. Author of two of the most important books in trading, if you were to ask me, and he's a member of the Chicago Board of Trade, member of the Chicago Board Options Exchange, was senior executive vice president of the CBOE during its heyday, discretionary trader, market profile master, the professor of the profile, and the master of MGI. Everybody is extremely excited to have you here, Jim. Probably most of all me. Aside from my dad, who was at the Board of Trade for years, I got his badge right here. I saw your badge on the website, so I have one of his old badges here. But aside from you, he was very important to my trading. But I credit you, I think, the most, you and your books, for being able to have any longevity in trading at all. Very excited to have you here. Would you like to say hello to everybody? And I know you've got something really special for us from this morning's markets.
I very much would like to say hello, and my guess is what we're going to talk about today may be challenging to a lot of folks. So many times, traders are focused on one price level, or they're looking for indicators, and it's much deeper than that. When we talk about MGI, you use the term, which stands for Market Generated Information. What we are doing, we are utilizing the actual market generated information that's going on right in front of us in order to make our trading decisions. And they're not always exact decisions, but they help us assess the odds of continuation for that particular auction or not. So I'm ready to go and to show a live example from this morning, which is as good as anything you'll ever see.
Awesome.
Okay. In front of you is the daily bar charts for the ES. When you look from left to right for multiple days, what is important in there is that there's no indication of what I call adults in the room. When I use that statement, that means that I don't see any indication of any dominance by large institutional traders, or those investment managers that hold for extended periods of time. So many times traders are constantly, anytime they see a market move, they say, oh, was that big money selling, or is that big money buying? I haven't seen it for weeks in here in the market. It's almost all short-term trading. That makes it a much difficult market, a very difficult market, an extremely emotional market. When you see that the emotions that we have in this market, that is usually an indication that it's almost all very short-term day time frame traders. Now, the next thing we're going to look at, remember, the market is a continuous two-way auction process. We auction from low to high and from high to low. In learning to read that auction, it's important to understand that so many traders out there trade price. They're focused on price. Price is nothing more than an advertising mechanism. Price advertises opportunity. Time regulates those opportunities, and importantly, volume measures the success or failure of those opportunities. I'm going to show you two early moves today where volume telegraphed what was likely to happen in the market. So, Jen, whenever you're ready, I would like to replay early this morning so I can show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Jim, for clarity, that chart was the daily regular U.S. trading hour session only chart. It was not the extended trading hours. That was regular trading hours only, correct?
That is correct. And the reason I use the regular trading hours, if you use the extended hours, you're not going to see the gaps. By using the regular trading hour, then you see the gaps. And gaps are important. They help us understand where emotions were the highest or where change actually occurred in the market. and the chart we're using is adjusted from toss. So it's adjusted, so it's not going to agree with everybody else's charts.
Okay, Jim. What speed did you want to start doing the replay at?
Let's restart at 5 times normal speed. Okay, so the first thing as we start to see this morning, overnight inventory was long. The odds are very high that you'll get a counter auction to overnight inventory. So if overnight inventory is long, the counter auction would be selling. One of the biggest traps for traders is when you get that attempted sell-off of the overnight inventory and the volume dries up. And that's what you're going to see this morning. Can we make that any bigger, or is that as big as it gets? It's hard to see the volume. No, I need to see the volume. I can't really see the volume in there. Bigger yet, bigger yet, bigger yet. Okay, now notice that the green arrow, which is the opening, very mechanical. It's also at the point of control from overnight. Very low odds that will last. It can, but the odds are low. Now, what you see is the market extending lower. Notice stop for 1 second, please. As we look at these charts this morning, so you understand, the profile is on the right. To the left of the profile is the volume for the current 30-minute session. The second column to the left is the cumulative volume for the day. So in the first session, those will be the same because it's the first 30 minutes. So what you see this morning is the market comes down, it takes out the opening. And to put it in perspective, when the volume is white, that is the lightest volume. When the volume is pink, that's medium. And when the volume is red, that's heavy volume. So the theory is, if the market sells off this morning, as it came back down through the opening, if you're likely to get downside continuation, you would want to see volume increase. When it breaks to the downside and you get light volume, that is very low odds of downside continuation. Remember, they're odds, not absolutes. Let's go and continue to play because this is going to be very relevant on the upside breakout. So we're at 5 times normal speed. So you notice the market, they make it tough for you in the morning. Remember, overnight inventory was long, and the odds are always that you get some counter auction to that overnight inventory. One of the biggest traps that we have as traders is when that overnight inventory does not follow through and the market trades to the upside. So you see the volume is light. We're coming back towards the opening. So lower prices, we're cutting off activity. Okay, sometimes the replay will stall on us for a couple of minutes. Okay, there we go to the upside. Now watch very carefully. Remember, the emotions are extremely high. So many traders are focused on price. They're not focused on the combination of time, price, and volume. So prices are going higher. The logical destination trade would be to the overnight high, simply because traders can see it. And traders tend to drive markets towards references that they can see. Okay, so we're watching this going up in the morning. Now also, we're always also focused on what's happening to developing value. So right now, if you see the blue line on the screen to your left, the top of the blue on the center, Jen, put your cursor on the value area high for yesterday, please. That's the value area high for yesterday. So we're always looking to see what's happening with volume. Okay, so the market right now is moving higher. You see the white volume when the market traded lower, volume dried up. That is an indication that lower prices are bringing in less activity. It increases the odds that the market's going to trade higher.
I have to ask you a question now. What's the
Please.
market's job?
The market's job is to find a level where two-sided trade can take place.
And it did
Like
not
any
succeed
business.
in doing that at those lows, did it?
No, it did not. All right, now stop right here. What you're seeing is look at the white as that market goes up and makes that high. Look at the white volume. You can see, remember, white is the lightest volume. So higher prices were cutting off activity this morning. Early on, remember, it's a continuous two-way auction process. Early on, when the market tried to sell off to correct overnight inventory, volume dried up. Good idea, volume's going to trade higher. Now, on the upside, I want you to look very closely that volume is light. Jen, continue to play. We had a little hesitation. There we go. Okay, so there we go. And we got the 2-day high. So we got a 2-day high. Look. All right. When I see this, let's stop for 1 second. That volume is light. The odds, the danger of that market retracing is absolutely huge. So many times traders get whipsawed because they are so focused on price and they don't understand that price without context and time and volume are part of the context associated with the auction. So you got two things going on. When the market goes higher and the volume is light, as it is this morning, the odds of continuation have decreased substantially. So if you're long, you want to be very careful because the risk is huge. Secondly, when the volume is light, the odds of retracing that light volume are also very high. One of the things that I do in here, when I see this, because of the volatility of the market, this is one of the areas where I like to use options. And that's exactly, when the market got up here this morning, that's exactly what I did. I thought there was a good chance for the market to retrace. Jen, please continue to play. So go to 10 times. You can go to 10 times normal speed because you'll see what I'm talking about here pretty quickly. Now
There's
notice
that gap
the volume.
close.
Yeah, the volumes. Well, that was the volume on the high up there. That is an indication of that volume is different color because that's an indication that sellers in more volume were entering the market. Now, short-term traders have been following price. They're buying every break. They're buying every break in here, getting themselves into even more trouble. So remember, we're at 10 times normal speed.
Mm-hmm.
The market's back into the 2-day, but we had a 2-day trading range. Now you're back into the overnight range. The next lower reference, of course, would be yesterday's high. If you get into yesterday's high, then you next thing you start to focus on is yesterday's value area. Can you get into yesterday's value area? Okay. Jen, we can actually stop right here. There's all kind of other information this morning, but we can stop right here. And then we can open this up to any questions, John, you want to talk about. But what I showed you this morning was one of the absolute fundamental concepts of using market profile and understanding market-generated information and the importance of time, price, and volume. So as the market went higher with time, higher prices were cutting off activity. That purple or the heavier color on the top was an indication where sellers entered the market. When the market broke, that was because so many short-term traders took the market higher on low volume, and that low volume said the risk was absolutely huge in the marketplace. Now, when the market made an early morning low, it also gave us a similar similar information. Didn't hold very long, but it did give us similar information. John, I just wanted to start by showing something that demonstrates the basics of what we do and how we look at markets, and understanding that so many short-term traders falter because they are too focused on price. Now, if what you're doing is successful, then don't bother listening to me. If you're getting constantly whipsawed and what you're doing is not successful, then you may have to start over and rethink everything about your trading. John, I'm open for questions.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Jim, and for bringing that explanation from actual markets this morning. That was really fantastic. So, Jim, you've written two of the most important books on market profile. Yet you say that you're not a profile trader. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, the profile. First of all the profile is a distribution curve that allows you to organize the market's continuous two-way auction process. This is what scientists have done for years in order to study data. The better organized that data is, the easier it is to tease important information from that data. To form a distribution curve, you need a constant and a variable. Time is the constant on the horizontal axis. A half an hour between 9 and 9:30 is the same as a half an hour between 10 and 10:30. So that's our constant, and then we compare price, the variable, to the constant. That gives us a better idea of what the market is doing. So when price is going higher and you're getting increased volume, that's a healthy volume, healthy market. When price is going higher, you're getting less volume. That, by organizing the information this way, that tells us what the composite view of the market is at that point in time. Now, I'm not saying you don't look at other references and everything else. I look at other references. I look to see how does the market act around references, whether it's a 200-day moving average, whether it's the overnight high, whether it's yesterday's high or a 2-day balance high. I always want to see how the market acts around these important references. But I'm looking at it from a contextual standpoint versus most people are looking at it only from price.
And I think you just kind of really answered one of the questions that was sent into us is, which do you prefer, market profile or volume profile? And it's really a combination of the two from what we just saw, isn't it?
Yeah, I use the standard market profile, which is the TPO market profile. But on the left, I have the volume columns. Remember, the column exactly to the left of the profile is the current 30-minute period. And the volume to the right, or to the second to the left, is the composite for the day. Now, what you'll see later on this morning, there was another break, and during the half-hour period, that break was light. So that told me there was a very good chance that the market on a short-term basis was going to retrace that light volume, which it did. I mean, if we could play the whole day out, you would see that. But that is very, very important to understand. It's a continuous two-way auction process. And if you're going to be successful, you have to learn to read the auctions. Now, remember, I started off, and this is really important, I started off with the 30-minute bar chart. And what was trying to show that there are no adults in the room. There's been no sign of significant dominant institutional participation in this market for some time. That will change how you read the auctions. Now, if we are and we're not in a trend, we've been moving sideways for weeks. Now, if you're in a trend to the upside, for example, then you're going to have to adjust. You're going to have different dynamics. Or a trend to the downside, you're going to have different dynamics. But right now, for weeks, we've been in this area where it's almost all short-term traders. They are extremely emotional, and they're like the Pied Piper. Once it gets running someplace, everybody runs together off the cliff, and then they run the other way off the cliff. And you get caught in that, you're going to get constant whipsaw. So many times, particularly short-term traders, the questions that we get constantly are, well, Jim, what are the odds of continuation for tomorrow? Everybody says, oh, what's the odds for continuation for tomorrow? Markets are so random that what you want, you get trapped many times on what you want to happen versus the dynamics of what really does occur in the market. And it's that randomness that destroys most traders. We got all kind of news last night. We've got more news tonight. One night we come in and, we come in from on Monday and there's a big down day because of some piece of news that happened overnight. A couple of weeks ago, we were up one day, down the next day, up the next day, down. That randomness. So as a I'm addressing short-term day time frame traders because that's what I am. And from that aspect, I'm talking about the randomness of the market. And you're so much better off when the markets are like this to go home flat or hedged. The odds are against you. You're just rolling the dice if you go home with a straight long or short position. You're wishful thinking. There's too much randomness in the market. And if you want to look at that in a little deeper aspect, Taleb's book, Fooled by Randomness, is a good reading book. Now, it's rather deep intellectually, but it is a good understanding of the market. Questions?
All right. So you mentioned randomness just then, and you and I had a conversation not too long ago, and you discussed, you mentioned how you would like to discuss how traders want certainty. And there is no certainty in a market or in an environment such as the marketplace. You mentioned that it sets traders up for difficulty. Can you expand on that, on how it's going to set people up for difficulty? And we know how hard this already is.
Well, it's more complex than that, because one thing happens if you have no position, you're better off to accept that randomness. But you get carried away, say the markets are really strong on the close, and boy, it's going to have continuation, and you go home long. Well, now you don't want to accept that randomness, because so many times we get trapped by what we want the market to do, or if we have a loss, what we need the market to do. That clouds our judgment. And at that moment in time, we forget that the market is so random. You're so much better off if you accept the fact that there is no certainty in the market. It will give you a much better survival rate.
With that, we also mentioned how traders need to see the market face to face, being able to accept changes in the marketplace, being able to use market-generated information to be able to see or sense changes in the marketplace. When you say face to face, what are you talking about? Are you talking about in the tools that they're using, or just in being accepting that we don't know anything that's going to happen, and to take the information that is right in front of our face to look for the right opportunities?
I think that's right. If so many times traders are just using price, but if you take a look, so maybe your price is reached. Was your price, let's say it's an upward price, was it reached on increasing volume? Was it reached on decreasing volume? Was it reached on a day where values building higher or values building lower? It's being able to have a deeper understanding, not just price. Remember, price is simply an advertising mechanism. So what if somebody said, well, all you're doing is trading an advertising mechanism? Well, that sounds pretty silly. but yet so much of the things that we've done and learned are price-based. I mean, I remember, as I tell people, I was unprofitable for over 20 years. And I knew every study there was out there and every indicator, and they really didn't help me. They actually hurt me because they made me non-objective in the marketplace. So it's really important to understand the context. Price has no context with it. Now, the other thing is when we talk about, and I understand a lot of people may not know what market profile is, but the market profile, approximately 70%, one standard deviation, 67 and a fraction, I call it 70%, is what we call the value area. If you focus on the value area, it's not going to necessarily make you money, but it will keep you more centered. Now, I had to leave to do this presentation, but early this morning we had a big break in the market. Now, when I left to do this presentation, even though the market was breaking, I was watching value, but value was not building lower. And when I saw the market going lower this morning, but value wasn't going lower, I said, wait a minute, we could very easily rotate back up towards the top. Now, I don't know what's happened because I'm in here, but that understanding value beyond price said, okay, what did I do? I pulled in any shorts. Anything I wanted to leave, I hedged. I went a little bit long on some calls. So again, I'm constantly looking and saying, I'm respecting value. Remember, I can't say it enough. Price is an advertising mechanism. To really put context around it, you need to evaluate it in time, price, and volume. And what value is doing is very, very helpful to have an appreciation of what is really going on under the surface of the market. Before Jen's going to talk about our books here, or somebody's going to talk about our books here for a second, but before we go to the next question, let me make a suggestion. Self-evaluation for people. Be honest with yourself. Most people have a tendency to want to be reversion to the mean traders. They only want to buy if the market's been falling. They only want to sell if the market's been rising. About 85% of the time, there may be some validity in that, but the trend days happen about 15% of the time. And it's going to be very difficult for you to be profitable unless you are able to capture some of those trend days. Now, people say, oh, yeah, well, that's good, Jim, but how do you identify a trend day? Well, you never know till after the fact. And people say, well, it's too late to change it. But one of the things that is so relevant, early in the morning, ask yourself, how much confidence does the market have? So this morning, overnight inventory was long. We know the odds are that you get a counter auction. If overnight inventory is long, a counter auction would be selling. We got limited selling. The market volume wasn't there. So the chances were that the market didn't care about that at that point in time. The market always has to take care of current business first. And the current business was there was still enthusiasm in buying from the numbers last night. So the market got all excited to the upside. Well, when you looked at the upside, there wasn't any real volume. So first of all, if the market had high confidence this morning, you would have opened and gone higher immediately. That would be the highest confidence. Now, the market went lower first. So the market went up, we had a little confidence, but the fact that it didn't go from the opening bell tells you that confidence isn't as high as it could be. Then you bring the volume in, and the volume helps get a better understanding of what that confidence was. But do a self-assessment. Be honest with yourself. How many times can you go with trades? How many times are you so focused on only buying breaks and selling rallies? Be honest with yourself. Understand the markets. Was it commercial time, or what are we doing here?
Sure. Jen, if you'd like to talk about the books for a couple of minutes, let's do it.
Sure. So on our website, we do have an extensive suggested book reading list to help with the self-understanding side of the journey. So you can find that on our website, jimdaltontrading.com/books, or you go to resources at the top navigation and go to books, and you'll be able to find this page. But as you can see, that Jim's book, Markets and Momentum, How Profiling Gives Traders an Advantage, is now available on Amazon. And you can get the direct link here, as well as, I said, peruse the other suggested books that we have on our list here.
Jen, let me interrupt for 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, on that book list, it reminds me of a question. A lot of times people say, Jim, I was right, but I always get out too early. How do I not do that? Or, I have a loss and I can't get out. I get locked into it. I have a standard answer to that. And it's very common, people, they get excited to, they get a profit and they can't help not taking the profit. That's a habit. And after you've done it 2 or 3 times, you have built a habit. And there is no easy answer to how you're going to break that habit. But when you go to our book site, there's 2 key books on there that address a habit. One is Atomic Habits, and the other is The Power of Habits by Charles Duhigg. But again, I don't have the answers to these questions. But if you really are serious about being a trader and being successful, you're going to have to do some work on your own. But as Jen was showing the books, that's just a couple of examples of books we have up there in order to, help you address some of these issues. But they start by doing an honest self-assessment of who you are and what your mistakes, if you're making mistakes, are. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jen.
Oh, and I just wanted to mention that we do have an updated market profile primer live course. It's an 8-day course, and it's going to run from April 23rd to May 1st. You can go find information about our courses by going to our website and going to the courses and then scrolling down. But this 8-day course, we currently have it at our early bird pricing. So usually the first 2 weeks when we make the announcement for a new course, it's the best sale pricing that it's going to be. So for $419, you can come and join us. And Jim, I don't know if you want to explain more about what this updated market profile course is so that people understand what it is. But if you're new to market profile, this is definitely the perfect course to begin with, to find out at a very inexpensive cost, is market profile for you? Do you like the way that Jim looks at the market? Do you want to understand market profile concepts as Jim explains them and intended? Because we do come across folks that maybe have learned elsewhere or from somewhere else, and it's not as Jim intended. Their understanding of the concept is not may not be the same. But the first 4 days are really intense and structured in terms of the learning. And in the latter 4 days, Jim will be in the live markets and showing how those concepts get applied in the live market. So if you're interested to find out more and see the schedule, you can go to our website and check that out and download the schedule. And if you've got any questions, by all means, you feel free to call us. I'd be happy to speak with you and answer any questions, or you can shoot us an email at dalton@jimdaltontrading.com. And then for those of you, Jim, did you want to explain anything else about the primer?
Yes.
I know that you wanted to say how it's updated, because we might be having returning clients join us, and as well as new folks.
Okay. When we talk about this, there's a point in which you have to get started. I am not a believer in linear teaching. I don't think that really does that much. However, the first 4 days are linear. You have to get the idea of the structure of the profile, what is value, what is the importance of the auction process. Very linear. But then what I'm doing more and more in the second 4 days is sprinkling throughout some of the nuances. anything that you are a real professional in, whether it's a baseball hitter, a baseball player, a gin player, a poker player, nuances make a difference. And I've sprinkled more and more nuances throughout the second 4 days in order to give you a more realistic understanding of how markets really work. Now, I give you what some people appreciate and some people turn away immediately. If you are new to trading, or if your trading has not been successful, if you start over with us, I will tell you that the goal would be to break even within 2 years. And most people will run for the hills with that because that's not what they want. They want to buy a book like Market Wizards and see how all the big success stories do, and they're going to copy that. It's not going to happen that way. If you really want to be successful, you've got to start and you've got to learn the basics and you've got to internalize those basics. One of the ways this has changed over the years, when I first started teaching and writing Mind Over Markets, I didn't appreciate the importance of intuition in the decisions that we make as a trader. If you think about it, intuition, our intuition is huge. It's the most powerful thing we have. But most of us don't know how to use it, and we don't know how to corral it. I use the term, you have to hone your intuition. If you read any real serious books on performance, whether it be what's the chess master? I'm drawing a blank on
Kasparov.
The one Kasparov. You read Kasparov. He's got all these plays and everything else, but when you get to the end, you find that he talks about the importance of intuition in the book. You learn that intuition. We have very, very powerful minds if we can harness them and know how to use them. The way that I can explain this, when you think about the importance of intuition, if I come up and you're meeting me for the first time, I can have a big smile and I can say, "Hi, John." Or I can say, "Hi, John. Yeah, John, I've heard about you." It's all different. It's one thing to look at the eyes, but the unsaid or the way or the tone, the nuances, very, very relevant. And that same thing is applicable to the market. For example, price went higher today. Well, guess what? Price went higher today, but higher prices were cutting off activity. Okay? Price could go higher. Higher prices could bring in more activity. Well, then you say, well, wait a minute. What is more activity? What is less activity? Well, you're in a trading range market. That volume may be different. You're in a trending market. Volume may be substantially higher. You have to learn that over time. So what I gotta say, if you really want to get a start, and this is new to you or you've been struggling, you may have to start over. And again, I say, really a goal would be to break even within 2 years. I know that's kind of onerous, but that's what we see. All right, John, what other questions do we have?
Well, you
Before
just
we
kind
go
of
on to that, if I could just interject one, because I think
Please,
I saw a few questions. Hi. About the primer. It is a live 8-day course. It is recorded in case you miss a session or because, obviously we recommend people go back to review the sessions because obviously even if you're live for every session, you're not going to, unless you've got a photographic memory, recall everything. So everything is recorded. You would have access to the materials for 3 months after the course finishes. So you've got enough time to go back and review and rewatch. We understand that sometimes traders, have a day job too still that they have to tend to. And so they may not be able to attend all of the sessions live, not a problem. Or if you live in a time zone for which, you got to sleep at some point, completely understandable. So it is a live course. It is recorded and you would have access to your materials for 3 months after the course finishes. Oh, and we also have, I just want to mention, what we call reinforcement of concept sessions. So you see here, I just put up the schedule so you get an idea. Obviously, these times are posted Eastern time, so adjust for your time zone. But the reinforcement of concept sessions allow people to come back and ask questions from the prior sessions for concepts that they need clarification on. We completely understand that it's really important to have that. So we do interweave those sessions as part of the schedule. Okay.
Thank you, Jen.
What
And then,
unbelievable.
yes, no problem.
Go ahead, Jen.
No.
Oh, the other thing I was just going to mention was we also have our foundation and application of the market profile e-course. And this is an online at your own pace e-course, and it covers things that we can't cover in the primer. It'll review all of the foundational concepts, of course, but then it goes into examples. And like I said, it covers things that we can't get to in the primer. Of course, with the primer on the live days, we cover whatever we can, whatever the market gives us. But if you're interested in this, or maybe if it's more appropriate for you because you want something that's more at your own pace, we have this available too. And like I said, I'm happy to speak with anybody who's got any questions to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. What kind of questions
I've
do we
got
have,
the
John?
books. I've ordered the book. I've read the other books probably 10 times. The primer is a couple of ticks a day, and I'm sure that the value in that is going to be incredible. I would like to do it, just everything about this. All right, so the next question, you kind of already touched into one of my next questions, and that was gaining intuition. Self-assessment, of course, is going to be a good way to do that. Now, getting back into a little bit more technical as far as the profile is concerned, and you already discussed inventory. You discussed overnight inventory. Imbalances is also another word that I've heard you say. Does this affect all times of traders, all time frames of traders? And I know you've said there really haven't been any adults in the room in the S&Ps and the equities probably since the beginning of the year, if not before that. We're seeing just no major changes in open interest or anything like that. So how important is inventory in a longer time frame? I know you look at the overnight inventory. Do you watch inventory in the longer time?
I do. I still look at the overnight and everything, even on the shorter term, because remember, I'm a daytime frame trader.
Day trader.
When I prepare for a day, the first thing I do when I get done with the market in the afternoon, because I've been so short-term oriented, I have to break that pattern. So the first thing I do is I go to the monthly bar chart. And the monthly bar chart gives me a bigger perspective. It clears my mind and gets me back to, kind of a zero look. Then I go to the weekly, then I come back down to the daily, then I come to the profiles themselves. So within that process, if I'm watching and I'm seeing that the monthly is clearly going higher, all the time, I'm looking to volume. Is the volume supporting the advance? Now, volume is very tricky because you're not going to get absolute volume. There's too many dark pools and other ways volume is recorded these days. So you have to make some assessments, based on the structure of the profile, based on just what you feel in the market. There's no exactness to that. But there is a sense that all of a sudden, you see the market start to move, even the longer term bars start to move sideways. Well, what's happening? Longer term inventory is getting too long. In other words, they may not dislike the market, but they're not enthusiastic enough to buy it anymore. I think what is going on right now with the longer term, remember, this market's been up for years. So the longer term money, remember, they make their money time in the market. You and I, as short-term traders, make our money timing the market. So we want to make sure we don't mix ourselves up with what they're doing. What they're doing is important, but we also have to keep in mind who we are. So I think right now, the longer-term money is comfortable with the market, But at the same time, the market's, been in this holding pattern for weeks because I think that they say the valuation is high, but yet they still think the economy is okay. Whether they're right or wrong
Right.
is another question. So that's what's going on, and that's, I think, what's causing this market to continue to move sideways in here. Now, I'm going to give you a nuance. One of the things that happens, let's say that the market's in a trading range that has existed for some period of time. As you reach the upper end of that trading range, the longer term, and I'm not talking about investment, I'm talking about the longer term institutional trading money. They will very often take their profit this side of the all-time high or this side of the bracket high because they understand that's where the risk is high. If the market breaks through to the upside, they will reestablish themselves. Now, a lot of traders don't understand that dynamic, but these professional traders understand risk very well. So they know when they get to the top of a range, that's a high risk area. If it doesn't go through, it can break very quickly. So they will step aside, and then if you go to the upside, break out, they will reestablish those positions. Again, it's just a nuance that you need to understand. And a lot of short-term traders have never thought about that. Nobody has tutored them on things like that. And so those are nuances that are really important to accumulate. And when I say, if you're really fortunate, you break even after 2 years because you have to accumulate those nuances and make them yours to give you more of an intuitive understanding of the market.
Jim, would you say, basically we've been range bound since the beginning of the year, beginning in like last October in the S&Ps. Is this consolidation doing anything to kind of even out inventories for the next move, either to the upside or the downside?
I really don't know. I think that there's just, I think there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty in this market. As I said, what you'll find a lot of times that when major changes take place in the market, whether to the upside or to the downside, they're related to an event that wasn't foreseen, an unexpected event, and that's in that unexpected event. We tend to think of it as a black swan, and oh boy, that's what breaks the market. But there's also white swans. There can be black swans and white swans. But a lot of times when you're in one of these trading ranges, as we've been in, it will take something in order to break the market. Now, my comment currently, this is just a personal comment, is the new administration is adding a tremendous amount of uncertainty to the market. Whether you support what they're doing or don't support what they're doing, it's adding a great deal of uncertainty.
It's new.
The things market hate more than anything else is uncertainty. And you need to be aware of that because I think the uncertainty is extremely high right now.
All right. So one question, I know you hedge with options. Do you consider options activity in your trading? In other words, looking at gamma lines, high open interest levels in some of the shorter term frame options to look for opportunities?
I do not. I know some people do, and I know some people swear by that. As a short-term daytime frame trader, I look at the current market in front of me. If the market starts to gun for some gamma high, or maybe there'll be, a place where they know they'll squeeze the market makers because they're too short, or too long, then I read that in the profile. I don't try and do all the other esoteric things. I'm not smart enough to do it. I don't have enough information to do it. And, that these understand that the people that make these markets, they've got huge brains and huge computer power that I don't have. My power is in looking at the market and saying, what is going on in the market right now, right in front of me?
Awesome question. I want to ask you just a couple of quick, kind of almost speed round questions, if you don't mind. Why are the good trades hard to find? Are hard to take? Not hard to find, hard to take. Why are the good trades hard to take?
Well, it's a lack of understanding of the market, one, and a lack of understanding of ourselves. Now, that was very evident to me this morning on the positive side. And believe me, I have many years of the negative side. When that market went up this morning, I showed you that. I showed you the volume was light, and I stepped in and I bought puts. And that was a very, very profitable trade. I had no problem doing that trade. Now, that sounds pretty boastful, but let's talk about the other side. When the market broke this morning, the first time the market broke, I was holding some hedge positions that should have been taken off. And because I had a position that would benefit more if the market went down, I hesitated. And when I hesitated, you got a substantial bounce in the market. Now, the market was very kind, and it came down and it gave me another shot at it. But what happened to me is it's one thing when I had no position, and I started this morning. It's another thing when all of a sudden I have a position, and that position was, would be helped if the market went further. Well, then you get that hesitation, and that short hesitation, it wasn't, in other words, I thought instead of acting intuitively, and I knew full well what to do, but I was very fortunate the market gave me another shot at it. But one of the things that's important, and I don't know what the market's done since we've been on this call, but it would have been very easy to get very negative on the market. But when I looked to me like the chances of value being lower today were very, very low. So as when I covered this morning, I said, okay, I'm not getting lower value. Yes, price is going lower, but I wasn't getting lower value. And value is an extremely important piece of information on the market.
Yes.
So we're all human. We're all human, and we make these mistakes. And anybody that tells you they don't believe them, because you can go along and do several things right, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit overconfident, or so many times we get trapped by what we want the market to do or what we need the market to do, and that has no relevance to what the market does. The market doesn't know what I need, and it doesn't care.
I remember hearing that on the trading floor years ago. The market doesn't know what you need, and it doesn't care what you need. Jim, I know that we're kind of running out on time here, and I want to respect your time. So I know that your co-author, Robert, is watching. At least I think he is. Would you like to tell him hello?
I very much would like to say hello to Robert and hello to his son, who is trying to be a trader, and he's learning a couple lessons from the video. Not the positive lessons, but my son, I am blessed. I have some creative ideas, but I don't always communicate them in writing as well as my son. It's just a fantastic writer, and without him, none of the books would have been possible. Thank you, Rob.
Well, Robert, thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed it. Jim, I've got so many more questions. And the last one I just want to ask, if you can, I know this is probably a little bit deep, but your new book, how is it going to be different from the previous two? And I understand you're looking at possibly a fourth book?
I am exploring that right now. If I do a fourth book, it will be called Journey, and it will kind of highlight the journey we go through from a beginner to become a competent trader. But the question is a standard question about how does this book, vary from the earlier books. Well, I will be 85 this summer. I think it was in the 90s that we were working on the other books. So there's a tremendous amount of experience. that has come along. Anybody that's taken our intensives, I think will tell you the last intensive I did was the best. And I learn. I constantly learn, and I constantly reevaluate everything I do. You said you've reread the book. Believe it or not, I've gone back and reread my own book several times because things change. Things change, or I think the biggest change is when I wrote the first book. Yes, I understood the mechanics of market profile, but I didn't have years of dealing with the public. The questions or the information I have learned and the way my thoughts have expanded from fielding questions from all of you have greatly expanded my way of teaching, my way of communicating, and it's a much better understanding of how you see the market and how I can better communicate to you what I see in the market. And also, your challenges have made me rethink several things. So there's many decades of advancement, and there's much more psychological discussion in this book. The first book was heavy on, the profile itself and the mechanics. This book is much heavier on the psychological or self-understanding, along with the importance of intuition.
Well, Jim, I could sit here and chat with you for the next 5 hours, but again, I want to respect your time. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you for being who you are. Thanks for the gifts that you've given to the trading community. Blessings to you, blessings to your son, Robert, and everybody else. Jen, thank you so much for coming. I'm looking forward to getting that book and reading it and then having another discussion with you on Topstep TV. I hope that that's something that you'll consider, and we'll look forward to seeing you.
And let me give a shout out to RJ, who's behind the scenes. He's every bit a part of this team. So RJ, thank you. RJ had to come on and make sure that I could hook up this morning.
Awesome. Oh, good. Awesome. Good. All right, folks. We are going to end this session with Mr. Dalton. Jim, I feel like I would like to call you Uncle if I could. I don't know if your son would appreciate that, but
I'll go with Uncle, but stay away from Grandpa, please.
All right, Uncle. It is. You remind me so much of talking to my dad, and I miss him. So, Robert, you're lucky to have your father with us, and we're all lucky to have your father with us. Again, thank you for the gifts that you've given all of us in the trading community, and blessings to you. We're gonna take just a short break here. We're gonna do a little recap of the session here. If anybody has any questions that I'm able to answer, fantastic. Again, Mr. Dalton, Jen, Robert, everybody that was involved in this, we can't thank you enough. And we'll look forward to the next time. Again, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
oh man, how cool was that? I need a cigarette and a sandwich after that session. That was absolutely amazing. We brought D back in. We brought JD back in. Hoag will be back. He's taking a little bit of a break. Man, D, let's get started. What were your thoughts? What were your takeaways? What do we make of what we just saw? That was awesome.
Yeah, so I'm fangirling right now, man. Like
Mm.
somebody said in the chat, oh yeah, maybe you can get on with them. I think I would just freeze up and I would just be in awe of Jim Dalton. So one thing he's always great at, I know some people are like, oh, it's easy to see in hindsight, but what he does, he's effectively walking you through what happened in real time. And the study of market profile has several moving parts to it. One of them is to look at what's going on right now, but then there are statistics involved around where you're opening in relation to yesterday's distribution curve. I think that's where some of the meta language of the profile might go over the heads of somebody who might be new to that style of trading. But basically, you have several components. So we're going to try and maybe take some more questions and see if we can maybe break it down into some more common terminology. So that's what we're going to be doing here. That sounds good.
Absolutely. All right, JD, what were your thoughts on that? I know you were very hyped coming into today. How do you think that went?
I thought it was great. I loved his initial breakdown of the auction process. That the first 15 minutes I thought was so valuable, even for beginners who aren't so much familiar with the profiles in general, either volume profile or market profile. His breakdown of the auction process, time, price, and volume equaling or coming together to equal value. It's totally relevant to any market you're trading on any time frame, really. But
yeah, agree. So all
it
right,
took
so let's get into it.
It took a slew of notes.
Okay, great.
Go ahead,
What do
go
you got
ahead.
on here? Yeah, all right, well, real quick. You opened up with adults in the room. All right, talking about long-term players, short-term players. D, help us, I guess, recap and understand what he meant by adults in the room. How can you identify when there are adults in the room, and how do us as day and short-term time frame traders, how do we use that to our advantage?
Yeah, I think what he was trying to get at that is that when you have some committed movement with a lot of size, that shows up a certain way, and it's not what we're seeing today. You usually have moves that are more confident, they're more sustained, and they're usually more relentless, right? They just kind of keep going. That's the sign of larger institutions positioning themselves, whereas everything else that happens in between, it's all just smaller, short-term traders doing their thing. We do know that these days you have the 0DT option volume, especially in ES, that's like 53% now for of the entire daily volume. So you're going to see a lot more days where the smaller players are making all the moves. But at the same time, those moves are shorter. They're not nearly as violent. And I think that's what he meant when he said adults in the room. So today we're not really seeing the sign of institution positioning at all. And you will see that, like, for example, watch tomorrow, because on some days at the last day of the month, you get these like big unwinding positions. They typically show up as a relentless trend that just keeps going. So you know how Hoag says, never short a rally on a Friday. Well, by the same token, don't short a rally on the Friday on the last day of the month. And that would be the sign of institutions stepping in, rebalancing portfolios, and that is always accompanied by huge volume behind it as well. So committed movement, big volume, big moves.
So are we looking for volume on like the volume charts? Are we looking for volume on the ladder? Or where does a trader, notice an uptick in volume? How do we see it unfold in real time?
Well, you have Coach Jay. He's a huge specialist in volume analysis, right? I wouldn't call myself a super expert in volume, but now you have to remember, Dalton keeps saying price is just a mean of advertisement, right?
Yes,
And he's been saying that
Mhm.
forever. Yeah, so that means that whatever the volume is doing, that will have an effect on price. Now, there is time involved as well. So rather than just looking at price, you look at volume and price. So if you have something going up, like Dalton was showing, but the volume is tapering off, that's not very confident and most likely will result in a fake out and some kind of a failure. So if you can learn to recognize that, you get a lot more confident seeing that in front of you and then going, oh, actually, this is probably not a breakout of IB. We might fail the auction. So just putting all of those moving parts together, eventually over time, you start to see the market in a very different way. And I know some people in the chat are saying, oh, how come more successful traders don't use market profile? I don't know where you've looked at that particular comment, but every trader that I've worked with in prop back in the day was using market profile or volume profile or some form of it. It's only these days when maybe we see electronic traders. So we see a lot of people who have started trading reasonably late and, maybe more recently, and they're maybe using some different tools that are more common. But back in the day, everybody was like, okay, well, is the overnight inventory long or short? And how far away are we from those values? So, it's, you have Nick for a tick. Like, he uses volume profile, he uses initial balance. He's number 6 on the big board. So, that kind of speaks for itself.
JD, thoughts? I think, like D's saying, yes, in some form or fashion, everyone's using volume to determine if there's conviction in the price movement and see if there's still, like Jerome was saying, if there's still more gas in the tank to, like this morning on the ES, we rallied. Overnight inventory was long, volume tapered, like D said. Gas ran out of the tank. Guess what's going to happen? They either have to liquidate, get out, or the shorts come in and then win that battle in real time. So I think that's kind of what he was getting at. JD, is that kind of how you use volume when you get into
That's exactly how we use volume. Yeah, you use volume to judge the strength of an auction. That's basically it. And you see turns in price. You see tops and bottoms at peaks and troughs in volume. If you pull up my charts right now, I have some volume bars down at the bottom. This isn't the volume profile. These are just standard volume bars. You could see as we're peaking, volume is peaking. And on the way down, we see that steady decrease in volume. So as volatility starts to dry up, as volume starts to dry up, that's when you can start looking for changes in market trend, I guess you could say, or shifts in momentum would be an easier way to say it.
Or market state, yeah.
Correct. All right, let's do a quick market recap. We haven't touched on the markets. We did see a bit of buying here in the ES. Last trade 60.80, 60.89 now. About 6 points above overnight VWAP. Looking at the NASDAQ, 21,558 last trade there. Dow, about 90 points off the highs, 45,050. And gold making new all-time highs today. All-time high price of $28.53. We're about $10 off of that. Looking at the ladder, nothing really showing. Again, we got big earnings after the bell. We got Apple, Intel, and Visa coming out after that. All right, D, so I want to touch on, we touched on a little bit. Advertising is simply a advertising mechanism. What does that mean?
Yeah. It has to do with volume. Again, if you have a committed move, the price that we see is nothing but a result of what the volume and the positions of the options of the moves have done, right? So it's nothing mystical about it. It's very logical, actually, I would say. So if you have a move that's going up, but eventually volume keeps dropping off, do we expect to just see some mad momentum upside? No, because there's no volume behind it. So you have to have some sense of pairing up what you're seeing price-wise and understand that all of that is just a result of volume. Now, is it necessary for everybody? Of course not. There's like 1,000 ways to do this job. And, if something's already working for you and you're not even looking at the profile, that's definitely possible in today's world with a lot of indicators and other things that you can look at just to feel the market, and that's where the experience comes from. That's what Dalton was talking about as well. Most people just click buttons and they don't really even have any real stats behind it. They don't really have experience about the setups. They just, I feel it's going to go. Say, are you a fortune teller? No. So what are you feeling if you don't have experience? But when you do, when you've seen the same thing happen over and over, eventually you get this inkling that, yeah, this is going to happen. But it's just like a subconscious product of us looking at the price, knowing what's happened before, having lived through those kind of trade setups before, and then anticipating what should happen. And then once you see it on the chart, you can have more confidence to actually enter that trade. It's definitely a psychological thing. I'm actually very glad to hear that Dalton is going to be including more psychological aspects in this next book. And I know some people will be like, oh, snore, psychology. But this is a mental game. Like, without control over your psychology and good self-awareness, you've got nothing. You've just got literally just clicking buttons. So we're trying not to do that. And therefore, that's why it's important to spend time in front of the chart. You don't have to be in a trade, but you can just make little, say, oh, I think it's going to go this way. And then maybe just drag a couple of squiggly lines on there to see what your trading idea would look like and see how the market behaves after the fact. Once you have that, you can then start putting actual trades on based on that experience. Otherwise, I remember Hoag saying back in the day, he actually had a great saying. He said, without experience, intuition is not intuition, it's just an impulse. It's an impulse. Do you really want to be in the market? So you click and you're in, and then it doesn't go your way. And you're like, oh, what happened? And so many times people are like, why did this happen? But if you start looking at market profile, you have several ways to figure out why things are happening. Dalton mentioned Asia and overnight highs acting as a magnet. That's actually something I learned from Dalton's primers himself, right? So I was on one of them when he was talking about how overnight highs and lows are magnets, and that very frequently price will either come right up to them and then reverse, but obviously you have to look at the volume. But they're definitely magnets. Sometimes they will overshoot it and then reclaim that level again. When you pair that up with something like a failed auction, let's say we finished the initial balance, finished the first hour of regular trading hour, and then it goes above it, but there's no volume behind it, and then you see this quick reversal. Where did it happen? A lot of the times it will happen at the overnight highs or lows. That's why it's relevant to put London high or Asia high and low on your charts and see how the price behaves around those very important orientation points.
Well said. Awesome. Well, let's bring it. Yeah, let's bring in the man right now.
There's the Hoag.
There he is. Bring him in.
I got a question for Hoag and Deanna. Something actual that.
Do I look any different?
It looks like you toweled off a little bit.
Did you just take a cold shower?
Yeah.
In what way? Did you take a haircut or something? I don't know.
No, I just feel a little different.
The weight's been lifted. It's over. You did a great job, Hoag. We knew you were smitten from the start, and it was hard to keep a composure at sometimes.
You're a bit more flushed than normal, for sure. Did you put some blush on?
No,
your makeup out?
Just took a little rest, walked around a little bit, and been
fresh air.
And, yeah,
very cool.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go, Hoag?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess for D and Hoag, overnight inventory, what value do you see around it? And basically, Dawn was talking about its importance. What importance do you put on it when you see overnight inventory stretched out to the long side, going into 8:30 Central Time equities open? What do you anticipate off of what you see when you see prices extending so far above previous day's value or so far below previous day's value? What's that telling you about the open? Are you taking clues from that? Are you basing a trade? I know we talk about it every morning. There was tons of questions coming through chat when he was talking about it.
Yeah, and one other thing, Hoag, what's the process? How do you check what overnight inventory is coming into the open? How would like a newbie trader go through that process? What happened overnight? Are they long or short? And how do they use that information coming into the open and act on it?
Sure.
They want to take a trade.
Sure. I mean, we can look at that right now. I gotta find some. Okay.
I call it the open sentiment because it's kind of a simple term. Yeah, because it's like where the basics behind it is just where are we opening in relation to yesterday's distribution curve. So when we say value area, the market profile is nothing more than a study of distribution curves and how the price acts when we're inside it, outside it, and how far away. If we're very far away, that's a little bit tricky because it means there was some sort of a repricing. But even then, you can have a kind of a reversion trade. The main takeaway for anyone who's new to it, if we open too far outside, we can see a continuation. Again, you can use volume to see whether there is continuation. But if we're sort of within like 0.7% away from value, that's more likely those gap rules. You know how Hoag always says gap rules apply. That's what he means, right? Am I right to say that, Hoag?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gap rules
And
apply.
I think a lot of it depends on what's the context of the bigger time frame. We've been
The
saying
adults
that
in the
gold
room.
is going higher for weeks now. Well, we had a lot of big overnight inventory to the long side in gold. You look at where the market opened last night. It opened down here at about 27.9710. About midnight, buyers started coming in, but they're shorter time frame buyers. So when you're looking at overnight inventory, you're probably looking at shorter time frame buyers, which sometimes if they don't get what they're looking for when the market opens, which they did today because buyers continued to come in during the regular trading hour session. So all of our overnight longs got paid. So they stayed in it. Maybe they've gotten out a little bit on this pullback, but we're still seeing buyers. So this is with the bigger picture, the auction process and the bigger picture. This is probably one that I wouldn't try and fade. But if the market had been moving lower and we had an overnight inventory to the long side, that would be something I might consider taking as an inventory adjustment trade, which is see money, take money. And I've got to do it against something that that I can limit risk on. I love to see in a bigger time frame downtrend an overnight inventory to the long side and the opening range at the high of the session. I'm taking that trade because
Hoag, I think
I'm not going to fall in love with it. I'm gonna probably just take see money, take money. If I have multiples on, I may hold it because it's congruent with the bigger picture. But inventory is something that, I mean, it's intuitive like everything else. Sometimes it's gonna play for you. Sometimes it's not. I heard you guys talking about the adults in the room. Here's one way I look at it. When we look at the beginning of the year, open interest has been down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. This looks like shorter time frame, mostly speculators monkeying price around and just trying to figure out how to make money in it. It's not until you start to see some consistent changes in open interest and volume where I'm going to start to look for a directional move. We're just not seeing it. Just not seeing it. I think D, you and I have been both been saying the equities there's no longer time frame traders in it. Well, they adjust a little bit every day, but no major longer time frame traders.
Yeah.
D,
They usually have a big footprint for sure. Yeah.
Yes. Like Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
I want to touch on that.
That's what Ray calls it.
His example in the ES this morning. That example, that was overnight inventory was long, correct? And then volume faded, and that's when the shorts came in and took it lower. Essentially, it was an example of how to use overnight inventory as an arsenal, for your trading.
Exactly.
I understood it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And every open has some stats attached to it. So if you open inside value, you are like, sure, anything can happen. We can break out of it and it can keep going. But on most days, the stats say that if we open in balance, so in the same area that we were yesterday, we're probably going to get a range bound day. So fishing for some huge moves in that case is probably not going to be the best choice. And then you can start to anticipate a range bound day well ahead before it happens. That's how I like to do things. And sure, like I said, if you're trading something like, equity is long upward bias. So if you see big volume, big breakouts, and, you start hanging outside of value, to me, everything is like, where are we? Are we outside of it, inside of it? Where is this price event happening? And how are they taking it up to that point? And what's happening at the orientation point? Now, I know Dalton likes the overnight highs and lows. And like I said, that's where I learned to start looking at them. Before, I was never that keen on them. I was like, why would you look at that? And then I did a couple of webinars with Dalton, and I was like, oh, I see. So it's like this whole new way of looking at things was screaming at me, and yet that was there all along. So having another way of looking at the markets that will, uh, for the most part, exclude your emotional side and just to see objectively what is happening right now. How is this auction doing? Is it inside value, outside of value? So to me, those were some like invaluable points that completely turned around the way I looked at the markets. And at this point, after so many years of using it and using it properly to its full potential, some people are like, how did you see that? Like, how do you know it's a failed auction? I'm like, well, I can see it. It's like, it's not like I have a crystal ball or anything. It's like the volume, stops increasing. We kind of start drying up in price. And obviously, whatever volume is doing, price will follow. That's why Dalton uses that term, right? It's nothing but an advertising mechanism. It's just a result of underlying volume. So, like so well put.
So I guess price is where we're at, and volume is how did we get here? If I'm understanding, price that's where we're at, and how did we get to this price?
Volume drives price.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So greater volume price has more horsepower behind it. As volume starts to drop off, there's less horsepower behind that move.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. JD, what else you got over there? JD and I were taking notes left and right. D knows this stuff. Hoag knows this stuff. Actually, let's go to Hoag. Hoag, is there anything that you wanted to clarify from what he said, or should we keep it going like this?
Here's one.
I've got.
Don't describe value as sort of a picture of what's really going on underneath the surface of the market. What did he mean by that? What's going on underneath? Value is what's happening underneath the surface of the market. And my camera just went fuzzy. I'll be right back, guys. Let that one simmer for a second. Give me a second.
What's going on underneath the surface? What do you mean by that, Hoag?
Well, value is where price is being accepted. And it's one of the things that I did. I didn't get a chance to talk to him about it, and it's acceptance and rejection. As value moves higher, it's marking acceptance in time and volume at higher levels. So watching value is telling you that the advertised price is being accepted at higher levels. If there's volume behind it, it's likely to continue in that direction. If volume starts to fall off, that's when you start to think, okay, there may be a change in direction coming here, and I better monitor for it. Maybe if I'm long, I lighten up on a few of them and start looking for some sort of change in the overall market state. So watching value over time, like he said today, he was like, he saw the S&Ps look lower first, and then they ran up, and they ran out of juice up there, and they started moving lower. But he didn't think that value was going to be able to move lower through for the day. So I think he was, he was looking at the market being accepted at higher prices and probably looking for opportunities for longs. And he did say, he said, down here it was probably pretty easy to get pretty down on this market, like to say, okay, this thing is just not holding up. Let's sell it. And you end up selling it in the hole. What happened was, the market opened above value. It was almost a value acceptance play, and it looked below it, rejected, and now look where it's going. It's going back to the upside. And I think
to be fair, NQ did rotate through its value.
Yes, it did.
And then went into a failed auction, and then straight up to the up.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
That's a tricky
I have
one.
S&Ps going through value as well, just on a different platform.
Take a look at the Dow.
Oh, yeah,
Dow's,
I have that too. Yeah.
Dow just put in some new highs, 45,135 new highs in the Dow. Dow is cooking. S&P's lagging a little bit behind NASDAQ in a bit of a holding pattern. Again, we got some big earnings after the bell. Apple coming out, Intel and Visa. Okay, Hoag, I got and for D as well. One of his quotes, "We get trapped with what we want or need the market to do." What does that mean, Hoag?
I stood next to
Why'd
people
you
in the
smirk?
S&P pit who would sit down and they would stand in the pit. They walk in and stand there next to me and say, "This thing is going higher today, man. It has to go higher today.
Uh-oh.
It has to go
Famous
higher
last
today."
words.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah. And, maybe it goes a little higher. Maybe they buy a few, comes off. Maybe they buy a few more, comes off a little bit more. Maybe they buy a few more, comes off a little bit more. Maybe they buy a few more. And that was, I mean, it seems kind of mean, but when you saw somebody do that, you wanted to be there when they got out because it was pretty much going to be a low for a period of time. So just having an opinion and enforcing it into the market isn't going to do you any good. The market doesn't know what you want, doesn't know what you need. The market's going to do what it's going to do. And if you have an opinion and it's wrong and you dig your heels into that opinion, you can expect a pretty bad day. And he actually, I think during that period of time, used the word centered. You got to be centered. You can't expect something from the market if it's not going to bring it to you. You can't make the market do anything. So, I saw a lot of guys do that, and boy, they would just puke, and not always metaphorically.
Yeah.
You wanted to
I
be
think
there
it's
when they got out.
big on
because that was
objectivity. Like I know he talked about, intuition and stuff, but if you've ever watched him do trading and how he analyzes the price action in real time, he's very good at real time observation of human price. And I don't know, to him that's like, oh yeah, this is what's happening. But I remember when I first watched him do that, I was like, what? How? What? I was like so fascinated by what I was seeing. And I didn't think it was possible to have that kind of an insight because obviously I didn't have all the tools and I wasn't very adept at reading profile because I was just a beginner back then. But now it's a lot clearer to me how he was able to do that. He does look like a bit of a wizard, right? Well, you see, volume is drying up, and this
Right.
is the overnight high, and then you start to understand. It's like, okay, orientation points, objective observation of what's happening without trying to paint it with your emotions, desires, and I think that's the toughest thing about trading. And profile to me forced me to unglue myself from my desires and just to look at what's going on.
It's pretty tough glue to do too. I mean, we all want what we want.
Yeah.
He talked a lot about certainty when I was talking to him one-on-one, and that is what you have to let go of is that certainty and any expectations that you might put onto the market mean nothing. I mean,
So how do you separate? He talked a lot about intuition also. How do you separate confidence from intuition? What's the difference?
Great question.
well, he also says that intuition is something that very few traders actually get to. It takes time. It takes a lot of time to build intuition. And I mean, one of his famous quotes that I remember is most people, a lot more people that are successful than a lot more people that are unsuccessful could be successful, but they have a tendency to run out of time and they run out of money.
Money. Yes.
It takes time. It
Yes, it
takes
does.
repetition. It takes self knowledge. It takes market knowledge, times strategy to get to that point. And I mean, there are times when you know I think part of that is over time you're going to be building intuition. As long as you're doing things consistently and doing what it takes to build that intuition. But it also takes time, I think, to understand how your intuition talks to you. My intuition whispers, it hints, it says, "Hey, look at this." My impulses say, "Fuck, get in now." So I have to understand that and not listen to the impulses, which may once in a while be right, but it's the intuitions that are saying, "Okay, this is the one this is what you've been looking for. This is a trade that came to you. You know what the risk is. It's a cheap trade. why are you, why aren't you taking it? It's not take it. So you gotta, there's I think everybody has that inner voice that kind of says to them,
Yeah, there's a psychological technique for toning down the screaming voice, and it's to paint it as some kind of a silly thing. So I use Beaker from the Muppets,
Oh,
meow,
cool.
meow, meow, and then you imagine it just putting the volume on it down, all the way down, and it works. It takes a while to get there, but yeah. So paint it as some kind of a silly Muppet or something, and then just don't listen to that. For me, I think that I don't like trading on intuition. I'm not an intuitive
it's
trader.
like
I'm very
Twitch.
data driven.
Twitch is your
Yeah.
impulses.
Yeah.
That's it. I get it
Yeah,
now.
so I need orientation points. I need something that is actually happening in the market that I can read like a book. It's like a language that you learn. And then eventually, once you've seen something play out so many times in the context of that framework, it gets easier. And that I think that's where the intuition comes from. But is it really intuition, or is it just experience that kind of speaks to you over time?
Just gonna say that, D. I think there's nothing
Yeah.
that can replace screen time. I think what we're trying to say is screen
Yeah.
time. Pattern recognition is what everyone's. We're
Yeah.
looking for patterns that have repeated themselves. You got like a 7 out of 10 play. 7 out of 10 times it might do this. Like you see a big order pop up on the S&P ladder, you see 1,000 lot come in. I'll say 6.5, 7 out of 10 times we will gravitate towards that order. We saw it a couple times. Yes, we saw it 4 times yesterday. We saw one happen one time today, and another time it did not happen. During the Dalton segment, we saw another 1,000 lot come in on the 60-65 bid. It did get filled the first time around during fast markets. During the Dalton segment, it did not get filled. We actually ran away from it. So screen time, pattern recognition is what leads to intuition, I guess I'm kind of trying to say.
Well, if I could,
Yeah.
screen time is how you use it. I mean, you can stare at a screen for 10,000 hours and learn nothing. It's like sticking a book
Yeah.
under your pillow and expecting to read it. You have to be active. You have to practice diligently. You have to journal.
And
You have
framework.
to think about your
Yeah.
your strategy,
Yes,
your technique,
it's a
the things
framework.
that you're using.
Yeah. Yeah. Having a framework behind it as well.
Mhm.
If you're always looking at initial balances and edges of that, you see failure of the auctions. You learn what that looks like over time. Like just staring at a chart out of nowhere. Very few people can do that. I think Dakota does it very well, but most people are not Dakota. So, yeah.
Definitely not. All right, we got about 10, 15 minutes left in this recap. What do we call it? The Jim Dalton recap here on TopstepTV. That was absolutely excellent. Let's take a look at the markets one more time. Also, click like, click follow, click subscribe if you guys like that. We are working on getting another session with Mr. Dalton himself in the not too distant future. So take a look at the NASDAQ, 21,600 last trade. That was a big level. Price of importance for Jerome and Anne-Marie in fast markets. Also, taking a look at the ES, just came up to 6,100s. Last trade, 60.99. Dow continuing to make new highs, 45,172. The high, about 20 points off of it right now. Crude found its sweet spot, hanging at $73 a barrel. And gold making new all-time highs today, 28.53. Last trade, 28.44. D, were you fangirling as much as Hoag was fanboying during that session?
Oh yes. Yes, I'm happy I wasn't on screen because I would just be like, yay! Oh my God. But definitely, yeah, I was so pleased to see him.
Very
It was
awesome
absolutely
stuff.
amazing. I love the way he just goes through the steps, and if you get familiar with profile, you see the value in that. You're just like, wow, this is just like mind blowing. It's so powerful, but many people overlook the fact that there are several moving parts to the profile, and then make silly blanket statements like, "Oh, that profile doesn't work." It's like, what doesn't work? Situational awareness that doesn't work.
What are those moving parts, D?
So you have obviously the value areas. So I know Dalton is strong on the developing values as well as the previous day's value. There's initial balance. There is volume as well. there's the day types. They've been very helpful for me. So whether we are extending to one side or to both sides, and then also some more basic stuff. So if it's long inventory, how far away are we? Are we very long, or are we kind of somewhere near value? So those are some of the really, really important things that made a massive difference in my results and how I'm able to figure out what is happening in front of me right now.
There's also lots of nuances in
Let's
some
talk
of
about
the
nuance.
features of the market profile that you're not going to
Talk
see
about
in volume profile. Weak highs,
Yeah,
weak
a lot more
lows,
resolution.
late
Yeah.
spikes. You know, and when all those nuances stack to one side, I think it makes it tells you the strategy to put it to use, but it doesn't tell you where.
Yeah.
You got to figure out good trade location, but when all the nuances are stacked in one direction, man, oh man, can be some pretty powerful days.
Then it just comes down to a question of timing. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Yeah, like late spike to the upside doesn't mean we can just close our eyes and buy it. We got to try and look for some good location. If there's an overnight inventory, maybe we can take advantage of to get better trade location. Great. If the opening range is the low of the day, okay, great. That helps us limit risk. It may not work, but the market is basically telling us that it's attempting to accept higher pricing, and if it gives you that opportunity, then you got to take it.
Yeah,
Talking about
but
nuance.
timing.
To
Timing
D as
and
well. You guys were
entry.
talking about nuance. He said the first 4 days of learning his teachings is very linear, and then the next 4 days are sprinkled in with nuance. What does that mean? I don't know. What does that mean? First 4 days are linear, and the next 4 days sprinkled in with nuance. What are the nuances, and what's the straightforward stuff in the first 4 days?
I think he's just talking about giving you a basic knowledge of the profiles, how they're constructed, the different features of them, and probably some of the nuances that they can create. It's so he's giving you a basic overview of understanding how the profile is put together, and then the rest of it is how to use it in practical application.
Yeah. It's like school, right? First you learn the alphabet, then you're like, okay, now we try and read something. Two different things, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cat, dog, profile.
Go on. Profile. TPOs.
TPOs.
Failed upside auction.
Well done.
And then
I'm putting that on my.
Got that?
I'm putting that lecture on my professional development wish list. I think I'm going to take that.
Absolutely. For those asking in the chat, we will be clipping and isolating that segment and posting it on the YouTube channel. Of course, Top Step YouTube channel. We will have that again. I'm about good on questions on my end here. Unless there's anything else, JD, D, or Hoag, you guys take it away. I got all my questions out of the way for these pros. That was awesome stuff. But JD, go ahead.
No, that was a great segment. I can't wait to have him back.
So
Go ahead,
if you
Hoag.
want, JD, you know that long we were in crude oil.
Yeah.
One of the things that he didn't get a chance to talk about was tempo.
You want to dissect it?
Tempo. What's tempo mean?
Yes.
Here we go.
So,
All right.
tempo means ease of motion, right?
Okay.
So we had that great long right at the low here in crude oil. We held it. There were plenty of opportunities for us to just take a profit. The tempo wasn't all that great at certain times. I mean, obviously, right in the middle of this range, but we were still holding above the regular trading hour VWAP. So that's really, I think, what kept us in this. When we got up near weekly kickoff low here, 73.40, that's when you started to see the tempo kind of fall off. You saw the high volume node here on this push. The next push higher was on lower volume. The next push higher was on lower volume. And price just was still attempting to go higher, but wasn't doing a very good job. We should always be asking ourselves, what direction is the market attempting to go, if any, and is it doing a good job in getting there? It's kind of an important level weekly kickoff.
Mhm.
The market was kind of giving us, you could say this was a divergence because the market kept trying to put in higher highs on lower lows. Jay, one of the best at recognizing this, and this is on a 5-minute chart. So, the market is still trying to push higher, but volume kept falling off, kept falling off,
Mhm.
kept falling off. So
I'm
the
just going to
tempo
add.
of price was dying, as well as the volume that pushed the market higher was also dying. This would have been a pretty decent opportunity for us to look for a potential exit. What if the market turned and kept going? Okay, that's always a possibility, but did it? It didn't. Still a
So
good
it
trade
also
though.
happened into euro close. So this is something specific to crude oil. You have these like times of day when it does things very, very orderly. And usually on crude oil, if you're looking to exit, try looking for dry ups of volume and potential reversals around the euro close. So as soon as 10 a.m. hits, that's always like shaky territory for further upside. So when you see volume drying out, you're going to get some sort of, like, it's not always massive like it was today, because we almost went pretty much where it started, right? But today, it was a good fade down to VWAP into sort of a partial failed auction. Although I would probably classify this as an auction fade, extended auction fade, rather than anything else. But yeah, crude oil is very specific that way, where it has these times of day where statistically over like decades has been doing the same thing over and over. And euro close, just pre-euro close, and sometimes just after, that's one of the times of day. So if you're looking for continuations or new sustained auctions around about that time, probably not the best choice in most days.
That's interesting. I wish we would have spoken about this a little earlier. I think we did a very effective job of trailing our stop on that trade. We took
Yeah.
a good 2/3 of that move on that trade.
Great.
I think our
Yeah.
P&L high was around $1,100, and we took $700 out
Mhm.
of the trade.
And it's
That's a
like a
good trade.
7-to-1 reward over risk.
Yeah, 7-to-1.
Day, man.
7-to-1 R.
Amazing.
All
Take
day.
that every day.
We only took $100 a heat on that trade. But yeah, knowing these nuances involved with tempo and
Volume.
these European session,
Volume.
volume and European session
Yeah.
closed.
Time of
Yeah,
day.
this is all
Yeah.
great stuff to know. Would we have gotten out of the trade sooner and taken a few more $100 out of it? Hindsight capital, right? Hindsight's 2020.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah,
Amen.
it will
Like it.
definitely. The more value that you can take out of this, the more added value it's going to add to your daily P&L. Am I saying that right?
Sounded good to me, JD.
The more you increase
Yeah.
your knowledge, the more it's going to add value to your bottom line.
All right, guys. Good stuff. All right, JD's coming back after this. D, thank you so much for jumping on with us at a moment's notice. Hoag absolutely
Yep.
crushed that segment. Special thank you to Mr. Jim Dalton himself. Man, oh man, and Jen as well. We got Back to the Futures coming up next after this. We hope you guys truly enjoyed that. We're trying to bring you guys the best only here at Topstep TV, because we got D in the house, head coach of Chameleonaires in the VIP program. We got 2 more VIPs coming out tomorrow. We got Hoag, JD. Who else is coming up next? Oh, we got JD, Dolby, Nathaniel, and Coach J, the volume master himself. Whew, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back, friends and traders. Hey, Philly boy in the chat, I assure you we did not forget about you, sir. We are here. Welcome back to the futures, everyone. We got a special treat for you today. We got funded trader Nathaniel coming to us from Australia originally. Now in British Columbia, Canada. Thank you for being here. We also got Coach Jay and Dolby Time. What's up, guys? All right, Nathaniel.
Howdy ho.
You've been with Topstep since April of 2023. You've been funded. You've taken payouts. You're currently sitting in an XFA. Tell us everything. What's your trading journey been like? How'd you find Topstep? Where'd you start off at? What's going on?
Yeah,
Introduce.
it's good. These are good questions. I just want to first say thanks for having us on. That's a really tough act to follow from having Jim Dalton on this morning.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
like
pretty good.
What a time! Yeah, he's got a few street cred pieces behind him, right? Yeah, so I mean, my journey's been pretty fun. Yeah, so found Topstep 2023. I tried other prop firms out, and they sucked. I actually found Topstep through TBM. So just watching his stuff on YouTube, and then I was like, oh, what's this Topstep biz about? So yeah, decided to give it a try. I think there was like this is going to really fire up the YouTube chat. There was some kind of discount code that you could get a cheaper combine. I think it was like $11 or something. Anyways, that's like way in the years. So don't go pestering all the mods now, people. Yeah, so like it was $11.
You said the D word.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty fun, like just to kind of figure out what trading futures is like, because I started like everyone else who thought, hey, I've got a little bit of extra cash. Why don't I just try a couple of penny stocks? Why don't I open a little portfolio? And then you kind of lean over to the dark side of options, and then you start to go, oh my goodness, I need to get away from that because I got my face ripped off too many times. Yeah, so after finding Topstep, and I was in some Discords as well, I ended up following not trades, but following someone's education through Discord. And I'm still in their Discord because, yeah, I just stay with people who know how to educate really well and like speak my kind of language, take it slowly, trying to be patient, not trying to look for these big banger, trades, but also value education in making sure that you understand what you're doing when you're doing it. So yeah, it's been a long journey. I actually only took my very first payout in November, and that was a huge milestone for me because, yeah, I've got a lot of stats that say otherwise. My P&L is still negative, and overall, and as Jack would say, or I think as Jack says it, I'm still paying my tuition. So yeah, a lot of fun.
Well, that first payout's a true milestone, and you hit it. Don't take that away from yourself. But yeah, everybody's trading journey is a little bit different. What did Dalton say today? Jim Dalton said, don't expect to make any money for your first 2 years in trading futures at least. And I think there's a lot of validity to that.
Yeah,
all right,
I got to go back and watch that because it was quite a heavy content segment, right?
Super heavy. We tried to scale it back again in the follow-up segment today. We were taking some of what he was talking about and try to lay it out a little more simply. We brought Deanna and Hoagland, and they explained a few things more in layman's terms. And I think it helped out a lot of people in chat. Hopefully it did. But we will be clipping those segments too. You can find them on YouTube as one-off videos.
Oh, yeah.
So keep an eye out for those. We won't make you scroll through the entire stream looking to find it. All right. Checking in on the markets, guys. Nathaniel, you took a couple trades today. Up a little money in your XFA trading the MNQ. Tell us a little bit about some of your trade setups. What are you looking at when you enter a trade, when you exit a trade? What kind of swings are you looking to take in the market?
Yeah, well, it's basically like the same as what Jim was describing this morning. every time I try and sit down, I have to personally try and still myself, because my bad habits that I developed at the start was like click and pray. And you can see people all over Discord saying like there's, the hopium copium kind of mentality where you just go, click, look away, close your eyes, or you see the meme where people are like, the dude's blowing the candle trying to make it go up or in the direction. So basically every time I sit down, I try and just do the same thing that anyone should be doing, is looking where the highs are, looking where the lows are, and then seeing how the market's interacting between the two, because it's, it's always heading towards a high, heading towards a low, or, just hovering in the middle. So this morning, I was looking here at the 15-minute chart, waiting for this, little gap here to see if we were going to break below way down here. And because we had a confirmation that it wasn't going to break lower, I got in around the 515 mark and then just let it ride. So it worked out. It's not always that clean, obviously. So going between, what I like to do is go between the hour, 15-minute, 1 minute, or from the 4 hour down to the 15, or the 5 down to the, if I'm really degenerate and I'm like practice account because I just want to get, that itch out, I'll go down to the 15-second and just go click happy. Because, sometimes it's just like, I just want to, trade something. And then you realize, slap that out of here. That's bad habits. Step back, look at the big market picture, and don't get too stupid with it, basically.
So I talked to some traders yesterday in a meeting with Coach Ray, and we were talking about exactly that, right? Do you realize that in real time when you're making those just kind of point, click, and pray decisions? Or do you realize it after the fact? It's like, oh, hey, yeah. Do you realize it in real time? Like, hey, these probably aren't the best trades, and I'm just in this, shoot from the hip mode. Or do you realize it after the fact once you get the results from those trades?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think like the bigger response or the bigger solution to that is to, like, again, I can reference Jim Dalton all day, but I just want to say flat out, like, everyone's got to develop their own nomenclature about what makes sense to you. So the way I think about keeping my emotions in check are, am I experiencing euphoria or dysphoria? Am I looking for that extreme, like, huzzah, I did it, I got that wicked awesome trade, or I took a loss, or I'm in a trade that didn't work out and I'm not exiting, and I'm just like, oh, I'm such an idiot, why did I do that, this is so dumb. Like, there's no emotional check there. There's just no balance. So the Discord that I'm in, the guy that mentors me, he's always talking about being emotionless, just emotionless, trying to make sure that you do not get swung by your own, sense, of self, or a sense of what you've done well or done right. You have your rules. So yeah, when I'm click happy in a practice account or even in a combine because I'm getting impatient, I know what I'm doing is breaking rules. As soon as I've made that first entry, it's like, I broke that rule. It's not going to work out. So in fact, if I journal about that afterwards, which is what happened with my combines last night, I blew them because I was being an idiot, flat out. That piece is key when I journal about it. Did I enter based on my rules? Because even if it goes to a win, it's not a win. I broke my rules by going into a trade that doesn't make any sense. So, it doesn't matter if I'm up 5,000 or $5. It doesn't make any sense. So, you got a gold trade on now? I see that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Ooh, yeah.
short gold. This is just a practice account. I hit my personal DLL trying to get short the Nasdaq this morning, 5 minutes before the Nasdaq sold off 200 points. So just trying out this gold trade here. The
man.
idea is,
We got to know,
gold is
Jay.
not
Yeah,
fun.
this is one of the strongest gold markets we've seen in a while. What compelled you to jump in front of the freight train?
So looking at a couple of things here, and I'm just testing this trade idea out. So gold closes at 12:30 Central Time. So that is this 5-minute candle right here. And then the same way I look at opening ranges, I'm looking at this closing range and seeing volume leaving that range. Gold is closed, so we may not get a ton of volume through this trade, but we'll see. Right now, my risk is above the high of this closing range. right? We have settlement for gold already, and just looking for some continuation. I'm not looking for the biggest move unless, of course, we get some volume to come in here. You can see below this chart, there's really no volume in this move at all. But just testing it out. Just testing it out.
Okay. We will keep an eye on that. House account is currently flat. Dolby, seeing anything in the markets
Flat.
for the house account?
Looks like Nasdaq's kind of catching a bid right now. We're still kind of stuck in this weekly range. So my expectations for today are pretty tiny for the most part. We still are kind of stuck between 21,400, 21,748. We can run up, say, 750.
Mm-hmm.
And just not seeing a ton of really good consolidations. We might be, I don't even say might, we are at the high of the 1 hour. 1 hour range high, I would say like 21,626.
Mm-hmm.
And
There's a case for longs here. We're trading back above yesterday's initial
there's
balance.
definitely a case.
Trading back above value from yesterday. So, yeah, I could see taking a long if we get a little pullback. We're right at yesterday's initial balance high. I have it at 06.25.
Long on a pullback
Yeah,
would be
along that
cool.
line.
Maybe like 604s or 585s. I think would be interesting for longs potentially. This depends
Yeah,
how far it
that's-
wants to pull back off of 600s. Oh, go ahead, Nathaniel.
No, I
What
was
are you
just
looking
gonna say,
at?
I agree with you. That basically that 604 area, and then below that, 585. That's what I'd be if I was looking to enter a trade. I'd be looking to see how price reacts when it gets down there, if it gets down there. That's the other thing about like looking at higher time frames. Like for the longest time, I would look at the 1 minute chart, and it's just it rips your face off, as everyone says. You know, when you're looking at stuff moving so quickly, you have to get a picture or a bigger picture. And I remember like one of the first streamers that I ever watched doing stock training, he would always clown people being like, zoom out. Like you can't see what's happening unless you zoom out. But I mean, you know, as much as it's a clowning action
True.
or
Yeah.
like, yeah, you got to zoom out.
That's something that's good to do too. Like if you hop into a trade on a small time frame, you know, zoom out and see what that trade looks like on like a 15-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour chart. It'll kind of give you a little bit of like perspective of maybe what momentum could end up being. Like, for example, let's say we get long, you know, right now in the NASDAQ, you know, we could say, yeah, stair step highs, you know, so on and so forth. And if you go to like a 1 hour chart, it's like, well, we're long right in the middle of a range, you know, that could take hours to unravel. So I think it's a great bit of advice. It gives you a lot of perspective, you know, in your trade and kind of what others who are really moving markets could be seeing as well, because most of the big time players are going to be trading on larger time frames to be moving their money around.
Very true. Very true. Entering a trade on a shorter time frame too, you might be getting out too early. If you scale back to the longer time frames, you might discover that you are in the trade of the week, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you look at if you look on the hourly, get there. So you look on the hourly and you see how we traded right down into today's daily low. You can probably guess like a lot of people were expecting it to continue down. But then if I flip down to the 5 minutes, if you wanted to take like a banger catch the bottom trade, I'd be entering like after it's continuing up. But that's not how I trade. I could just see that might be someone's setup, that it didn't continue down. We've got a rejection off the bottom. So now confirmation after it's rejected off that bottom. Sure, it's a 60-point rejection, 50-point rejection, but still could be a setup. I don't know. It's not my setup.
Do we like longs? Longs actually look kind of decent right now. Like nice
Yeah, I
little
mean,
stair
it's
step down.
obviously going to break through the 623 area for that confirmation. But again, you go with confluence on a little 15-second chart, because who doesn't like to look at a 15-second chart?
My question is, where's your stop on a long here?
Stop on a long is going to be down.
Yeah, I have a VWAP around 88. I would say a stop just above there.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're still
I mean,
dancing
I would like
along
to get
yesterday's initial balance high. So initial balance high at 06 quarter. This is still a pretty cheap trade. If we were to get into it right now. 20 points of heat.
And
say the
that's
magic
a good
words.
good calculation for folks as well. Like the first time that I started trading futures and started with ES. ES is so good to start with, in my opinion. I know probably Andre's loving that I said that right now, but there's a good chance that ES helps you just like ease your way into understanding futures because of how it moves a lot slower to NQ. And then when you start to get your face ripped off, that's the third time I've said that. If anyone's playing bingo at home, and if you do, start with go out to MNQ, that's so volatile. Like MNQ is like the way. I have not blown accounts with MNQ, only NQ, because that's the degenerate way. Like you think in your mind, oh, it's just a couple of points. I'm going to try and get in, get out. Doesn't work. It doesn't develop good habits. You're not gonna win in the end. So, yeah.
What kind
No
of is
trade,
like your
right, Zoe?
main?
We didn't get anything there, did
No, no. Well, no, I didn't hear any prices for bids or anything, so I didn't put anything in.
No, yeah,
I heard stops, but no entries.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like
Oh, we're right back
604
up
or
there
down
again.
to 585. If we are going to look at getting in, it's like around the 604 level or down to 585. But
Yep, that's
yeah,
what I'd be looking
it's
at.
to me it's 250-50 right now. I'd want to see it reject from this area, or at least bounce from this area, and then I would get in. Just again, confluence wise, 250-50 for me. But that's just how my setup works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I wanted to buy this.
Okay. Go ahead, Judy.
I wanted to buy at this price right on the 8:30 open this morning, or pre-market. We were talking about this during the opening call. This 06 level in the NQ. It was holding overnight pre-market while we were talking.
That was a good call, JB.
We got a nice bounce off of it right at the 8:30 open, and then we came back through and busted back inside of value from yesterday. But here we are dancing right around it again as we stair step higher. I see comments in the chat. I made the comment about exiting around VWAP. I think VWAP invalidates this trade right now, personally.
Yep.
If we were going to take an entry, right around here would be the spot.
Hold on, do I have VWAP up? No, I need to put it up. What's kind of your default? You say like VWAP setting. Do you do like a 5-minute? Is that the one you pay attention to the most?
Me?
Judy?
The one I always have up is a session continuation VWAP. Just a
okay, just got it.
Straight VWAP. I'll throw a couple on every once in a while. I'll look at
so I do
day session VWAP. Jay, you know a lot more about VWAP than most of us. So yeah, jump in there.
No, I was just saying I think we could buy here and go with a pretty tight stop if we wanted to. Kind of late. Like I think what Nathaniel was talking about, like that 604 area. But I think if we took it there, anything under 595 would invalidate that trade for me. The reason I'm saying that, we had this huge candle to the downside today that I have marked out here. The low of that candle is 592. We had some buying come in and accept back inside the low of this candle. So if that buying holds, then I think we trade through the rest of it. So this looks like the potential to kind of fill this imbalance on this short side. And yeah, it feels like it's getting ready to go. Maybe we see it during power hour, but I think this is the kind of general area. Maybe we don't have to set the stop that tight, but I think anything under 600 would invalidate it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Anything under 6?
Yeah.
Another retest of that 06. I think we should load up. Not load up.
I don't know if we're going to get it.
All right, there we go.
Load the boats.
Let's see.
Get it going.
So they can get 604s and 602s. In the NQ, we're not really making higher highs. It's a little bit concerning, but we'll see if that even matters in the end. Because if we get a little stop run here, maybe we'll be okay.
That might be the
And
move,
what you guys
Goldie.
want? So we're about to get filled. Okay, long one.
We got one.
We got one of two. Long one,
Let's go.
21,605. Put that in Slack for the
Let
people.
him take.
You know, oh yeah, look at that.
Excellent. Nice entry.
Excellent entry. Take profit. What do we got? Nathaniel, give me a good
So-
take profit for NQ.
So we are looking at a little minor bull flag on the 3-minute chart here. We're about to bust out to the upside right now.
Still
Man
can't make
alive,
higher
yeah.
highs. That makes things weird.
Look like we're about to bust out.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Okay.
as long as it's above 626 or pushes above 626, I'd be seeing it push higher. But again, if it doesn't break through there, I think this kind of just kicks around here for a little bit. But it could change in power hour, right? Like you've
for
got
sure.
some imbalance down at 585 as well, like we were saying earlier. But yeah, this kind of lull right before power hour, it can really bite you if you try and force a trade or keep your stops too tight.
Yeah,
Very
I
true.
think
Stop
this
us
is
at 580 right now.
What's our second
I
entry?
think this is
Dalton?
the
602.
Okay, we're in
Long.
2 now.
Now we're long to 604.
580s
Let's
your
go.
stop.
Currently.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be, though. You could always add more as well, or reduce as the game
We're
goes
buying
on.
580s.
I wouldn't mind
All
it.
right, guys.
Why not?
House account is currently long a pair of NQ at 21,604. In the money just a little bit, trading just a couple ticks above initial balance high from yesterday at 6.25. We are going to bring Eddie in for on this
Howdy.
day. Eddie, what happened on this day in history?
Well, Governor, on this day, let's hit the magic gong and go back into time. January 30th, 1649. In London, King Charles I is, beheaded for treason. On January 30th, 1649, Charles ascended to the English throne. Okay, enough with the magic. The English throne in 1625, following the death of his father, King James. In the first year of reign, Charles offended Protestant subjects by marrying Henrietta Maria, a Catholic French princess. He later responded to political opposition to his rule by dissolving Parliament on several occasions. And in 1629, he decided to rule entirely without Parliament. Surprisingly, George Clinton and Bootsy Collins were out of a solid gig. This came January 30th, 1649. I just added those last two things with George Clinton and Bootsy Collins. But anyway, back to you, JD.
You mean that didn't really happen? I'm joking. Thanks, Eddie.
George Collins, Bootsy Collins were nowhere in sight at that year. No. Go Parliament.
All right, guys. Now that we are in this trade, are we getting any smarter? Have we learned anything new since we got long the NASDAQ?
Eddie
The
is
only thing
still
I'd say
fun,
is
very entertaining. That's what we learned. Yep.
this is a low volume time, so the potential for that follow through that we were looking for is less, right? I think it's a good location. Maybe the timing is a little bit off for when we're actually going to get the move, and it might be something better for power hour. Looked like we were going to break, but then again, there's no volume on that follow through, so
Yep.
Not surprised to see us still kind of sitting here. It's okay to take it off, I think, and get back in when the timing is right. But I like where our stop is, and there's still the potential to add to this also.
There you have it. Nathaniel, what are you seeing on this trade?
Yeah, I was just going to say the same as Jay. Basically, it's like it's not moving, and because it's not moving, I just like the other end of the spectrum is when it's flashing so quickly through a level that you're like, that's crazy, like an FOMC or an ER dropping, and you're like, well, there goes 200 points. And if you really want to get your bingos up, another rip your face off moment.
This is really a very difficult hour to trade, but Dolby and I are determined, and Jay, we are determined, we three traders,
To make it work.
money, to find a way to make money during the segment.
Yeah, I'm like, it's not moving lower, it's not moving higher, it's just sitting on this level. So that to me just means we're just kind of loading up for a bit of a springboard, or a little bit of a bungee jump.
If the goal is to make a little bit of money at Dolby, I see we had a couple tickies, like JD would say, in the green there. If the goal is to make some money, we could take it off right there at $25. But I like the
25,
location.
no
It's
way.
just I like the location. We just have to wait.
$10.
Oh, we gotta let this.
I'd rather lose 10 grand than make $10. I knew a guy that actually said that.
I can't
I'd
get
rather
you
lose
shit in
10 grand.
Cicero.
I'd rather lose 10 grand
There
than
you
make
go.
$100.
There's a push to the higher end of that
There we go.
15 minutes.
There we go.
Earn the money.
Still not. I still want to see this break though. Like I would love to see 624s, and then let's get above 26s and see if we can start exploring some new areas here.
You know
of
what
the
it is too.
market.
We have the ES dealing with 6100 right now, major psych level, and it can't decide what it wants to do there. So it might be holding us back.
Still not really making higher highs. God, you're trying though, Nazi. You really are.
There's a little bit of liquidity at 15. Not much. Oh, there was a 50 lot there.
For all those ICT traders out there, because you don't like to say the actual acronym, you just say ICT. There's a nice internal SMT between NQ and ES. So I just don't like saying the full
chat's
thing
triggered.
because it makes it sound like a pelty.
Chat could lose their mind.
Uh-oh.
I think Nathaniel knew exactly what he was doing right there.
Sure
Yeah,
did.
I'm sorry.
Sure
I'm a
did.
bit of a troll.
Chat's smart. Chat is smart. It's like when you try to, spell outside in front of your dog, so you don't say outside. You can't get the dog too excited.
That is a great one. Nice, Dolby.
We try. We try. What's our take profits for this thing? We just go like 2 to 1 and just try to make $1,000 on this thing. That would be 629.
No,
I mean, we've got
Go ahead,
sort of
Nathaniel. What do you think?
your TP has to be at least 640.
if we get above 25, we could rip right back up to 97, I think.
That's what I'm saying. If it gets above that 25, you're setting it long. Like you just let that thing run through power hour.
Yeah, Dolby, I keep hearing what you're saying. We're not making higher highs. I think it's just a timing thing. I think we're off. I think we are right about this direction, right, where this market is going. And of course, we could be wrong. The market's going to do whatever it wants to. I would say targets conservative, like Nathaniel just said, is 640, and then above that 680s. But how do we get there is the question. Do we run some
I have
stops?
no idea.
Yeah, right. Do we flush before we go? That's the question. That's what makes trading.
I mean, it hasn't failed at all, so I don't want to get. I don't want to have our impatience get us out of this trade. I'd rather have the market get us out of the trade.
Right.
Because we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we were patient enough to wait for our entry. We should be equally as patient.
And we got a good entry. Other thing too is like this
Getting out.
trade has spent the vast majority of the time in the green. Not that that's like any indication that this will be profitable, but it's way better than this spending most of its time underneath our entry. So I'd rather let this one play a little bit. So it seems like, when a trade goes in the green, we want to get, really overprotective of it, as traders. But that's really when we should be letting it breathe, let it unfurl the wings, let it fly a little bit. But it's those trades that spend most of the time in the red. Like we should be trying to get those out of break even, reduce risk there. But we've been green most of the time. We should be optimistic that this is going to go in our favor.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a little volume information here. Delta on the NASDAQ right now for the New York session, I have at negative 3,300. We saw the last time we really had a a delta squeeze. That was last week, right, where we had that trade on with Hoag, and I think it ran 100 points. So if we do get a squeeze of shorts, there is that potential for a really nice move, maybe all the way back up to 720s. But that's if shorts cover here.
Was that a beautiful squeeze that Hoag called that day, or what?
Man, that was amazing.
Are we opposed to taking one off at 625s? Because I would definitely be in favor of peeling one
Yeah,
at
that's fine.
625s.
Hold a runner for the auto liquidator if this turns out to be a valid spike. But yeah, definitely take one off.
It would just be a shame
25.
for us to break a range and not take at least one and have it rip all the way back down again.
Mm-hmm.
That would still be 25 points. It's about 20 points. That's $400 on that one contract. So that's pretty good. I'll easily pay for the
basically be a free trade at that point. Yeah.
And we did start making higher highs, at least a little bit. So that's nice.
The Delta update on the ES, we're positive 2,000. So
positive 2,000 in the ES.
Yep.
And you said NQ was negative?
Negative 3,300.
Okay.
Negative 3,300?
Yep.
Broke. How much more can we add to this long? What's our contract limit? Short squeeze.
Are you asking how degenerate do you want to be, or are you?
I'm just asking what my loss limit is. That's it.
Yeah. No, it's good. Just checking. I just want to keep you in check. It's all about the accountability.
It's on my bucket list. I want to hit 50 contracts in 2025 on this account at some point in time. It's my yearly goal. It's my KPI.
Say it again. What's your goal? What's your goal, Dolby?
50 lots. 50 lots in this house account.
House account.
50 lot winner.
50 lots.
See all these live traders putting up 6 figures. How come we can't do that, JD? Huh? And Nathaniel, Coach Jay, how come we can't put up a 50 lot banger?
Oh, you can do whatever you want, Dolby.
It's true.
Exactly. That's a good segue to what I wanted to say about like all the noise that you've got every day around you all the time. I know that again, I'm doing really well with this bingo. If anyone's playing in the Discord, you've got rip your face off, and the amount of times I've mentioned Jim Dalton. Just another portion of it where I know I forgot, but I told a few people that I was going to be on here, and I was like, "You can play bingo with me if you want." Yeah. So about like all the noise and stuff. The noise has so many different personalities, right? Like it's your social media apps, or it's all that flashy Lambo life. It's not that there's anything wrong with TopstepTV, but this could be noise for someone instead of them like locking in, or it could be accountability and it could be help with market sentiment. But you have to decide what is important to you for keeping your blinders on and making sure that you stick to your plan. So if you want to rewind this and you go back to what I was saying about where I would get in, where I would get out, what I would aim for, my sentiment hasn't changed. We've been chatting this whole time and we've been, sharing different ideas or different outlooks, but my sentiment hasn't changed a bit. And that's what I think is like the strength of when you finally get into a rhythm and you have that groove going for you, drumming reference if anyone wants, then you can find your own tempo, and that cadence has to dictate how you enter your workstation every day. Can't be on your phone, as I'm known to do, laying in bed at the morning, and my wife's like, "You need to get up." I'm like, yes I do. There's responsibilities to go after. You can't just sit there and doom scroll or whatever it is. You have to, like people say, the catchphrase things like lock in, make sure that your trend is your friend. Like all these catchphrases can also be noise. I know Coach Robert also says that there's just so many different things that can catch your attention. So you really have to find that ability, meditating on centering yourself, and make sure that just because someone else says something that doesn't align with your thesis should not cause you to change your outlook. It might be helpful. Just go, oh, how did you see that? Oh, tell me what your thoughts are. But every successful trader that I've ever come across, they don't sit there, strategy hopping or Discord hopping or trying all these different things out. They know their strategy. They know what they're good for. And if someone says, oh, this is what I'll do, they'll say, tell me about that. Like, why did you get in there? And then
Mhm.
I've seen it other times where they'll ask that and people will be like, I don't really know. And he's like, then why? Why would you enter a trade when you don't have rules, you don't have a strategy? You're just, again, back to what I said earlier, click and pray.
Hoping.
Point click
I
pray.
want
The
to make a
PCP trade.
correction. I want to make a correction on that delta for the ES. I do have it as negative 3,100. I was looking at a different chart. So let's squeeze them.
Negative delta all the way
Let's.
around.
Are you
Are we
All
learning
right.
more?
you given Dolby permission to 50 lot this thing, Jay?
I don't have that. I don't have that power, Dolby.
No,
I have that
does, to be
power.
honest.
I have
We're
that power.
uncharted
Pull out the
territories.
cannon, Dolby. No, I really
Full
don't have that
pork
power.
is coming through.
Hey, let's go. I mean, listen, if we
All
can
right,
find more
folks.
ways to enter, let's do it. Oh, we got a
House
hug coming up.
account. House account is long a pair. Tony wants 604. We're working on an offer to cover a piece of it at 25 while we're waiting for that little pop in the NQ. Eddie, what's happening with our traders here at Topstep? We got some jabs to go through. Let's do it.
You know what? Very happy to see how people are putting things together, moving forward. It's just a matter of, following through your rules, not getting reckless, mindset control. Easy to say, hard to do, but just give it one day, one try to be just completely about rules, about focus, and about your mindset. So let's take a look and see who and one of some of our top step traders who are making these jabs count. Zalesoft passed 5 combines today. That is awesome. I passed one. I am ecstatic. Passing 5, way to go. JD, not you, but another JD. And boy, we had a lot of JDs going on here today. I just passed my second combine. I'm very happy this time because both were gently sloping equity curve. I did it twice. Consistency is king. Only a max of 2 contracts the whole way. So JD was only using 2 contracts and passed the second combine. Way to go here. Ryan Merton just passed a combine, and I think this was when the market took a initial dump. Also saying, what was this initial push at the open? Just to dump like this? Yes, we did have that. Shub, our good friend Shub. You okay over there, Dolby Time? You're right.
Yeah, you just took one off.
We just took one off.
Bill, baby.
Okay, what happened? Do I need
we're
a
up
jab,
400
jab,
bucks
jab
on
here?
one.
$400.
Yeah, add one in.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jab. Way to go, Dolby Time. Yeah, Shub, our good friend Shub here, reached my target through, though it to continue, but as it's month end, lots of adjustments happening, decided to lock myself out, staying here till the end of practice. Jab. Way to go, Shub. Berggren, up $1,800 or 1,800 Cuervo. I believe this day deserves a shot at tequila on 4 XFAs and 1 combine each. Jab, cross hook, uppercut. Way to go, Berggren. Kelvin Mendoza passed a 50K, 100K combine. Coach Jay, he's giving you props there, my good friend. Kelvin
Hey, there we
passing
go.
that. And Eddie 997 had my first trading day in my brand new XFA. Thank you, Topstep. You guys rock. We love you, Eddie. And keep it coming. And back to you, JD. That has been Jab.
Thank you, Eddie. Big shout out to all those
Dolby,
traders.
I have to say. Go ahead. Sorry, JD.
Just a quick shout out. You gonna sneeze?
No.
Shout out to JD in the
good
chat
work.
and Shubham. Great chat contributors. Thanks for being there day to day, bell to bell with us, guys. House account shaved one off at 25. We're holding one for the liquidator going into power hour now. Dolby's going to be there in power hour. He's going to stick around and guide the ship on this long. Coach Jay, what's up?
What's up?
What were you about to say?
I was just gonna say to Dolby that was the best I've heard to a winning trade. I want that as a sound clip for all of my winning trades.
Oh man, I was just looking down and I see an order fill. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. It's uncontrolled jubilee over here. It's
crying,
awesome.
man.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to go back and get that.
It's a great call.
We're gonna have to rewind the stream, go back and get that Dolby soundbite.
Yeah,
add it to Eddie's repertoire just for like an easy go button. Choo choo choo.
Yeah, whatever.
The
At
fill
least I'm not
button.
on stage running for political office, so I think I'm safe.
So
Jay,
just
Coach Jay,
what's up, Nathaniel?
I was going to ask you a question. I've got the chat over on the side here, and I just saw someone ask. I know I've asked before as well, and Hoag explains it really well. But can you explain what you're looking for when you mentioned the delta?
Yeah. So to keep it simple, delta is the difference between market order buys and market order sells, right? So if that number is negative, that means throughout the day for all the trades that have happened, most of them have been market order sell orders. Now, the way we like to look at it is, okay, there was more aggressive selling than buying for the day, but what is price doing, right? If I'm an aggressive seller and we're going with the assumption that they have to close these positions by the end of the day, if I'm an aggressive seller and price keeps going up and I need to close by the end of the day, what do I do with that position? I have to buy it, right? So going into the close, if price isn't favorable to that delta number, then the likelihood of getting a squeeze is higher, right? So right now we got an hour left in the day. There's negative delta, pretty decent negative delta in the NASDAQ. The S&P number was not that dramatic, but if those NASDAQ traders need to close this position before the close, they're likely going to buy, pushing the market higher, and then vice versa.
Nice.
One
I'll have to
thing
say
I'm looking
Hoag
at
does a little bit better, but that still works
Hoag's,
as well.
I come on. Look who you putting me up against. I can't match
I
Hoag's.
know. I baited you hard on that.
What I do want to say about this NASDAQ trade that we have here, so if we can pull up my charts real quick, the highest volume candle of the day on a 3.
Nope.
Oh, you just got
You just
robbed
lost
of your
Jay.
slot.
Jay just got bumped. Welcome to the show, Bobby
Don't
T.
say anything. Don't say anything. Oh, Bobby, don't say anything. Don't say a word. Don't say a word. You're live on TV. You just
Don't say anything.
hijacked Jay's spot.
Nathaniel, thanks for joining us. That is all the time we've got for Back to the Futures today. Hoag's coming in just a minute. Hoag's going to come in and do an afternoon recap in just a minute. And I'm going to send him a note to go over the Delta Squeeze play in a little more detail before Power Hour. So, Nathaniel, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your
thank you. I hope I can come back
being here
again.
and
This was a
explaining your
lot of
process
fun.
with us.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
dude, you're
of
great. I
course.
didn't ask you any drum questions either. We got to talk drums
Oh,
sometime.
that's what we'll do next time.
They didn't even
Hell
have
yeah,
time
sounds
for
great.
music.
That's true.
All right, after the recap, we got Bobby T coming in. He's going to trade in Power Hour Dolby time. We met Bobby back in November. He's trading in an XFA, and we're going to see what he's up to. NQ still stepping higher. So we are in the money on this trade. Risk-free, free money trade. Leave it for the auto liquidator time. All right, guys. Again, Nathaniel, thanks for joining us. Dolby time. I'll catch you later. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Hey, Hoag here. Welcome to the afternoon recap. It looks like the house count has another nice trade on here. House count was long, 2 at 21,604, with a stop down to 21,580. First exit about 1 to 1, 625, 21,625, and leaving one on for the auto liquidator at the end of the day. Really nice trade going on here. And I got word that there was question about Delta, and Delta is, to explain it, is the number of contracts that trade using buy market orders, lifting, sell, resting orders is positive Delta, minus the number of contracts that trade using sell market orders into bids. You're seeing a negative Delta here at the highs or near the highs in the NASDAQ. I'm seeing negative 2,600 as price continues to move higher. We're not seeing Delta really coming off that much, which means there may be longer time frames, stronger, bigger pockets, buyers continuing to place bids, getting hit by market orders. Short time frame traders are the most likely to be hitting the bids with market orders. This is maybe getting them too short. And again, if they are short time frame traders, they're probably going to go home flat. If we continue to see price against negative Delta, we see price continue to move higher. We see Delta continue to decrease in value or increase in negativity, whichever way you want to put it. That would offer an opportunity for a late squeeze to the upside at the end of the day. We saw one of those last week. A really tasty one. Hey, it happened to be on a Thursday too. That was a really tasty one. Don't know if that's going to happen this time. Nothing happens all the time. And the problem with it is, if there is a longer time frame buyer here, if they finish what they're doing, that presence will no longer be in the market. If Elvis leaves the building, it can change things drastically. But still sitting in a really nice position here in the house account. Nice work, guys. S&Ps. Finally, we saw the market take a look, and I'm going to call this a gap close of the island top. To me, this is a gap close. Close enough. Hey, looks like the market's heading that way anyways. Looks like we're headed for that. You think the eyeballs are on that? Markets are very visual. Markets, traders are focusing on that. We see negative Delta in the S&Ps as well, getting right up here near the initial balance high. This is yesterday's IB high. This is IB high. Getting up near that IB high, we can take out that finish that to the closing of that gap would be a good thing for buyers. And we are still waiting for more information tomorrow with the PCE numbers. I'm really hoping those come out positive because I haven't checked my 401k for a few days or a few weeks. I'm going to have to go ahead and check that again. Maybe tomorrow if we see a nice rally. I am wearing the rally sweater. Let's take a look at crude oil now. Now, we talked about a little bit about this after the session with Dalton because we had a really tasty long. I mean, that was really, really good trade location, really just based off of the opening range trade and overnight inventory, perhaps maybe a little bit short down there. Well, we left the opening range at the low of the day. It still remains the low of the day. We had a really decent up move. Our price kind of getting up near 73.40, kind of petering out a little bit there. And we kind of looked at this trying this attempt at continuing the upside move as Delta started to, as volume started to kind of fall off, kind of creating a divergence in price trying to go higher on lower volume. That's usually not going to be a good thing. We did trail the stop. We made $700 on that trade, I think, on $100 risk. Even though we missed getting out at the top, when do you ever get out at the top? When was the last time you top ticked a long trade on your exit? Good luck. So we did, maybe $700 on $100 risk, 7-to-1 reward over risk. Very successful trade there in crude oil and gold. The gold overnight inventory was long. Let's put this profile on here so we can see when the day really started. The opening range was not the low of the session. The opening range opened, looked lower, very, very, very small, even I would say an extremely weak attempt to to adjust overnight inventory. But if you ask me, this market is in an upside continuation. So there's going to be a little bit less of a probability of a inventory adjustment when you open with a gap in the direction of the bigger time frame trend. Well, we just continued that trend. We looked above weekly kickoff high of 28.42. The market has become magnetic to there. Why? Probably waiting for new information tomorrow morning. But yeah, new highs here in gold. Bring out the air horns. We're going to look forward to seeing everybody for the Power Hour. We have Bobby T with us, who was with us back in November. Recently earned an Express funded account and has been working one-on-one with Coach Jay, from what I'm reading here. Lucky man, lucky trader. We got Andre and Dolby joining him for Power Hour. Hope you enjoyed the Dalton session. I know I enjoyed every minute of it. It was a lot of fun for me. Somebody I've been following and learning from for decades. Hope you enjoyed it. But stick around. Lots more left here. For Topstep TV. Again, Power Hour coming up. Andre, Dolby, Bobby T. Stick around. Lots more coming. See you in a minute.
Yo, what up, TopstepTV? Aspen, Colorado, Alex Ferrer, silver medal, men's ski half pipe, crushed it. Hope you're all watching. Much love. Thank you for the support. All the best.
the one, James. We got Bobby T in the house. This is Power Hour on Top Step TV. Bobby T, welcome back. You got an XFA. This is your second day, correct?
Yeah, second day in the XFA. Early days. But yeah, yesterday was an absolute banger. Yeah, I was locked in yesterday. Had a seriously big day yesterday. Call me the Scalp King, because I was just going for it. Yeah.
What is an absolute banger of a day? What does that look like for Bobby T?
Well, just a lot of money basically.
Job.
Yeah, and yeah, it was risky, but where we had such a range bound day, I was just using the 100 tick chart. This one here. I was just using the 100 tick chart and VWAP, and literally just using it as an anchor. So when it went above VWAP, I would buy. When it would go below VWAP, I would sell. Really, really simple and effective strategy. And look, there's elements of luck in it, Andre. It just paid off. It just paid off. So every time Powell said, every time Powell said, "Oh, 2%," I was like, "Cool, I'm going to buy that." And then when he said recession or anything like that, I was going to sell that. So I was locked in. I don't advise anyone to trade. It's aggressive. It is like that, but scalping is with day traders, right? So I think everyone's got to start scalping. That's where you get your momentum. That's where you get your equity. But everyone's different. I've been trying to trade longer, and today I've got 60 points. So it's been a good day.
Well done. Dolby time.
Nice job.
House account's got a trade on right now. Yep, let's update them.
House account's in the zone. House account is in the zone today. This house account is up $400 realized, but the real beauty here is we're still long one NASDAQ from 21,602. We are up over 70 points in this one NASDAQ trade right now. So we can manage it from here. You know, if Chad has opinions, feel free. We did move the stop up to 21,654, which is kind of right below this 15-minute candlestick. It's also below the midpoint of this kind of consolidation we had a while ago. So I think our stop's in a great spot. The question is the upside, right? Like, how much further can this go? I have no idea.
Yeah,
absolutely no idea.
We've got a lot of earnings, haven't we? So it depends how far you want to trade it. If you're going straight to the bell, then you could leave it and then just put a tight stop. So you're definitely getting profit.
How much is the profit and stop? Yeah, we're already up $1,000 unrealized in this trade. I think a safe take profit would be 703s. If we can get there, it's only about 20 points away, which is really not that far for NASDAQ. And that would be a full 100-point winner on that one contract.
It works.
Looks like there's a little bit of a ceiling at 680s. So if we can get above that, we kind of get into this really sort of wiki area that we've had from NASDAQ the past I'll say last week. So kind of curious to see how it behaves. You know, I'm sure if someone's like a volume expert, they'd have some opinions on what's going on in this little kind of area up here.
Coach Jay?
All these little wiki candlesticks.
Where you at?
Yeah.
I think I just threw a hot dog. Yeah, we'll see though. But so far, it's a great trade. Just got to let it cook some more.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a recap of what's going on in the markets. We got the S&Ps right at the highs here, 61.11. A point off the highs there. Dow hanging out around the highs as well, 45,172, about 12 points off the highs. Crude oil, trying to figure out what to do with $73 even. Last trade, $72.89. And gold making new all-time highs today at $28.53. We're about $8 off of that last trade, $28.45. See if the NQ wants to push this thing higher. Let's trade 21,678. Dolby said there's a ceiling at 680. I do see that. If we can get through that, Dolby.
Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, we are at high of the days at the moment on NASDAQ. Yeah, what are you hoping for, Dolby? You hoping for it to just cruise up to 800 end of the day.
Straight up, baby. Let's see. We're talking about Delta earlier. I think it was Jay who was saying that EOS and NASDAQ both had negative Delta, which means that there's outstanding shorts. So, if they end up covering, then this could accelerate to the upside pretty quick. They have about 45 minutes to figure out how they want to get aligned into the close here. Coach Jay just said negative 2,500 NASDAQ. So, the last time we saw this happen, we ended up seeing a massive short squeeze in NASDAQ into the close. So this might end up happening again. But we are just in pure profit right now in an excellent trade.
Oh, that's a good
shout out to Nathaniel for a previous segment.
Yeah.
Calling this one out. Really good stuff.
Bobby T, you're flat right now. Any levels or any prices of interest you'd be looking to get in at, long or short, in the NQ?
Yeah, so if I was to trade today, I'd be taking a short in the next 45 minutes, simply because we're at the highs of the day. We've had this slow movement or slow grinding day today, so buying up here is dangerous, I think. But then again, after the hour, if you were to trade the Nasdaq, and it's 50-50 call on earnings, but right now I'm sort of staying flat. I may look at some other opportunities, but yeah, it's a difficult one. I would only go short here, but listen, the trade we're in at the moment is amazing on the live account.
We're pushing higher here too.
Yeah, we're pushing higher. So this is it's a dangerous trade here. I think if you want to get in here with all the imbalances coming out in 25 minutes, tricky one.
Yep, keep pushing here. Last trade 21,690. S&P's just made new highs. Nasdaq's got about 50 points to go to hit the high of the day at 21,748. Shout out to Anne Marie this morning in Fast Markets for calling out that gamma level at 750 back in Fast Markets. Also, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Power Hour. Let's see those trader station setups at TopstepTV. We'll turn those around to you later in Power Hour. But here we go. Dolby, we're cooking. We have a take profit or just let this thing run?
We would take profit at 704s. That's 100 points on this one lot. That's pretty good. Pretty good. And we're real close. 10 points away, maybe 15 points away from getting this. Momentum looks fantastic. Every time frame looks bullish. I moved the stop up just a little bit.
Yep, and the dollar is dropping, which is always a good sign.
Oh yeah, we got big earnings coming out for tech.
Yeah,
Delta is short. I mean, it's looking good. It's looking
coming
real
up roses,
good,
Dolby. It's coming up roses.
Really,
one of those days. Hell of a week here at TopstepTV. Trading this week. Jim Dalton on. We will isolate that and cut it up and throw it back on the YouTube channel. While I'm talking about YouTube, 3,000 of y'all watching right now. Click like, click subscribe, give us a follow. We greatly appreciate it. We are on the march to 150,000 subscribers. Crazy. Let's keep pushing here. 21,687. Nothing on the tilt. And Delta is negative in the ES and NASDAQ.
Yeah, I did want to get back to something that Bobby was talking about.
Sure.
Bobby, you're saying that you were scalping a bunch in your trades. Is that something that you look to do early in your days, kind of build a cushion with some scalps?
Yeah, it's a bad habit, especially when you first get an XFA. I think as soon as I get an XFA, I think, right, I need to get out of the hole, which is a crazy mentality, really. But you've got 4,500, and you think to yourself, okay, this could take me 6 months. Or with the good thing about Topstep is you can take risk, and if you fail, you can do it again, right? But as soon as you create that cushion, like I did yesterday, now in my eyes, now you can begin to trade like a professional, and then you step back from minis and then you trade micros. But yeah, if the start of the day there's a bad trade, Dolby, I'm pretty much you've got to protect yourself. So I'm very, very skeptical if the first trade of the day is not good, because then it starts playing with your mind, right? So yeah, yeah, the first trade of the day is so important, guys. Don't
I
trade.
agree.
Don't be like me in the past and trade in the middle of the night. Like Mick always says, 15 lots, or sometimes a London session can be brutal. So I advise to minimize risk on that. But the most of the best opportunities are in New York time. Just past the Open, about 3 o'clock in UK time, but an hour after the Open, I think you get the best trades. But yeah, I try to get a cushion, mate. That's the plan. Today was like get lucky again. I had a trade last night, and then a few trades today that have worked out. But now for me, it's about minimizing risk and keeping the account and just building on it, basically.
Yeah, that's awesome. Nice trading yesterday too. I pulled up your trade report. I'm not going to out how much you made, but it was a very nice day. And you didn't even. I mean, you traded some good contract size, but it wasn't like an egregious amount considering how much you ended up making. And your hold times were great. I think it was 3 minutes on losers and 8 minutes on long. So it wasn't even like you were like turbo scalping the market. I mean, those are totally legitimate hold times.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I've been here before. So where I've gone wrong in the past, I've got to like 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,000. And then I'm just being like, I'm the man. I'm going to stick a 5 lot on. I'm going to stick a 5 lot on. And then what happens? Bang. You're out of the game. So to take it from me, don't if you have 2 good days, don't just put a 5 lot on or a 6 lot on or an 8 lot on. The market has no feelings and it will rip you apart.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Nothing humbles you better than the market.
Yeah.
All right, you see the countdown clock. Lower right hand corner, got 37 minutes left in Power Hour. Again, we got big earnings coming on after this. Apple, Intel, and Visa. Coach Jay is saying, can we go to 78 and a half? 78 and a half.
So he corrected it. 76.5.
76 half.
76 half.
We'll go to 76 half. Yeah, that's fine.
We can do that.
Done and done. Yeah. That's that's the thing with trading. I've talked about this a couple times, but if you're trading really poorly, you get a bunch of, negative thoughts in your head that can be detrimental. And if you're trading super well, you get positive thoughts that are euphoric that end up becoming negative because then you start trading, 5 lots or 10 lots. And I think what's so frustrating with trading is that no matter where you're at in your journey, there's always going to be some sort of like negative thoughts that can impact your trading, whether or not you're making a ton of money or whether or not you're losing a bunch of money. You always have to be on the defensive for any sort of like irrational exuberance or irrational sadness.
Yeah, I like Gerard's point yesterday when he said that like something bad comes into your mind and you think, you know what, I'm just going to put a trade on. That was amazing. I really like that when he said that. You're having a bad day, say your team lost at football, or you're having a bad day and you think, fudge it, I'm going to put a trade on. It's the worst time to put a trade on.
Oh yeah, arguing with spouses, getting bad moods, it's all impactful.
Yeah. So I think Dixie's selling off a little bit. Is it? Yeah.
Dixie, the dollar, what's it? It's still selling off.
It's selling off a little bit, but it's making a return higher. So you should see a transition in Nasdaq.
Like that. Do you use the dollar index as a leading indicator, Bobby?
Yeah, not all the time, but sometimes I use it. You can see the dollar's gone down today, and we've had these sort of opposite on Nasdaq. But the dollar's now increasing, so I'm just going to check the charts.
Okay.
Oh, we're so close. Hoag has to be biting his fingernails. I'm not. We're still
moving up. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I can just hear Hoag. Just 10% rule. 10% rule.
I hear
yesterday we were violently unchanged.
Diamond hands. Exactly right.
The devil and the angel on your shoulder.
That's right. That is
S&Ps.
right. Gersh, this is Bobby T.
Squeezy.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. That's what we want to hear. Hoag, what's this delta?
What is the delta, Hoag?
While you're here.
Negative 1,800 in the NASDAQ.
Oh, beautiful.
Negative 1,400 S&Ps.
Still short. Yikes. Okay.
Love it.
Sorry, negative 2,000 in the NASDAQ.
Tempted to
Wow.
short here.
Okay. Do you want to go short at 702 3/4, and you can get us out of this guy?
Yeah. That would be ideal.
It's gonna fade the house.
No.
You wouldn't
We're
be
in
the
small
first one,
spots.
Bobby. You wouldn't be the first.
We'll be the first or the last.
Not
the first or the last.
21,693 last trade in the NASDAQ. S&P's very, very strong. Just keeps pushing higher and higher and higher. 61.16 1/4. We're about 3 ticks off the highs there. Dow kind of just chop around a bit of a range right now, about 20, 25 points off the highs. NASDAQ trying to catch up. Nothing on the tilt. We're still staying short on the delta.
All right, we got a poll for chat. Do we move our take profit away to make more than 100 points, or do we keep it at 100 points?
100. Pull up. What's the poll again, Dolby? What was it?
Do we keep the take profit for plus 100 points, or do we move it even higher and then just move our stop up?
Chat's got some. Dakota says, take the 100 points and be happy.
Some are saying let it run. They want to see more than 100 points.
Hey, don't we all? That would be amazing. Coming into the bottom of the hour, 2 minutes, we'll get an injection of liquidity.
Oh, Apple earnings. Apple earnings are not for another hour, so we're gonna miss
They're not.
those.
What is Apple doing right now? How's Apple been performing today?
We might get stopped out at 678.
Sort of flat, at least right now.
It is flat.
It's flat.
There we go. Pull is up.
See what chat says.
Yeah, it's a long all day, baby.
Great day to be bullish.
Yep. What was it last year? I want to say 50 some odd days last year, made new highs, new all-time highs in the S&Ps last year. It's like 1 out of every 5 trading days was a new all-time high in the S&Ps.
Wow.
Yep.
I mean, Trey, we've been through some crazy times, man. Like, this show's been on for an hour. We went through like the NVIDIA hype train, the AI hype train. Yeah, I mean, so many different events that we've been through. Earnings seasons, FOMC.
Yeah, Powell back in December. 1,000-point sell-off in the NASDAQ. That was a wild one.
It was wild. Ooh, this is interesting. Chat is actually a little bit more bullish than I thought they would be, actually. They do think we can get more than 100 points in this trade. Okay. There it is, chat. We will let this run and manage it from the bottom.
It does make sense. I mean, if we're going to pump today, I don't know if you guys see this in the trend, but every month you see a sell-off in the futures at the last day of every month, and then the first day of every month you see a huge increase, and then NASDAQ pushes up. I don't know if you guys have noticed that trend, but yeah, tomorrow I'm just going to look for shorts all day because I know that's just a trend the market does.
End of month liquidation, perhaps.
Yeah, you might get a push up, another 50 points from where we are, and then tomorrow you might just see a sell off.
And then on the first of the month, I call it the 401k trade, the automatic buying of more stocks and the indices. Every time you get the paycheck here in the States, it gets rolled into the equity. So there's just more of a natural bid than normal on the first of the month. I guess on the 15th of the month for that matter.
Yep. Chat, we're not going to lose money on this trade. Our stop is plus 1,500. I think we're doing just fine here. Just fine. We get stopped out, we get stopped out.
Oh, so that short might be playing out now.
Did you take it?
Nah.
I like it.
That's a hard short, though. That's a hard short.
Yeah. you think we might get the 3-bar reversal and then maybe well, if we get a 3 bars, that's a Dakota trade, right?
Indeed, Dakota special.
Yeah, it's one of them.
In the chat
I
right
think
now.
Might get stopped out here. Let's see.
Never got the 04s. Come on. Buyers might step in here.
No, I went to 7 evens and then just rejected. So I think we'll still be very happy with what we got. And we're out.
Yeah.
Plus 1914.
Well done.
Not too shabby.
Let's update the house account. Great job.
Yep.
You see some profit taking here. House account. Yes, house account is flat. Bobby T is flat. Got 20 flat. 28 minutes left in the session. See some more selling coming in here, but I think you know what time it is now. If we are ready to do it, let's get it on. Bobby T, I need you to get this right.
Oh.
Damn it.
I love that we've conditioned everybody to the bell because I hit the wrong button. The graphic didn't even come up, but we all heard it and we all knew what it meant. Let's run it one more time. That good old Pavlovian sound.
Yes, may I help you?
It is.
You need a room?
3 times. Yeah,
Room
one for
service?
Bates Motel, please.
Room for one?
Yeah.
Caviar?
Here is your Series 3 question of the day. All of the following investors are bullish except A, buyer of the cash commodity, B, seller of a put, C, seller of a call, or D, buyer of the futures contract.
I got mine.
Andre knows this one. That's good.
Looks like the chat. Looks like the poll does as well.
So I would say this is an easy Series 3 question.
Oh.
This is an easy one.
Coming from the master.
Indeed.
As an expert Series 3 taker, yes, this is an easy one.
Yeah. All right, looks like chat kind of has an idea, so let's go ahead and get the answer up there. It is indeed C, the seller of a call. GG easy. But back to you guys for now. We'll be back with some Power Hour content a little bit later on and a Trade Clock Topstep X demo.
Ooh, cool.
Back to you for now.
Thank you, James. Bobby T, looks like you're a little irked by not taking that short.
Yeah, how many points is that now? That's 20.
20, 25. What's like your normal kind of risk take profit on most of your trades looking like?
So wherever VWAP is, or I look at the ATR, and then if we're above 50 on the ATR, then my stop will be bigger. I'll have to minimize down to 1 mini. But yeah, I tend to. Well, now my account's a lot bigger. I can sort of risk between sort of 500 to 700. But lately the volatility's been absolutely insane, and Jesus, you could get wiped out pretty quick in this market.
Yeah. So it changes, I guess.
Yeah.
Right?
I tend to use the flatten button quite a lot, especially yesterday when I'm in scalp mode. So on the 100 tick chart on scalp mode, you can sort of go in and out pretty quick. If it's not going your way, flatten. Look for the reversal, because sometimes the reversal trade on by using VWAP is actually a really good play. I really like that.
You say you use the reverse button? Wait, did you say you actually use the reverse button?
No.
Oh.
No, so yeah, just take the opposite trade
trades interest.
of the way you were going, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so if you look at the chart, the 100 tick chart gives you clues with VWAP all the time. So you could take this trade here and stay in this short. You could stay in the short for as long as possible, and then we literally 100 tick chart above VWAP, and you're there all day. So, trying to give an example here on the chart.
How long have you been using? Do you use an anchored VWAP or just a regular VWAP?
Just a regular VWAP. So here, this is an example of yesterday, the ranges. So I literally just buy, sell, $800.
You carved up yesterday.
Buy, sell here, like $3,000, and then up here, 4,000. It was very risky. I don't advise anyone to do it, but if you try this trend, which I'm going to do now, I'm going to trade 2 micros, and just like Coach Jay says, find momentum and just see money, take money. $50, $50 there, $50 there, and hey, all of a sudden you've got $300, 5 trades a day. The minimum you're going to lose is probably $300, but it's manageable, right? And then I'm still getting used to trading on the long side, but on the long side, I'm gonna try to use one micro, and then eventually, when the account gets bigger, break into minis, because minis are. I don't know what everyone thinks in the chat, but minis can have more of a psychological impact on your trading than anything else. So, yeah, that shit's hard. But I got this idea off Dakota actually, because Dakota uses this quite a lot. The 100-tick chart and the 5-minute.
He's in
I think
chat.
they work
Ask
well
him a
with
question.
He is in chat.
Yeah.
Hey, more selling coming in here. Hello.
Whoa.
More selling coming in. 21,663. We're down. Wow, more selling coming in.
Oh, hello. What's up?
S&P's getting hammered right now. Dow's getting hammered. Wow, what is happening?
Who tweeted? Wow. Who tweeted?
I know he's speaking. I know he's speaking right now. He is speaking right now. Damn.
What are you doing wire here? Nothing hitting the wire right now.
Okay. Down about 70 points in the NASDAQ right now in this 5-minute count. Make it 80 points right now. 21,620. We are selling off. S&P selling off as well. Dow selling off. Crude oil just popped. Crude oil just popped big time.
Right now, just hitting the wire here. Trump says he's going to announce Canada and Mexico tariffs because of fentanyl. That's what I've got so far here today. 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico.
There you go.
Like from Trump.
There you go.
Yeah,
that would do it.
Bad over there,
buckle
right?
up. Next 4 years, buckle up. This is the new trading environment. This is it. Yeah. So get used to
it. You totally effed up the squeeze there.
Okay. Where do we buy it? Where do we buy this dip?
Right now.
Good trade, Dolby.
I know, for real, Dolby, for real. 21,630. Oh.
Or VWAP.
This thing.
I mean, this is not going to sustain, I don't think.
No, this just passes through. 60.98, 60.97 last trade in the S&Ps. S&Ps down about 15 points in the last 2 minutes. NASDAQ down about 80 points in the last 3 minutes. Dow still taking a dump, down about 130 points in the last couple minutes. More selling coming in here. Here we go. Buckle up.
Wow.
It's power hour.
I mean, it's kind of funny that, he makes that announcement right at where like a triple top high in the NASDAQ at 21,700. What are the odds?
Holy moly.
I don't know.
What are the odds that this is going to bounce right back up?
Yeah, eventually.
I would say
get long. Buy this shit. 21,620. Crude still popped. Crude up 50 cents in the last couple seconds.
Yeah,
still cooking. Crude's still cooking here. Crude's $73.30. We are cooking on the upside in crude oil. We are not done.
Where are we buying?
Put a trade on. I put a short on.
You got a short. Where we're at?
From 21,606.
606 short. 21,606.
550. Yeah, we're going for 50. We're going for 50 points.
Wow. 20 minutes left. 20 minutes till the bell. 10 minutes till MOC. Crude still running here. Crude up 60 cents in the last 60 seconds. Dow selling off here. Dow down about 200 points in the last 2 minutes. NASDAQ selling off. Wow, S&Ps are not done selling off.
Didn't it?
Wow.
It is not. Market is not happy right now.
So just need a cheeky 50 points.
We're at the 5-minute VWAP right now. 596.
Correct, Dolby.
That was a strong bar. Look at that.
Look at that.
Oh, look at this. Let's go.
Wow, we are
making some money on this short.
We're gonna wipe this whole day out, man. Oh man.
Well,
crude not done. Crude is not down. Crude is up 70 cents in the last 4 minutes. Last trade, $73.39. High of the day in crude, $73.55. 15 cents off the highs in crude as the NASDAQ, S&Ps, and Dow continue to sell off.
Okay, here's the question. Do we go range to range? If we go range to range on a 1 hour chart, that is, we're looking at 21,400s.
21,400. Okay. That would
She's
be
breaking down, baby.
Yeah,
that Bobby
midpoint
T.
would be
Bobby T short from 606.
nice. 557.
Still selling off here. Listen to him. Listen to him. 8 cents off the highs in crude.
Is he still
That
talking?
Is going to make
I don't
crude
know.
more
What is-
expensive and is inflationary.
Yes.
Holy cow. Look at this market. S&P still not done selling off. Down 40 points in the last 8 minutes. Dow wiping out the entire day. Go ahead, Bobby T.
Wow, yeah, another $200.
Yep.
Up on the day now. 1651.
Go.
Crude new
That was
highs.
incredible. That was case in point with the VWAP. It's just worked well for me, baby.
Whew. Well done, Bobby T.
Happy with that.
We might have some VWAP converts after your appearance here, Bobby.
No. Big bounce in the NASDAQ. Bounce, call it 40-point bounce. Out him out in this last candle at 541. Last trade, 580. Holy cow. Crude not done. New highs. Crude up about 80 cents in the last 6 minutes. New highs in crude.
Let's have a look at the Dixie.
You still short?
Apples.
Are you out?
Oh no, I'm not short now, man. I'm just checking the
You're flat. Okay.
checking the dollar. See what happened to the dollar. Oh wow.
It worked.
Look at the dollar.
Let's see. Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Wow. Oh, look at this snap. Look at this bounce back. We have now trade 21,600, about 60-point bounce right now in the NASDAQ. S&P's recovering a little bit as well, but crude is not done. Crude is still trading at the highs, 2 cents off the highs, and now at the highs. New highs in crude, $73.69, 71 cents now. Crude is not done.
No, this is
Dollar
very
crazy.
unusual too.
Dollar
crude
pop.
is typically done at 130, so this
Yep.
is there's gonna be a lot of crude traders who are very surprised right now.
Yes,
Either very happy or very unhappy, but most crude traders are not expecting a big move like this after 130.
Holy cow.
Very unusual.
No, that was crazy.
That was crazy.
That was the dollar just popped. Total reverse on the MNQ.
I mean, if we're looking for longs, I think 550s would be interesting. That's kind of the midpoint of this big range that we've been in on the 1 hour.
Yeah, this little bounce back. This could be some short covering for the scalpers.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what Delta is. I wonder if they covered. Those shorts are probably pretty happy right now.
Well, yep.
They might be getting bailed out.
They were feeling the heat the entire time, and then
the
president bails them out. Dow's not recovering as well or bouncing as well as the NASDAQ and S&Ps. We got 16 minutes left in Power Hour. We got major earnings coming out after the bell. Right now, we got some action going on here in Power Hour. Bobby T taking the short to the downside, making a cool G on the way down. Another banger trade.
Yeah, that's the sort of trade you want.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the best trade to get into a short and then Trump starts speaking. Yes, that is exactly the best trade.
Ride that wave.
That's just pure luck, isn't it? Though, just if you were in the short right at the top there.
Oil still not done. Oil up $1 in the last 10 minutes. Dow just wiping out the up $1. Oil, or I would say Dow wiping out all of the gains today, about to put in new lows.
I think we try a short.
Not done. This is insane. Holy cow.
I think we can go range to range trade. This is pretty nasty.
Yes, it is. We're about 15 points from the low of the day in the S&Ps. We are about 120 points from the low of the day in the NASDAQ. Are we going to wipe out all of the gains from today here in the last 15 minutes on Power Hour? Here we go. Oil still not done.
You got a level for me to short, Bobby? Just any price. What price do you got for a good short?
Gabe, we can push it.
Using my VWAP levels, I was short back at 630 now. Now I'd say we're shorter than the whole. Yeah. Now we're
oil reversing. Oil retracing 50, 60 cents now.
Yeah, I would. If anything, now I would
Jeez.
look for the bounce. Look for the dead cat bounce.
Here's the bounce.
Looking for a
Here it
bounce.
is.
Okay.
What did he do? What did he say?
Did Canada already bend the knee, and that's why we're rallying?
Crude is absolutely insane right now.
Canada,
Crude is absolutely
Canada,
insane.
Mexico.
25% tariff.
Crude down 80 cents in the last 30 seconds.
And
It's
you know,
down
you know
80
the
cents
tilt?
now?
It just retraced 80 cents off the highs of 73.84. We're now
Goodness
trading
gracious.
$73.14.
Very fast.
Tilt really isn't moving. I wonder how many people are in these trades right now.
That's a good question. How many people are actually trading right now? Probably not a
Right.
ton, if I had to guess.
What's everyone going to do with
Probably why
MOC
we're
now?
seeing bigger than bigger moves.
Crude coming all the way back to $73. This is insane. It's thin.
Yeah, so it looks like the dollar's starting to drop.
Dead cat.
Let's see what Apple's doing.
Yes, Jersh, that is exactly
Inside of
right.
4 minutes,
This is why
MOC.
you need stops.
333.
MOC.
Coming up, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, buckle up, man.
It's going to be a fun 4 years, Dre.
Yes, it is.
Fun 4 years.
Yes, it is. Stay tuned with us. We'll have, I don't know, 1 million subscribers by the end of it. If we're all still here to pick ourselves up.
That's right.
Man, oh, man. This is absolutely insane. Yeah, MOC 3 minutes. Last trade in the Dow, 44,858. Pretty much just wiping out the entire day in the Dow. S&Ps got close. Oh, here we go. Look at them buy this thing up. Man.
Are we going to buy it up?
Woo.
Woo.
I don't know what to do. Whew, this is why it's the best. This is why trading is the absolute best.
All right, just hitting the wire here. Here's a couple hot biscuits. Trump, I'm making a determination on oil tonight.
Oh my god!
A lot of people, a lot of crude traders aren't going to be able to sleep. He also says he reiterates that the first Canada and Mexico tariffs are coming Saturday. Is that before or after Saturday morning cartoons? We don't know. Also, we have all the lumber we need.
So I'm going to make a determination on oil tonight.
Morning wood, evening wood.
Good luck to the crude traders out there. Good luck to you.
Yep.
Godspeed.
Deanna, if you're out there, you might get your crude volatility back. Crude might be back, baby.
Crude is back. I'm going to make a determination. Okay.
I don't know what that even means.
I don't. This isn't. Yeah, it's good for markets, I think.
Trump's rocking the midnight oil.
Yeah.
That's a good band, right? Good band.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Good call.
All right.
Beds are burning.
Buyers are coming back in the Dow, in the NASDAQ, and in the S&Ps.
Yeah, we saw Apple. Apple just dropped off with that Trump news. So Apple's now making a return to flat as where it was. But yeah, a lot of the stocks just sold off on that news.
Microsoft down.
Yeah. See what Nvidia did. Nvidia probably took a pop.
I know Dolby.
Slightly lower before that.
Yeah, it was
absolutely incredible.
Tesla's up 4%.
Make sure you tune into Slow Markets tonight. See what the determination is. We are retracing this sell-off in the equities. 60.87 in the S&Ps. About 40% buyback off that major sell-off. Look at that volume spike. Biggest volume spike of the day in the last 20 minutes.
Wow, that was fun.
That was fun to watch. We got MOC.
Fun enough, Dre.
I know. MOC 25 seconds. When do we buy it?
Man,
we're going to learn
here.
We're going to learn from this.
News markets.
His tweets last about 10 minutes, and then you just fade it.
Holy cow, we're going back up.
All the way back up. He saw what happened in the stock market. He hates seeing that. Go ahead, Eddie, when it comes in.
Yeah. Welcome to 2025. Here we go. MOC in a second. All right. All right, S&P coming in at 992 million sell side. NASDAQ 1,157,000,000 sell side. Dow 33 million buy side. And the Mag 7 480 million sell side. There you have it.
All over the place.
These numbers do fluctuate, and my eyes will be watching. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Man, here we go. 9 minutes left here on Power Hour. Bobby T, if you do take another trade, please let us know. Great call on catching that wave to the downside. Sold 606s, covered, I don't know, what did you say, 60 points lower on that trade?
Yeah, thinking of a long now, but
okay, here we go. Let's do this.
Thinking of a long, but
say the magic word.
That wick down is just too strong.
The volume behind it as well.
I think we're gonna hover around maybe. Yeah, yeah, it's a difficult one at this time of the day. There's so much fluctuations. Maybe try a baby runner.
Say
really
the
tight stop.
What price are you trying to get long at ideally?
So 615, just where VWAP is. So if we get to that level, we're going to explode. But I can't see it. I think we're just going to teeter around here and tail off, and then
probably
8.5 minutes remaining.
A good reminder here, Ronald Trader talking about earnings coming up. Yeah, see what happens. It's not over until it's over.
Yeah. So what are we on the day? We are MNQ. We're still up on the day.
Yep, really nice. It's really gotten pretty rangy. 30-second chart has gotten pretty tight. I mean, we've kind of stacking little mini ranges.
S&P's cooking. S&P's cooking big time to the upside here.
It's probably going to take Nazi with it then.
Yes, it.
If we could find pullbacks, that would probably.
There we go. There's that long is trying to set up.
Would you do a stop buy above 615 to get into a long here?
I'll just press the button.
Market. Yeah. Right, hell yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
S&P MOC cooling off a little bit, 770 million. NASDAQ gaining some sells here at 1,058 million.
Thank you, Eddie.
Just lost $100.
Because of where we are on the day with how much MNQ's gone up.
Anyone got Delta? Evan, Delta don't matter right now. Don't worry about Delta. This is
what we call fast market.
This is fast market,
on the trading floor. This is what a fast market was on the trading floor.
Yeah.
60.95 last trade in the ES. ES bottomed out at 60.65 and buyers at that 60.65 level. Anne Marie, 60.65, big level. NASDAQ bottomed out at 542. 542 is about 60 points off of that.
And Andre, how many times did you have to stand in line for time and sales after times like this?
So annoying. So annoying. As a clerk, yep.
Customers would never like what they got.
They hated the fills.
Time and sales.
Hated the fills, yes. Definitely be missing the train.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 6 minutes left. Dolby time. Bobby T, you brought the volatility with you. Good man. We're going to have you back. What do you say about that?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to come back, mate. That would be amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be really good.
Keep on bringing volatility like this with you.
Yep.
You'll be back in no time.
Yes, you will.
That long's playing out now.
Yeah, it is.
Sounds good, Gabe.
That long's playing out, but
I know it's a silly time to trade right now. It's very silly.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah. See, the old me about 2 years ago would just go 3 minis.
Right now,
5 minutes left. Yeah, whatever.
Here's the thing about him.
Yeah, a little over 5.
His favorite thing to watch is the stock market, right? So when he does put out tweets like that and he sees what happens, he's gonna back off a little bit when he sees what happens to the stock market. So we got that, that tug of war going on, and something you have to be aware of throughout for the next 4 years.
Wow, NASDAQ, big swing here. 398 million buy side now. Big swing.
Buy side.
Let's do above below 21,700. Oh my god.
She's gonna pump.
They're gonna do
265.
Way back up.
She's gonna pump. She's gonna pump.
I side across the board.
I side across the board, Eddie.
Check.
Damn.
Yeah, this is the old school Nasdaq, right, where everyone would buy at the end of the day.
Wow. God, what a move. We're not even done yet. I still have 5 minutes left.
So how many points is that? That's off VWAP. That would have been, yeah, 50. Another 50-point move. That would have been.
Oh yeah.
Just
I gotta
off
laugh at
VWAP.
Andre. I ain't catching this next train.
No, definitely missed
exactly,
Definitely
exactly what you'd be saying. Damn it, not going to be catching that train.
Nope. He's staying around for a while.
Go to Series and get a drink.
Yep. 21,640. We're about 100 points. Recovered off the massive sell-off on those just tuning in. Trump, 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada. And
check.
My favorite headline.
It's going to be making a determination on oil tonight.
That's my headline. I love that one.
But we got all the lumber we need. So we got all the wood we need.
If anyone trades Bitcoin, it is in a
do?
beautiful 1 hour range. So if you want to take a picture of a beautiful range, get your cameras out. Take a picture of Bitcoin on the 1 hour chart. Just a bunch of 1 hour candlesticks just stacked right next to each other.
Yeah, Bitcoin. Does anyone know if Roaring Kitty, is she still around or he still around?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, lurking.
Yeah. Is anyone in the chat long?
Long right now? I don't know. I'm kind of wondering, do we close above 21,700 at this rate?
Yeah, if you're in that long, that is awesome.
Yeah.
Take money now.
It's not a bad idea to take some profits because
she is.
if you don't normally trade power hour, the last like 5 minutes can just get really unhinged. We're talking like 30 to 50 point swings in like seconds up to minutes. It can be incredibly volatile. So see profit, take profit is an even better idea during power hour.
It's exactly what Bobby T did there on that sell-off. He saw profit very quickly. Way to just get in on the move. Oil right back to where it started. Oil.
Get out of here, really?
Oil was off that tweet or whatever. I was up $1, and we are right back to where we started. Take a look at that oil chart. Good luck, oil traders.
Changeo.
Great.
Silly.
It's magic.
Oh, we got
Nasdaq
5. Here, you got
Nasdaq's
my charts
going
up.
right
Look
back.
at this. Look at this crude trade.
Just
Look at
1
this.
week later.
Look at that. Look at that. How do you trade that?
We got like a mini V.
Look at that.
That's definitely Nasdaq's favorite letter of the alphabet. Is the V.
Look at that.
Minute and a half here, kids.
Minute and a half. Eddie, we're going to go straight into the outro and do a quick turnaround. Make sure you stay tuned in for At the Buzzer. We got a bunch of earnings coming out. Those guys, Paul and Jay, best in the biz.
Get it out.
So, yeah, this is all markets right now. Markets first here at Topstep and TopstepTV.
That's right.
I love it.
I had fun.
This is
Hope
the
y'all had
absolute
fun.
best, man.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
It was a
amazing.
great day.
That was
Really
awesome.
good trading today.
That felt
A lot of green
that felt
today.
A lot of green. Yeah, what's final P&L for the house? 4,200? Awesome.
Yep.
Here we go, 50 seconds. Bobby T, an absolute pleasure having you aboard. Do not be a stranger
thanks,
around
mate.
these parts.
Thanks, mate. Let's hope I trade safe and preserve the capital and keep this
Alive.
XFL alive. That's
Let's go pro ball.
That's some momentum.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. 30 seconds into the close. It is anyone's guess as to what is going to happen.
No idea.
Coach Hoop, what a power hour. Yes,
What a
indeed,
power
Coach
hour,
Hoop.
No kidding.
Gosh, golly, what a day.
I liked it.
Dalton, VIPs, Dalton Recap, Nathaniel with the great trade, Bobby T with a great trade, earnings coming out. We got PC coming out tomorrow. Hell of a week here at Topstep and Topstep TV. 5 seconds into the bell. Again, big earnings coming out right around the corner. Look at all that size in the S&P ladder. Holy cow. We are closed. We are closed. Eddie, throw it to you, my man. Take it away. Bobby T, Dolby Time. Hell of a job.
See you guys.
The best.
So
You
much
did
fun
it.
today. What a day.
Eddie, take us out of here.
Good stuff, guys. Enjoyed it. A lot of people here in the chat enjoyed the day too. We are glad that you did. We'll be back tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, we're going to be here the rest of the week is Friday. One more day here. A 7:20 opening call, 7:20 a.m. Central. So get your ass out of bed or stay up late, whatever you need to do. We're going to be here for that open. And yes, Hoag, JD, myself, we're going to be talking about the markets. And we do have some good numbers coming out tomorrow. Early 7:30, we got the core PCE. That's a big number. The index month over month and year over year. So definitely be with us for that. We also got, let's see, Bowman going to be speaking here. 7:30 early. PCE price index. We've got personal income at 7:30. Real personal consumption. And of course, GDP month over month for November. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Canada. Well, anyway, our friends up north will have their GDP month over month. So there you go, friends at the Great White North. 8 o'clock, we got the Dallas Fed, which could stir things up. Chicago PMI coming in January at 8:45. 8:45 tomorrow. And we do have Atlanta Fed GDP at 9:30. Scrolling down just a little bit here, 12 o'clock on a Friday. Do you know what comes out at 12 o'clock? Yes, indeed. That's that Baker Hughes rig count. Dusty Baker, Howard Hughes rig count, 12 o'clock high noon. And then, of course, the CFTCs to end the week. So remember, opening call tomorrow at 7:20. And let's take a look at who we've got coming in tomorrow. Friday, the last day of the month, unless they added a 32nd on this month, which they might have. I don't know. This administration's doing a lot of things. But anyway, I've got it here as the last day of the month. Join us, Fast Markets. We got Coach Dakota. Mohammed going to be with us. Don't forget, this is our last day of the VIP draft. Coach Vince and Coach Dakota, 100 more spots. And don't worry if, you know what, a lot of people are saying, hey, this is rigged. I'm not getting picked. We're going to be doing it again and again and again. So hang tight. Also, Peter Tuckman's going to be with us here with Andre. Coach Hoop, Coach Dakota going to be joining us for the VIP Lounge. We got Mandy F going to join Andre also. Mick's going to be doing shoulder tap. We got the lunchbox trading with Katie and Hoag. Devin and myself, yes, top quiz at 1 o'clock. Get ready for some nasty questions because I put them together and I giggled every time I put one down. They're never going to get them. I challenge you. 1 o'clock also, we do got power players. JD, Dolby, Anne-Marie, and Francisco F. And to end the day here, Power Hour. Boy, check this one out. We got Andre Dolby, James D, Nick Vertick, and Zona going to be with us here for Power Hour to play that reversal challenge. And that's what we've got so far. But otherwise, don't forget right now here we've got coming up at 3:15 at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We got Coach Hoops at 4:30, fundamentals and technicals. That is an approach to futures markets. Coach Ray at 6 p.m. in the Discord channel, volume profile. Vince, 7 p.m. with technical analysis. And let's see here. Oh, yeah, today is Thursday, so we will be having Coach Dakota, 7:30 p.m. Central, for slow markets. And that's where we have it. So now it's your time, okay? I want you to go relax. Boy, today was fun. Well, it's fun. It was educational. Let me put it that way. This way we cover everybody. Very educational, something different, something way different than what we usually see. And I think 2025 is going to be a very volatile and exciting trading experience for all of us. So get yourself ready for tomorrow. I'm going to do that as soon as I log off here. So orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, remember, 7:20 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, Friday, baby. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll. podiuming at every single competition during the year.
7-5 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the wind starting at 20 to 30 mile per hour range with gusts easily up and over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone in the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured in Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day, every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now, or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right? Getting better, everyone. All right, switch those up. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby. Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right? But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double. Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. Alright, I got this. I can do this. I was freaking nervous for that. There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited, I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. Can I do the left side double cork 1620? My heart's pounding out of my chest. Never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And that was the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good. I can do this. I got this. I am this. Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.